Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Pre-Selection and Competition. To be honest with you, Junior Brother Luo, even if it is your turn to be in the law enforcement hall, the probability of you grabbing it is very small. Luo Yan was puzzled and met those extremely clear eyes. It was like a spring love that made people involuntarily indulge in it. Junior Brother, do you know how many Supreme Elders there are in my Five Elements Temple? Lan Bingtong suddenly asked back. Seeing this talented junior brother in deep thought, she directly compared with her jade fingers like green onions. Then she opened her jade mouth lightly. Even if you don't count the Supreme Elders with a cultivation level of the spiritualization stage, the number of Yuanying stage elders alone is at least more than 40. Although a small number of the great monks here are hard-working monks like Junior Brother Luo, without disciples or family juniors, but more of them are intertwined with a complex chain of relationships. Disciples, grandchildren, family juniors, and direct blood relatives. Lan Bingtong stopped talking halfway. It is not good to discuss such internal secrets, and it is necessary to stop when it is enough. She believed that with the intelligence of this Junior Brother Luo, he could hear the subtext here. That is, you must have a strong identity background to help you. Otherwise, the so-called competition for the quota of ascension is a big joke. It seems that everything in this world has been secretly marked with a price. From the direct descendants of the great monks to the low-level casual cultivators, the ordinary nobles, and the common people, no one can escape this vicious circle. If they are not real direct blood relatives and younger disciples, who is willing to pay a huge price, or even all the resources in the future? Put all your efforts into it, just to get a quota of ascension that you can't use yourself. In fact, the real cultivators in the upper realm know the tricks here. But the world laws of the true spirit world are very different from the laws of the Hengsho world, like Kingwu world. As long as the cultivators who ascend from the Hengsho world, they will face the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, which is inconsistent with their own practice. In the end, it leads to the inability to store cultivation and difficulty in breathing spiritual energy. To completely solve this problem, the only way is to dispel the spiritual energy in the body and start over. But because it is a recultivation, and you can only practice the law of another world, then the genius of the Hengsho world, after arriving in the upper realm, is very likely to be unable to adapt to the local environment, and eventually become like everyone else. There are countless examples like this. So after countless years of evolution, the original competition for the quota of ascension has evolved from the earlier genius battle to the current background competition and resource exchange. And it is exclusive to high-level cultivators. As long as you have an old monster who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years to support you, he says that your talent is excellent, and your talent as a younger generation is qualified to become excellent. After all, Kangwu realm and Heinling realm are two different worlds. The laws in the world are also different. No matter how amazing your previous talent was, it is equivalent to starting over after recultivation. At this time, who cares about your previous talent for cultivation? As long as someone has a decent talent for cultivation, his cultivation speed will not be much different if he returns to cultivate again. In my Kangwu world, most of the quotas for ascension are determined in advance in this way. The competition for the quota of the sect has long been determined. Only the great cultivators at the level of the Grand Elder, who are not from the ancestor or the master's lineage, can compete. This is reality. When Lan Bingtong said this, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the junior brother Luo in front of her. She originally thought that when her junior brother heard such inside information, he would be very angry and even do something unexpected. But Lan Bingtong was disappointed. The green figure opposite, except for a slight emotional fluctuation at the beginning, the rest of the time his back was still straight. Even the faint smile on his face was not put away. As if this secret had nothing to do with him. But Lan Bingtong knew very well that her junior brother Luo probably did not have any master. Even the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, who directly managed him, did not pay too much attention to him. Otherwise, her junior brother Luo would not be here today and ask her this question. There is only one possible reason for this, which is that he knows nothing about the competition for the quota of ascension. I see, now I understand a little bit. That is to say, If you don't have a family background and the help of your elders, it is basically impossible to obtain a quota for ascension to the upper realm. Luo Yan gently raised the cup, sniffed it, his eyes slightly lit up, and he looked like he was admiring the fragrance of the spiritual tea. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Junior brother Luo is really free and easy, his mentality is not affected at all. Lan Bingtong's pretty face was smiling, very ethereal, revealing a kind of beauty that transcends the world. She was amazed at the character of the junior brother in front of her. If it were her, when she knew that the things she had been pursuing had suddenly become a bubble, her emotions would be more or less affected. It is not impossible that she would never recover from this. But this junior brother Luo did not show such emotions. Not only does he have a superior talent for cultivation, but his character is also so firm that it is simply enviable. Why do you tease me, senior sister Lan? It's not that my mentality has not been affected at all, but I just chose not to delve into it. The result of something that has not happened yet seems to be destined, but in fact it has not really come. Before things have started, I was worried in advance, even worried about gains and losses. When the dust settles on this matter, doesn't it mean that I have encountered two bad things? The same is true for the competition for the ascension quota. Junior brother cannot change the decision of the top leaders, and there is no teacher behind me to help. All I can do is to improve myself as much as possible and practice hard. If I wait until that day comes and the result exceeds my expectations, it will not be too late to be sad then. Luo Yan drank the spiritual flower tea in the cup in one gulp, and took the initiative to pour half a cup for the beautiful figure opposite. When he heard that there was such an inside story behind the ascension quota, it would be a lie to say that he didn't care. But not long after, Luo Yan returned to his original attitude. He had a kind of confidence, that is, even if he could not ascend to the upper realm in advance, he could finally rely on his own practice to cultivate to the realm of a great monk. Finally, he crossed the space wormhole to the upper realm. Brother Luo, don't worry. There is actually another way to get a place to ascend. It's just that way is very difficult. Only a truly extraordinary genius can achieve it. That is to act. Lan Bingtong picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her red lips were bright and attractive. She thought about what her elders had said before, and then slowly said, "Take my 5 elements temple as an example. Although the quota for ascending has been determined, we must find a very suitable reason to give it. After all, in this world, there will always be 1 or 2 geniuses who are beyond the imagination of the world and will break people's cognition of cultivation. They can cultivate to the peak of this world in the shortest time. When these people's cultivation level rises, they will think of the experiences they have experienced, which is easy to cause chaos." Luo Yan thought carefully about what Sister Lan said and understood the deep meaning. Ascension quotas are something with inside information. They are first given by the upper realm, then taken by a certain sect, and finally distributed. Such a simple act cannot be concealed by the sect itself. Who in the sect has won the quota will eventually be exposed after this period of time. If they win by strength, it's okay. But for some cultivators who are not so strong and whose skills are not so outstanding, such people, even if they have the help of the high level, will eventually cause dissatisfaction among the low-level cultivators. So they must shift their attention to the outside. Put the attention that was originally on those who took the back door elsewhere. So there is the prevalence of fighting. You must know that many cultivators have low cultivation now, but it does not mean that their cultivation will be low in the future. It's like Luo Yan himself. After he participated in the Battle of the Xianjiao, he defeated all the people of the same level, but he couldn't get a quota. When he cultivated to the stage of transformation and had the ability to decide the fate of the world with one word, he would definitely settle accounts with those who squeezed out his quota. If the mind is a little more twisted, it is not impossible that he will even directly have the idea of destroying the sect that raised him. After all, there are many inside stories in the competition for the ascension quota, and the other high-level leaders of the sect must also know it. Staying in such an unfair sect, if you are weak, you can still swallow your anger. But once you have the ability to overturn the chessboard, you will definitely retaliate. You must know that the nature of the cultivators who grew up in the big sects is almost all-encompassing. Some people are extremely selfish. After knowing this inside story, they will feel resentful and will definitely find a way to retaliate. Others will not tolerate any sand in their eyes. Such people are relatively simple-minded, and most of them are talented. If they are bewitched by outsiders, it is easy to cause a big accident. There have been several such examples. The supreme elders of a super sect were slaughtered by their own people. In the end, because of the heavy casualties of the high-level cultivators in the sect, it fell from the name of a large sect and became only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. The reason was that the unfair distribution of the ascension quota more than 1,000 years ago caused dissatisfaction among this great cultivator. After this person became a Taoist, his life had already entered the countdown. It would be too late to go to the upper realm to cultivate again. The great monk couldn't figure it out, so he wanted revenge and attacked the great elders of the sect. He thought that it was this group of corrupt people who blocked his path. In the end, a large sect was torn apart and its spiritual veins were destroyed. This incident caused a huge uproar at the time, and there were many imitators afterwards. After all, the monks who were qualified to compete for the quota for ascension were almost the best among their peers in terms of strength and talent. Being blamed by such people would be unbearable, even for a super holy sect with a long heritage. In order to prevent those true Xianjiao from bearing grudges, there was a battle for the Dao. The so-called Dao is to go alone to challenge other sects, fight 1 against 100, and suppress the world. To prove your excellence. This is the origin of the Battle of Xianjiao, and it is also another way to obtain a quota for ascension. A trace of tenderness flashed in Lan Bingtong's eyes, and her body shone brightly, which was very eye-catching. Then she stopped talking and looked at the junior brother opposite her in deep thought. May I ask senior sister Lan, if I defeat the disciples of other sects with my own strength? Does it mean that I have a quota for ascension? But who provides this quota for ascension? It can't be. Luo Yan frowned, suddenly thought of a possibility, and asked hesitantly. Let's not talk about whether he can defeat the same generation disciples of a super sect. Even if he is really invincible at the same level, then the final quota allocation must have a source. Junior brother Luo is really smart, you guess it right. The quota for the Dao competition is of course provided by the loser's sect. The premise is that as long as you can defeat all the competitors. Luo Yan was not confused by what senior sister Lan said, but frowned. He originally thought that the so-called Battle of the Prodigies was to go to a special realm and then decide a certain number of people based on their strength. That was the Battle of the Prodigies. But from what senior sister Lan said, it was not the case at all. And the quota of his own sect had been locked in advance. So he could only go to other sects to grab it. But the problem is, will the quota of ascension that other sects have already confirmed be handed over so easily? Luo Yan didn't believe it. The quota snatched from other sects still needs to accept the challenge of the cultivators from other domains. Because a large sect can basically only allow 1 ascension quota to be snatched by outside cultivators. So the ascension quota that can be obtained by strength is too few. It is almost an enemy of the same generation cultivators in the entire 5 domains. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world is the enemy. That road is too difficult. Anyway, in my 5 elements view, people who can obtain ascension quotas by their own strength have almost never existed in the past 1,000 years. After Sister Lan's detailed explanation, Luo Yan finally figured out what the ascension quota was. First, people from the upper realm gave a certain number of quotas to each large sect. Then the high level inside this sect digested most of them by themselves. In order not to arouse the disgust of those talented disciples under the sect, the name of the Battle of the Geniuses was released. Instruct them to fight to the death. When the ascension quota was greatly reduced, and their opponents were still the same generation cultivators in the entire 5 domains. In this case, if he can still win a place, then he is considered qualified to go to the upper realm. Otherwise, he is inferior to others. In this way, the already fierce battle becomes many times more cruel. In this way, Luo Yan even doubts that he may face Lian and Ji Hongxi. Chapter 352 Seeking the Way with One's Body, the Strongest Silver Armor. In the immortal Butterfly Ridge, 2 young Taoists sat cross-legged. Most of the time, it was the female cultivator in the blue Taoist robe who was talking, and the green figure was listening quietly. Sister Lan's explanation made Luo Yan intuitively understand for the first time that the seemingly peaceful sect headquarters actually hid so many intrigues. Although he wanted to complain, such as the water in the ascension quota was really deep, but then he shook his head. Put away this thought. Even in the previous life, such insider examples were not uncommon. This is the inferiority of human beings. If Luo Yan himself was in a high-level position, he would probably have such thoughts. It doesn't matter who the ascension quota is given to. Naturally, those who are close to each other are given first. Personal strength is always too monotonous when facing high-level decision-making. Judging from Luo Yan's current situation, he has already appeared in the limelight. He believes that the moment he learned the five-color divine light, he has appeared in the sight of many high-level people. If there were really any elders of the sect who were interested in his comprehension talent or cultivation talent, they would have contacted him long ago. They wanted to take him as a disciple. But so far, apart from the head of the U-Hall, no other elder above the Jinden stage has approached him. Obviously, there must be some hidden secrets that he doesn't know, such as the identity of the law enforcement hall. So the act of becoming a disciple, and then using his hand to go through the back door and internally determine the quota for ascension. For Luo Yan, it is highly unlikely to work. Sister Lan's words have given him enough reminders. That is, this inter-sect competition is an all-round competition. There are not only battles between fellow disciples, but also alchemy competitions, weapon refining competitions, talisman drawing competitions, etc. The cultivators of each hall are good at different immortal arts, and the content of their competitions is also different. The final internal quota for ascension will also be produced among these people. The premise is that the elders behind these people are powerful enough to promise to provide a large amount of immortal cultivation resources and exchange interests with other elders of other sects. Thinking of this, Luo Yan felt silent for a while. It really didn't matter to him whether he participated in this inter-sect competition or not. One more or one less would make no difference. After all, without the quota for ascension, it would be meaningless to fight with fellow disciples. Thank you, Senior Sister Lan, for your help. I have been bothering you for a long time today. It's time to leave. Luo Yan stood up and bowed to the blue figure in front of him with an extremely respectful tone. There were many words of gratitude that could not be described in words. He could only keep them in his heart. Wait until there is a chance to repay them in the future. After Luo Yan left the fairy butterfly ridge, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of the One-Ho Pavilion, and several crystal-clear snowflakes fell. The bone-penetrating frost invaded, making the pink pavilion more white. Along with the snowflakes, there was also a purple figure. Look at him, is he going back to continue to hone his cultivation, and then prepare to challenge other sects' disciples? The purple figure slowly solidified from the snowflakes, revealing a very cold face, and a proud chill came over her. However, her outstanding pretty face was somewhat similar to Lan Bingtong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the futon. It was as if they were born from the same womb. It's really rare that Zir, with such a cold temperament, would actually take a male cultivator to heart. Strange, it's really strange. Lan Bingtong's eyes flashed a mischievous smile, and her face was full of amusement. This sister of hers, just like the cultivation method she practiced, spoke coldly and had a personality that kept people at a distance. She didn't understand the world and human nature, and didn't understand any mundane things other than cultivation. Her face was pale and indifferent, her eyes were calm, she was free from human nature, looked down on everything, and didn't take anything around her to heart. She was a truly transcendent person. The purple-clothed female cultivator only glanced at this kind of teasing, and her indifferent eyes did not even fluctuate at all. It was like a pool of stagnant water. So peaceful. In fact, there is a third way to get a place to ascend. Lan Bingtong bit her red lips halfway, and still had a beautiful smile on her face. Although her figure was graceful, no one appreciated it at this time. The purple-clothed female cultivator turned sideways and looked at her sister. Of course, let junior brother Luo and your sister become a lifelong Taoist partner. Even if you, Zir, can't find a better peer than him on the Five Elements Peak, right? With such an outstanding genius as a Taoist partner, I'm sure my father will be satisfied. As long as he is satisfied, maybe there will be hope for the place to ascend this time. Lan Bingtong's body glowed, showing a special temperament, as if with a kind of charm. With the talent of junior brother Luo, he is already enough to be the Taoist partner of either of the two sisters. A genius with such talent, whose character remains the same, is simply heart-stirring. Even though they have met only a few times, Lan Bingtong's affection for the green figure is already overwhelming. None of the other male cultivators of the same age that she has met have given her such a heart-stirring feeling. This is a unique case. Hope. To get a place to ascend in this way is wishful thinking. Suddenly, the purple-clothed female cultivator's indifferent words came. She mercilessly tore open the ambiguous words of this dear person. This made Lan Bingtong feel stunned, and she didn't understand why her own sister said such a sure word. You have to know that their father is a great cultivator under the true transformation of the spirit. According to past experience, as long as you are willing to pay a certain price, there will be absolutely no problem in getting a place to ascend. Not long ago, Master told me that there were twists and turns in the competition for the quota for ascension this time. That is, apart from the one quota for performing Dao, the rest of the quotas were taken by the major elders of the divine transformation realm. Even Master, who is a great cultivator of the same level, seems to be restricted for some reason and cannot fight for me. The purple-clothed female cultivator's words immediately caused Lan Bingtong's face to change drastically. She was full of disbelief. She subconsciously asked, "How is it possible? Zir, your master is a true divine transformation realm cultivator. Even he gave in this time, so isn't the ownership of the ascension quota this time extremely fierce? If that's the case, won't you, Zir, also take the path of performing Dao?" Lan Bingtong stood up suddenly, her graceful figure undoubtedly highlighted, in contrast to the cold woman beside her. She knew her sister's character very well. If the quota for ascension cannot be determined in advance, he will definitely take the path of challenging the masters of the outer sect like Brother Luo. But such a path, seemingly promising, is actually full of dangers. Not only does he need to have the strength to suppress his peers, but he also needs to have a strong protector to guard him all the time. Otherwise, it is easy to be killed by people from the outer sect. After all, as long as the person is killed halfway, the quota for ascension of his own sect will naturally be retained. This is tacit consent within the rules. Regarding the quota for ascension to the true spirit realm, if it is a genius from a big sect, it is fine, and the two sides will just argue with each other. But if it is an unknown cultivator, even if he is extremely powerful in the foundation building stage, in the eyes of a real great cultivator, he is just a slightly larger grasshopper. How could such a quota be taken away by a cultivator from the outside world for no reason? No, Zir, you can't go down that path. If you're not careful, you'll die. After Lan Bingtong figured out the situation, her face suddenly became anxious, and she held her sister's hand and said with concern. She didn't want her relatives to take risks for such a small chance. After all, the fact that junior brother Luo was able to stand out on the Thunder Pond secret realm before meant that he was already invincible. Such a person still has a certain chance to try. But Zir also participated in the Thunder Pond battle that time, but failed to make any splashes. Obviously, there is a gap in the strength gap between the two. When she thought of her biological sister, the opponent she would face in the future would be a great man like junior brother Luo. Lan Bingtong was not calm and wanted to persuade Zir to give up. Because the chance of success was too slim. "You worry too much, I won't lose." The purple-clothed female cultivator did not explain much, but her figure gradually turned into ice ridges and disappeared. Faintly, a purple figure came from the sky of this valley. Around her, there was a gust of wind and snow, and the ruins were densely covered, flashing with white light, dazzling. A soft murmur sounded, echoing in Lan Bingtong's ears, "If you can't go to a wider world, and stay in this cage for too long, even if the blue phoenix that travels 1,000,000 miles a day is reborn, it will be broken. I was born for the Tao, and I should seek the Tao." Hearing such a murmur, Lan Bingtong's beautiful face emerged with a dull look. Luo junior brother is like this, and Zir is also like this. These so-called geniuses dare to put life and death aside for a slim chance of ascending to the sky. It's like being possessed by a demon. Go all of you. Anyway, I can't persuade you. Lan Bingtong's bitter voice sounded, her eyes blurred, with a kind of sadness. At the same time, Luo Yan's spirit puppet, far away in Biliu City, woke up slowly. As soon as he woke up, he saw glowing jade talismans floating in front of him. Like small stars. This is. Luo Yan was puzzled, and took off one of the jade talismans, sinking his spiritual consciousness into it. A shocking picture suddenly came from the jade talisman. A young Taoist priest wearing a silver armor, holding a silver spear, pointing to the outside of Biliu City. His aura was at its peak, and the sound of his gunshot was like thunder, with endless runes, terrifying. A random shot was stabbed out, and the silver light rain intertwined, rumbling, and the figure on the opposite side collapsed at the touch. Then the picture was frozen in an instant, in the indifferent eyes of the silver-armored Taoist priest. It seemed as if he was born sacred and overlooked the earth, dominating the world. Luo Yan opened the other jade talismans, and they were all battle scenes of this silver figure. Although the opponent of each challenge was different, when the ferocious spear came out, A large area of silver light was floating and runes were all over the sky. The silver light disappeared, and the opponent fighting with it was also defeated in an instant. In just 1 month, he was at the bottom of the Xianjiao list of Biliu City and then swept all the way. Now he has even directly reached the top 3. His invincible and heroic appearance is impressive. Hey, this guy's strength. After Luo Yan finished watching all the battle scenes in the Jade Talisman, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. That is, the ranking of the Xianjiao list in Biliu City has finally attracted the attention of the real Xianjiao. Judging from the battle scene in the picture, the strength of this silver figure is definitely much higher than the other geniuses on the Xianjiao list. If it weren't for the 2 geniuses at the top of the ranking avoiding fighting, the Biliu Xianjiao list might have been cleared by him now. Luo Yan estimated the strength of this silver figure. Even if he used the sword body, it would be difficult to win. It is estimated that only by using the yin-yang thunder body can he be defeated. Fighting with such a Xianjiao can play a real role in sharpening. For a moment, the strange color in Luo Yan's eyes flashed. He glanced at the thunder spirit puppet behind him, and the fighting spirit in his heart began to spread out. After learning from senior sister Lan about the cruelty of this battle of the Xianjiao, Luo Yan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Because if he took people like Lian and Ji Hongxi as his ideal opponents, he was not sure that he could win them steadily. Ji Hongxi was okay. He didn't get along with him much. He only knew that his talent was amazing, and it gave him a tingling feeling. That was the crisis feedback given by the sixth sense. Obviously, Ji Hongxi's strength was very strong. As for Lian, Luo Yan had to admit that before the foundation building period, he was probably not that guy's opponent. The sword cultivator's sword broke all laws, and he had too much advantage against a pure Taoist cultivator like him. There were shadowy figures outside Biliu City, and countless cultivators ran to the city wall to watch the battle. Who is that young man in silver armor? Why does he have such amazing strength? Even the many geniuses in my Biliu City who appeared one after another couldn't even stop him. It's simply terrifying. There were waves of discussions in the crowd. The cultivators were very curious about this silver figure who had emerged suddenly. He had won every battle before. Since he appeared a month ago, he has never lost. He is the nightmare of everyone on the Xianjiao list. Because many geniuses in Biliu City seemed to have become the background of the silver figure at this moment. Woo woo. Outside Biliu City, the disciple of Liuqi Pavilion, who ranks second on the Xianjiao list, looked at the silver figure opposite with a solemn expression and took out a gray animal horn. This is a treasure. When it is blown, it emits a woo-woo sound, and ripples spread. It hits the silver figure. After escaping for a long time, it is finally impossible to avoid it now, otherwise the ranking on the Xianjiao list will be lost. Chapter 353, The Members of the Hidden Family, the pinnacle battle to reach the top, the surging fighting spirit. This battle is the pinnacle battle representing the geniuses of Biliu City. Whether it was the genius of the Six Wonders Pavilion or the young man in silver armor, both sides were terrifyingly strong. Even those ordinary cultivators who didn't care about the fighting all ran out at this moment. They stopped on the city wall and watched. Because it was rare to see a real battle between geniuses. This was very different from the previous battles between geniuses on the Xianjiao list. There was a huge gap between the two, and there was no comparison at all. For ordinary cultivators, it would be good enough to catch up with the top 10 of the Xianjiao list in their lifetime. And going further, that would be another level. Few people can reach it. The moment the disciple of the Six Wonders Pavilion blew the gray unicorn magic weapon, the woo-woo sound was deafening. The cultivators who stayed inside the city wall seemed to be shrouded in a restless mind at this moment. Their eyes were blurred, as if they were cholera. The tip of the seemingly ordinary animal horn emitted a strange light of multiple colors, and the invisible ripples spread, shaking the whole world. Even though the central battlefield was far above the sky, the trees outside Biliu City fell down, the rocks collapsed, and all rolled up into the sky. It was a scene of the end of the world. This is the power of the magic weapon, which can use the principles of a certain aspect to the extreme. Even if ordinary cultivators try their best, they cannot compete with this huge power. However, the silver figure just smiled contemptuously, pointed the long spear in his hand to the sky, and the silver light that penetrated the sky tore everything apart. The strange ripples were instantly dispersed. A casual blow was so powerful. It's just a jumping clown who relies on external objects, but he can still rank second on the Xianjiao list. Biliu City is really too small. There are not even a few decent opponents. A waste like you is not even qualified to shoot me. The silver young man sneered, his words full of sarcasm. For Xianjiao like them who fight with their own strength, the disciples of Liuqi Pavilion are definitely cheating. It is a great shame to want to win by taking shortcuts. Despised by the real Xianjiao. A waste like you is not worth my wasting too much thought. I want to fight with the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain later. It seems that I have to deal with you quickly. Before the rumbling voice was finished, the silver-armored young man rushed over here, with a thunderous momentum and lightning speed, shocking people's hearts. The face of the disciple of Liuqi Pavilion was livid, thinking that he was discriminated against. It is also a skill to have so many magic weapons to protect yourself. This is related to the magic weapon sacrifice and refining method of Liuqi Pavilion. Why does this silver-armored young man who appeared out of thin air look down on him? Thinking of this, the disciple of Liuqi Pavilion was fierce, and the spiritual power of his whole body surged. The sound of the great way of listening of several magic weapons sounded at the same time. This piece of sky was blown up many times. The mountains below became broken, the clouds were stirred, and the wind was howling. Even so, the figure of the silver-armored young man was not affected too much. Gun after gun kept stabbing. Rumbling. The disciples of the Six Wonders Pavilion were terrified, even though they were protected by many magic weapons, which could be said to be airtight. However, with only the foundation building stage, he could not fully exert the power of the magic weapons. At most, he could only mobilize 1/10 or 1/12 of the power. Therefore, under the fierce attack of the silver-armored young man, he soon felt exhausted and a little overwhelmed. Even if the disciples of the Six Wonders Pavilion took out a more powerful flying sword magic weapon, he was not a sword cultivator, so he could only let the flying sword attack and kill with his instinct. Such an attack would kill ordinary cultivators, but it would not have much deterrent effect on a peerless person like the silver-armored young man. The forward posture did not change at all, and it got closer and closer. The silver-armored young man was really too strong. The war spear in his hand swept across, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth were infected. The clouds were torn apart, and the dead trees and boulders in the mountains were all shattered, shaking everything. Puff! A shot pierced through the air, and the left half of the body of the disciple of the Six Wonders Pavilion, who ranked second on the list of the Biliu city's Xianjiao, was instantly pierced. Half of his arm was directly blown apart, and a large amount of blood mist emerged from his body. If it weren't for the magic weapon protecting him, he would have been killed by just this one shot. Despite this, the disciple of the Six Wonders Pavilion only had his last breath left and fell into coma. Luo Yan, who came to the outside of Biliu City to watch the battle, saw it. The silver-armored young man was surging with an invincible might. And this might will become stronger and stronger as the number of battles increases and the more battles he wins. This is cultivating momentum. People with this belief all take the path of fighting to cultivate war, starting from a small area and slowly fighting outward. Constantly stirring up the turbulent wind and clouds, invincible and unstoppable. In fact, in the expectation of Chen Liaozhu, Luo Yan should also take such a path of fighting. Fighting a region Xianjiao with one's own body. When the method is established, the momentum is established. So the moment he saw the silver-armored young man, Luo Yan concluded that this man was practicing with the same purpose as him. For a moment, his fighting spirit was boiling. Only by fighting with such a powerful opponent can he make the fastest progress. In the past, when fighting with geniuses on the Xianjiao list, Luo Yan had to divide his strength into 7 parts in order to put pressure on himself. In order to maximize the purpose of sharpening himself. But now that a real Xianjiao has been born, he doesn't have to endure it anymore. I heard that the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain ranks first on the Xianjiao list. I'm waiting for you here. Are you willing to come out and fight? The silver-armored young man's feet were suspended in the sky, and the cold light on his long spear was like a god of war descending to the earth. His momentum was unmatched. Especially after a bloody battle, his reputation reached a peak. The eyes of the cultivators looking at him were all with a hint of fear. As if to say, they are both foundation-building cultivators, why is the gap so big? It's just like a battle between giant and cultivators. Therefore, outside the huge Biliu city, even though there were countless cultivators, they all became quiet under this voice. The cultivators were also looking forward to the final battle. It was as if they were witnessing a kind of history. This kind of true collision of peerless geniuses was rarely seen once in decades, and now it was happening one after another. No one wanted to miss such a grand scene. Even those cultivators who had placed a bed of spirit stones focused their attention on the silver-armored young man at this time. After all, spirit stone bets are common on the Xianjiao list, but this kind of peak confrontation is not common. You just fought a battle. I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight again tomorrow. At this time, a magnificent swordlight flew out from the Biliu city wall. The swordlight landed and transformed into a gray-robed figure. He looked ordinary, and there was nothing conspicuous except the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. Ha, that's just the beginning. It won't take much effort to deal with a loser who can only use external force. I have long yearned for the sword cultivators in your Lingjian mountain. I plan to challenge you at your sect headquarters in the second half of this training. But now that I have met you, I can ask for your advice. The silver-armored young man waved the war spear in his hand, and clouds exploded in the distance. He was full of fighting spirit. The long spear swung, and dazzling gray light filled the sky, surrounded by various powerful runes. It was like a gray energy ball that was constantly condensing. I have been practicing in the secret place of my family since I was young. It took me 24 years and 3 months. I finally defeated 10,000 stone crystal war puppets some time ago, and was allowed to come out of seclusion. It just so happened that there was a so-called Xianjiao list popular here, so I was curious to fight it. In the end, all the people on the list were vulnerable, which disappointed me. But since I have come here, I still fight step by step according to the rules set by the Xianjiao list with my expectations in my heart. Come on, fight with me with all your strength. Let me see the power of your sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain. The silver-armored young man shouted, and the fighting power on his body accumulated to the peak. This is a kind of true invincibility that only cultivators who will embark on the road of Xianjiao will deliberately condense. Only the last 10 years are left to hone their fighting skills and prepare for the opening of the road of Xianjiao. I think I should have guessed the identity of that silver figure. A low cry came from the wall of Biliu city. A monk wearing a large-scale Taoist robe seemed to have remembered something and turned to his companion. But in this place where there are shadowy figures, any noise will be inadvertently heard by others unless it is secretly transmitted. So as soon as this was said, countless eyes were cast in the surroundings, waiting for his next words. Obviously, everyone was also very curious about the identity of the silver-armored young man. After all, ordinary sects cannot cultivate disciples with strength. I wonder if you have ever heard of hidden families. It is said that in addition to the dozen large sects in Huizhongzhou territory, there are also some immortal cultivation families living in small interlayers of space. This kind of family generally rarely communicates with the outside world, and only sticks to its own small spiritual world. Outsiders don't know their specific family addresses and cannot enter. Although the reputation of this kind of cultivation family is not well known, their strength should not be underestimated. After all, they are rare cave heaven families, so the disciples of these hidden families generally don't go out. Those who can go out into the world are all extremely powerful. Seeing the eyes of the cultivators, this person did not hide anything and directly told the information he knew. He also thought that the silver figure was the core disciple of a family before. But from the words of Stone Crystal Battle Puppet, he thought of the hidden family. After all, only the people of the hidden family like to use battle puppets to hone the disciples of the clan. Otherwise, they will be trapped in that micro-world for the rest of their lives. Shine for the family. This is also one of the principles of those hidden families. If you are not strong enough, you are not allowed to come out. In that case, please teach me, brother. Hearing the words of the silver-armored young man, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain could feel the sincerity in them. He stopped trying to dissuade him. People of their sect are naturally warlike. The previous battles had already aroused his hidden fighting spirit. Now that he had this opportunity, he certainly would not choose to retreat. The sword of a sword cultivator is only considered a real sword if it is sacrificed with the blood of fellow cultivators. So the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain began to condense a jade sword light on his chest. Go! The jade sword light immediately turned into a large sword energy net, as fast as the wind, like a shadow, and swept towards the silver-armored young man. Under the blessing of the sword intention of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, this large sword energy net actually had a vague feeling. Through the oncoming spear light, It rushed straight to the real body of the silver-armored young man. "Come on!" the silver-armored young man shouted, and the long spear in his hand glowed, like a falling meteor, passing through the sky. The two collided directly. Ripples were rippling in the sky, the jade sword net and the silver spear clashed. The invisible ripples were like waves, rushing straight to the mountains on both sides. The power of this sword and spear was extremely amazing. All kinds of spiritual light were overwhelming. Runes were blazing, like one lightning bolt after another. The battle was extremely fierce. The two sides fought together, and for a moment there was a feeling of being evenly matched. Kill! The two people above the sky turned into two dazzling balls of light, one gray and one silver, and continued to fight each other. The two sides fought for a long time. From afternoon to evening, the sunset fell, and darkness invaded. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Almost all the cultivators in Luo City were attracted by this evenly matched battle. There were even some high-level cultivators with huge and deep auras on the city wall, and they were also startled by this movement. Obviously, they were sighing at the strength of this generation of young people. If they reach the giant stage, this invincible posture may continue. Finally, when the silver spear light broke through the sky, the heavy sword shadows in the sky disappeared. The armor on the silver-armored young man was tattered and covered with sword marks. He was panting heavily, but the light in his eyes was like a bright star. Because he won. Even a sword cultivator as strong as Lingjian Mountain fell under his spear light. In just 1 month, the silver-armored young man went from the bottom of the Xianjiao list to the top of the Xianjiao list. This is an amazing record. It is shocking. When the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain who fell to the ground was taken away by his companions, countless communication jade slips flew out of Luo City like crazy. A true peerless hero appeared here, and more disciples from the big sects would come here after hearing the news. Their strength will be even stronger. Warfare is the nature of the Xianjiao of the big sect. Because they need a strong opponent as a whetstone, waiting for the arrival of that battle. Luo Yan, who watched this battle from beginning to end, could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in his heart. He also wanted to go up and fight. But the current spirit puppet body was not strong enough. He needed to change another core kinetic energy. That is, the core jadeite that stores spiritual energy needs to be of higher quality. Otherwise, the total amount of spiritual energy stored is too small to support his fighting for such a long time. When I find a higher quality Lifadeo body core, I will come to fight you. Are you a member of the hidden family? I am looking forward to fighting with you. Luo Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart and left the crowd. Chapter 354, The New Lei Fuling Puppet, the Private Treasure House of the Palace-Dressed Woman. The shocking battle outside Luo City not only made the cultivators see the strength of the silver-armored youth, but also made them realize that Luo City might be about to change. Originally, this list was only circulated in Luo City. But now, as time goes by, its popularity is getting wider and wider. Due to the special reward system and challenge rules, the authenticity of this Xianjiao list is increasingly recognized by the cultivators. They all regard it as a benchmark for the younger generation. So many cultivators outside came to Luo City after hearing the legends of their fellow disciples or friends. They all wanted to see the real strength of the Xianjiao. Those who are confident in their own strength will subconsciously compare it with the geniuses on the Xianjiao list. This can also have a clear strength positioning. Whether it is fame or fortune, as long as you are on the Xianjiao list, you will have it. So more cultivators are attracted by this list. The appearance of the silver-armored youth is not an isolated case, but just a microcosm. The more time passes, the strength ranking on the Xianjiao list will usher in more reshuffles. Competition among fellow cultivators will become more intense. Some people were on the list before, purely for the expensive spiritual stone reward. But now that more people are participating in the battle, those geniuses who are not so outstanding will be ranked lower and lower, until they fall off the Xianjiao list. In addition, the Xianjiao battle is about to start, and there are only the last 10 years left. For example, the prodigies of heaven like the silver-armored young man have good skills, backgrounds, and cultivation. What they lack is only the last link of fighting experience. This also indirectly shows that those true peerless Xianjias are about to appear one by one in order to hone themselves. Even Luo Yan, who has always been calm and steady, was affected by the strong desire to fight. He wanted to fight those Xianjiao one-on-one. This is not because he is naturally belligerent, But the cruelty of the competition for the Xianjiao battle quota gave him a sense of urgency. After all, Luo Yan was not sure. With his current strength, even if he was at full power, it was unknown whether he could beat Lian. In the Five Elements Temple alone, there is such a tricky guy among the cultivators of the same generation. If we expand our vision to the 5 domains, and add the Xianjiao that appeared in the past 100 years, the urgency brought to Luo Yan is getting stronger and stronger. But it is related to the competition for the quota of ascension, so he must try his best no matter what. Improve his strength to the greatest extent, and don't want to leave any regrets for himself. The storm in Biliu City has spread for more than 10 days. During this period of time, many disciples from the surrounding major sects have rushed to the city one after another. Many of the rankings on the Xianjiao list have changed. The geniuses who were originally ranked at the bottom are now nowhere to be seen. It's just because the strength of the people on the list is getting stronger and stronger. Especially those people from the large sects, they can't stand the fact that the top position on the ranking list is occupied by a disciple from a hidden family. Isn't this a disguised explanation that their strength is not as strong as that of the hidden family? So many disciples from large forces are madly impacting the Xianjiao list. Among them, the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain are the most. They knew that there were endless fights here, and that there were opponents of almost every level, so they kept rushing here from the sect. The sword light of the sword cultivators would not work in the sword tower. The list of the Xianjiao list of Biliu City was just the time to test our true strength. The spiritual mist in Biliu City was curling, and the spiritual energy was blazing. The number of people in the city was almost doubled than before. There were cultivators wandering everywhere. Bang! The battle outside Biliu City was surging, and the misty energy beams were trembling, accompanied by runes, floating in the void. The outer walls were also filled with many people watching the battle. Some were ecstatic while watching the battle. It seemed to be caused by a previous battle. Brother Luo, it's getting more and more lively outside the city. They are all attracted by the Xianjiao list you made. The woman in palace dress held a piece of Xianxin marrow with a faint fluorescent light in her hand, and the spiritual energy around her was surging wildly, revealing a few inexplicable Dao rhymes. She handed the 3rd-level jadeite to the man in green clothes beside her. The Life and Death building has an intelligence network throughout Biliu City, so during this period of time, the woman in palace dress knew that many children of large forces had come here, such as Xianyang Snow Mountain, Biling Forbidden Land, some disciples of ancient families, etc. These hidden forces that have never appeared in the world on weekdays, as if influenced by the silver-armored young man, all rushed to Biliu City. It seems that they all attach great importance to the ranking of the Xianjiao list. Those who are invincible in their generation come for opponents of equal strength. Those with mediocre strength are affected by this large-scale fighting environment and want to join in the fun. The Xianjiao list can only be said to be an event introduction. Even if there is no such list, I believe that this challenge will gradually spread to other places. Luo Yan took the fist-sized Xianxin jadeite, and then waved his hand, and a large number of puppet materials fell to the ground. He directly disassembled the previous Lifa spirit body puppet. The core inside was sealed by a variety of sealing techniques. And it was in a mess, seemingly without a clue. If it was picked up by a cultivator who didn't know the correct steps and wanted to forcibly disassemble it, then the formation inside would be activated instantly and then self-destructed. Luo Yan unlocked the sealing techniques one by one, and the formations and runes engraved inside were all revealed. The palace-dressed woman subconsciously glanced over, but found that she didn't understand the steps of making a spirit puppet at all. She was not in a hurry, just stayed quietly beside her, her eyes always on the man in green. There was a strange color in her eyes from time to time, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Accompanying quietly. When Luo Yan disassembled the Lifa spirit body puppet, he found that the newly acquired 3rd-level jadeite, although the total amount of stored spiritual energy increased several times. The spiritual energy absorption rate has also become much smoother. But the spiritual wood originally suitable for the spirit puppet body has a conflict with this piece of Xianxin marrow. It's not that the spiritual wood that was originally used as the outer body of the spirit puppet can no longer be used. It's because the quality of this 3rd-level Xianxin marrow is higher, and its spiritual energy transmission rate is also higher. If the previous 2nd-level spiritual wood is used as the outer shell of the spirit puppet, the spiritual energy operation efficiency of Xianxin marrow will be reduced. The kinetic energy cannot be optimized. Luo Yan thought about it and simply replaced everything from the inside to the outside, whether it was the spiritual wood or the heart-protecting tortoise shell. In this way, the quality of the newly made spirit puppet will definitely be higher. Luo Yan did what he thought, and grabbed the hand of the palace-dressed woman again, and selected a few spiritual objects suitable for his spirit puppet from her storage jade bracelet. This seemingly presumptuous and rude action was exchanged for nothing more than a look like a soft wave. The palace-dressed woman did not resist, but acquiesced to this behavior. It's not that she doesn't care about the difference between men and women, but in front of a pure person like the green-clothed man, she can't have too many thoughts about men and women. Because she knows that the green-clothed Taoist has no other dirty thoughts. The reason why Luo Yan chose from the storage bracelet of the palace-dressed woman was because it was a small treasure house. Whether it was a precious medicine with a history of more than 1,000 years, or a semi-spiritual treasure that had already given birth to self-awareness, a fourth-level elixir, etc., there was almost everything in stock. When Luo Yan first saw this scene, he was also very surprised for a long time. Later, he realized that with a degree of pampering of the white-haired old man on the roof, it was estimated that most of the gains from this life and death building were given to the palace-dressed woman. Although her wealth was not as good as that of a child of heaven like Ji Hongxi, it was definitely unique. Especially the semi-spiritual treasure that gave birth to self-awareness, which made Luo Yan envious. Semi-spiritual treasure. Ordinary Yuanying period cultivators do not have two, but the palace-dressed woman has one. Even Luo Yan himself, although he has a lot of spiritual stones on him, because he has not accumulated cultivation resources for a short time. The quality and diversity of his treasures cannot be compared with a palace-dressed woman. Luo Yan put away his restless thoughts, and his eyes were not on those dazzling treasures. Instead, he looked for something that his spirit puppet could use, and the grade only needed to reach the 3rd grade. Although precious, it was not extremely rare. Such spiritual objects could be measured by spiritual stones. Otherwise, Luo Yan could not afford it. So he still chose the former iron laurel wood to make the outer shell of the spirit puppet. The characteristic of this spiritual wood is its hard texture. It can withstand the bombardment of the most excellent magic tools without damage. Luo Yan took the innermost core wood core. In other words, a 3rd-grade iron laurel wood that has grown for hundreds of years, at a height of dozens of meters, can only take out the core wood core that is less than 2 meters long. It is just right for carving a spirit puppet. The wood core at the core of the iron laurel wood, although it has lost its original indestructible hardness, has a kind of spiritual permeability. It is perfect for the outer shell of the spirit puppet. After all, the spirit puppet made by Luo Yan is fundamentally different from the general 3rd-grade puppet. The power of the 3rd-order puppet actually involves a part of the domain of the law, which is inseparable from the 3rd-order formation engraved inside it. The 3rd-order formation is generally related to the potential, domain, and the law of the law. If you don't reach that level, you can't touch it. Therefore, the 3rd-order puppet has also developed a function of autonomously distinguishing between enemies and friends. It can clearly distinguish which are enemies and which are ordinary cultivators. It is almost the same as a normal cultivator. Therefore, the 3rd-order puppet is also an excellent meat shield that can resist and fight. So its external shell is hard and inevitable. But Luo Yan's spirit puppet is different. He only needs the amount of spiritual energy stored in the spiritual energy transmission rate. Because the actions of the spirit puppet body need to be controlled by him. Only in this way can it be not far from the real body of a cultivator. As for the protective object used to protect the core kinetic energy Shyang's in marrow, Luo Yan did not choose the tortoise shell. It's not that there is no 3rd-order spirit tortoise shell in the small treasure house of the palace-dressed woman, but there is no need. It is too wasteful to break the 3rd-order tortoise shell and use it only as a protective shell for the core jadeite. Just use the remaining 3rd-level iron laurel wood. Burn. Luo Yan pinched his hands together, and a blazing spiritual fire rose in his palms. This is the spiritual fire unique to the foundation-building cultivators. Luo Yan used the fire-based formation in his fire-based Dharma body to keep it in the ignition state. Next, he took out a few pieces of chalcedony mushrooms that were used as core kinetic energy before, and melted them into liquid using spiritual fire. After 2 incense sticks, a ball of milky white jade mushroom liquid floated in the air. It even exuded a faint stone fragrance, just like the iron tree flower, very light, but long-lasting and rich. Luo Yan evenly spread the jade mushroom liquid inside the iron laurel wood core. The purpose is to increase the spiritual energy permeability of these wood cores again. In addition to the blessing of the gathering spirit array and the storage spirit array. In this way, the spiritual energy accumulation speed inside the spirit puppet body will be greatly enhanced. Luo Yan's own continuous fighting ability will also be greatly improved. When facing a strong opponent like the silver-armored youth, it is almost impossible to suppress him in a short time without using the 5 elements magic. The strength of this kind of Xianjiao has basically reached the peak of the foundation building stage. Whether it is the skills, realm, cultivation, or fighting experience, they are all top-notch. Facing such an opponent, even Luo Yan cannot be careless. That's why he thought about remaking the Leafa spirit puppet body. The purpose is to be able to fight with all his strength when fighting with this kind of Xianjiao. Otherwise, with only the current spiritual energy storage of the spirit puppet body, its true strength will not be greatly restricted, but the fighting time will be affected by the total amount of spiritual energy stored in the jade marrow. Now that the Leafa spirit puppet body has been greatly changed, the previous shortcomings can be perfectly covered up. At that time, Luo Yan can fight anyone he wants. He can cast spells at will. However, the cost of doing so is also extremely expensive. The cost of a spirit puppet body before was no more than 9,000 spirit stones. The cost price of this newly made spirit puppet body has been forcibly increased by dozens of times. Even the chalcedony mushroom, which was previously used as the core kinetic energy, can only be used as a supplementary material now. If it weren't for the fact that he earned so many spirit stones in Biliu City, Luo Yan would really feel a little distressed to put so many spirit stones into a spirit puppet body. After all, the more treasures are put into the spirit puppet body, once it is damaged, it is equivalent to throwing away hundreds of thousands of spirit stones for no reason. Except for a small number of cultivators, no one would be willing to do such a rich man's behavior. But such an effort is worth it. When the spirit puppet body was engraved with the scriptures of Tai'an Shenlai Sutra, Kijia Zhenglai Sutra, 5 elements Shenlai and other scriptures, Luo Yan's consciousness sank, and he immediately felt a much more majestic power than before being nurtured. The manifestation of this thunder power is not obvious. Through the blessing of the gathering spirit array and the soul enriching array, it continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the attic. Then, the thunder and lightning scriptures engraved on the spirit puppet's body will transform it, thus transforming the ordinary spiritual energy into thunder and lightning power. Chapter 355, The Thunder Gatekeeper finally appears, causing silence. The speed of the newly constructed Leafa spirit puppet to convert spiritual energy is several times higher than that of the original spirit puppet. The frequency of its spiritual energy transmission has increased by more than 10 times. In simple terms, it increases the total amount of spiritual energy inside the spirit puppet and speeds up the recovery of spiritual energy. The advantage of this is that even if you fight with others very frequently, you can quickly recover in a short period of time by absorbing spiritual stones or the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth outside. The sustainability of the battle has been greatly improved. It is no longer like the previous spirit puppet, where the peak moment of the fight can only last for less than 2/4 of an hour. And powerful magical powers and spells cannot be used multiple times, otherwise they will face the situation of insufficient spiritual energy. As for those powerful second-level attack arrays, this time, Luo Yan only engraved a red sun thunder sword array. The rest of the places are still engraved with auxiliary runes such as perception, defense, unloading, light body, and breath. His purpose in doing this is to maximize his strength and limit the idea of relying on the sword array to destroy the enemy. Get rid of all that trickery. Otherwise, during the battle, when the right opportunity comes, Luo Yan will easily subconsciously use the sword array carved inside the spirit puppet body. Since he wants to fight fairly, he should try to remove all external help as much as possible. As time slowly passed, a whole day passed quietly. After the last sealing spell was cast, Luo Yan's eyes were bright, his hands flew up and down, and in the blink of an eye, he activated this spirit puppet body. He shouted softly, "Gather!" The iron laurelwood core, which was originally about 2 meters long, stood up out of thin air. Then the sawdust on it flew everywhere, and then the body slowly shrank. As the runes and the edges of the magic array slid back and forth, they finally became round and turned into a young Taoist. At this time, the operation of the rune light had not stopped, and the spiritual energy from the outside world rushed in crazily, an endless glow gathered. It was like a pile of light silver light rain, very dazzling. When the silver thunder glow condensed, the Taoist's face gradually became clear, and it was Luo Yan's face. The only difference is that in the reconstructed Thunder Taoist's hand, there is a crescent mark on the left palm and a sun mark on the right palm. The two marks are still constantly absorbing and spitting out energy from the outside world, as if they have real life. It is extremely magical. Pa. Congratulations to Brother Luo for creating another powerful spirit puppet. Such a mysterious method really opens my eyes. The palace-dressed woman clapped her hands in admiration, her clear eyes were full of amazement. In this day, she finally saw what a spirit puppet body is. Such a puppet technique is more exquisite than the sky puppet in her store downstairs. Although those sky puppets on the first floor can escape into nothingness, making it difficult to defend against. But if you stand in place, even a young cultivator in the key refining stage, as long as you observe carefully, you can find a sense of disharmony in it in a short time. But these spirit puppet bodies in front of the palace-dressed woman opened her eyes. Countless runes flashed, and the divine sense could not be detected, and the spiritual eyes could not check. Every move was the same as that of a real person. It was as if the real Thunder Monk was here in person. Fairy Mingai was too flattering. It's nothing more than some simple strange and lewd techniques. With a crack, silver lightning came out from Luo Yan's body, and the power of thunder overflowed from the inside, emitting an amazing glow. Silver threads were flying all over his body. Luo Yan closed his eyes, held his breath, and put away this fluctuation. Fairy Mingai, please help me make an appointment with the heir of the hidden family. I will wait for him to fight outside Biliu City at noon tomorrow. The woman in palace dress beside him was not surprised to hear this. During this period of time, she had heard too many stories about these geniuses. That is, everyone is full of confidence, unruly, and unwilling to admit defeat. They think they are invincible below the giant and stage monks. They are always fighting with others to prove themselves. It seems that this is a way to show their genius. Although the man in green in front of her did not show that kind of superior attitude, the woman in palace dress knew very well that he was one of those people. It was hard to understand that he liked to fight with others. Glancing at the man who was immersed in breathing beside her, the woman in palace dress shook her head gently. She didn't understand why this group of people wanted to fight all day long. What's the point of this? Isn't it better to practice quietly and not cause trouble? Although there were a lot of doubts in her heart, the woman in palace dress still obediently took out a special jade card and sent a message to challenge. As for herself, she didn't think about leaving the side of the man in green. Because this way she can observe a lot of things that she can't touch on weekdays. The man in green in front of her seemed like a mystery, which made the woman in palace dress sink unconsciously. In addition, the entire life and death building was hers, and she could stay wherever she wanted. Seeing this, Luo Yan didn't care and acquiesced to the existence of the woman in palace dress. At noon on the second day, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The sky was a little gloomy, and the wind blowing from all directions was not strong. Outside Biliu City, there were still countless streams of people. They climbed onto the high platform one after another, waiting for today's amazing duel. This also caused other Xianjiao who had originally scheduled a duel in advance to take the initiative to stagger their duels. Because they didn't want to miss today's peak battle. I heard that both sides of the battle today are very special. One side is from the hidden family, and the challenger on the other side is the Thunder Gatekeeper, who we have never seen him take action. Despite this, judging from the ranking of the life and death building, the Thunder Gatekeeper's strength is definitely better than the other 6. The people on the wall whispered, and the jade card in their hands flashed with spiritual light. In the strange space inside, there were 2 dazzling and huge figures suspended in the sky. One side was a silver-armored young man, and the other side was the mysterious Thunder Gatekeeper. But the Gatekeeper's figure at this time was illusory. Because no one has ever seen his true face. Who do you think will win? Who would be safer to bet on in this duel? The person next to him asked. No one in Biliu City is unfamiliar with the bets on the Xianjiao list. Most people have participated in betting. Some have even made a lot of money. This new way of betting on spirit stones is praised for its fairness and secrecy. Naturally, it is sought after by many cultivators. Needless to say, the strength of the silver-armored young man. It has been confirmed that he is from a hidden family, and he is unmatched with his long spear and halberd. In less than a month, he took the top spot on the Xianjiao list. There were many challengers who tried to pull him down from the top of the Xianjiao list, but none of them succeeded. It seems that he has become a real invincible person of the same level. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he will not lose. In the eyes of many cultivators, he is like a god of war. If it were another opponent, everyone would definitely bet without hesitation, the heir of the hidden family. It is basically equivalent to giving away spirit stones for free, and it is a waste if you don't make money. But the opponent in this battle is the Thunder Gatekeeper, who has never appeared in the life and death building. This made many of the cultivators who had placed bets hesitate. You have to know that the strength of the previous 6 gatekeepers, such as the gold, wood, fire, water, earth, and sword gatekeepers, were clearly displayed in front of everyone. It was no problem for a simple basic 5-element gatekeeper to defeat the geniuses ranked after the 20th place. The sword gatekeeper was even more likely to defeat the top 10. Although he didn't attack many times, every time he won like a crushing victory. This was the naked fact presented in front of the cultivators. Now they had to send out a Thunder Guard who was stronger than the previous 6 gatekeepers. The outcome of this battle became somewhat predictable. Even those cultivators who boasted that the descendants of the hidden family were invincible became less certain at this moment. After all, before the silver-armored young man came, the most popular gatekeeper in Luo City was the 5-element gatekeeper in the life and death building. Almost all the geniuses on the Xianjiao list were beaten by the 6 of them. Although there were occasional misses, they were also deliberately targeted. The use of the 5 elements magic weapons that mutually promote and restrain each other made the gatekeeper of the basic 5 elements suffer a setback. If we talk about the real invincible cultivator, before this, everyone must have respected the gatekeeper of the life and death tower. And the strength of the gatekeeper is divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 positions of the Xianjiao list. The sword cultivator rarely made a move, but his opponents were all in the top 10 of the Xianjiao list, and he won so easily and directly. He was already so strong. And the Thunder Guardian ranked above the Sword Guardian, you can imagine how terrifying this person's strength is. It's better to bet carefully. Logically speaking, the direct descendant of the hidden family has fought so many times, and his strength is definitely at the top level of the first tier. But this time the opponent is the Thunder Gatekeeper after all. Under normal circumstances, I have never seen the Gatekeeper lose in an equal duel. Many people hesitated, and some were not sure. Even those cultivators who were very gambling became cautious at this moment. Because before the silver-armored young man appeared, the strongest person on the Xianjiao list, which was tacitly recognized by all the cultivators, was the gatekeeper sent by the life and death building. This was won through the accumulation of victory after victory. Now that the 2 strongest people are about to meet, the outcome is naturally difficult to predict. Although the ranking of the Thunder Gatekeeper is higher than that of the Sword and 5 Elements Gatekeepers, no one has really seen it after all. When the cultivators on the city wall were caught in the tangle of betting, an invisible ripple came from the void outside Luo City. A green-robed cultivator wearing a silver mask suddenly appeared and walked out of the ripples, attracting the attention of all the cultivators. There was no strange light, but the way of appearance was silent. You are finally here. I heard that the strength of your gatekeepers is divided into 7 levels. The 6th level Sword Gatekeeper alone has already beaten those useless people so badly that they can't even lift their heads. You are the strongest among the 7. I believe your fighting skills should be quite good. Can you open my eyes today? The silver-armored young man held a long spear, the tip of which was shining coldly, sharp and fierce. After so many days of fighting, he has gained full confidence. No one of his peers in the entire Luo City is his opponent. Even though he has heard some rumors about the gatekeepers, he still doesn't think they are his opponents. In the battle to accumulate invincibility, he has already embarked on the journey. Thunder. The green-clothed Taoist on the opposite side heard the voice and said nothing. He did not talk to him. He just gently stretched out his right hand with his palm facing outward. The yang mark was exposed, and then it suddenly exploded. With a chi, thousands of lightning flashes broke through the void, turning the entire sky into a sea of thunder. Seeing such a swift thunder, the face of the silver-armored young man instantly became serious. Whether he was a strong opponent or not, this one strike would tell. The person in front of him was definitely not ordinary. The power of this thunder was too violent. The silver-armored young man kept moving his body to avoid this violent electric light area. Because the thunder here was so fierce, it was simply frightening. Kill. Although he temporarily avoided the explosive attack of the lightning, the silver-armored young man was not afraid. He held the war spear and kept waving it. The long spear suddenly surged. This was a kind of spear magic, which directly penetrated the void and hit the thunder area. The two collided and emitted a blazing and dazzling light. "You are indeed very strong." The silver-armored young man stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His spirit was calm and his eyes were shining. The power of just one strike made him see the extraordinariness of this Thunder Gatekeeper. It really deserves to be the strongest among the 7 gatekeepers. It is a great fortune to have such a powerful person as an opponent. Come on, let me see your true strength. How strong can the power of thunder be? The silver-armored young man's eyes bloomed with divine light, penetrating the lightning-shining thunder domain and seeing the green figure behind him. He had a surging desire to fight in his heart, because such an opponent was rare. He was qualified to be his enemy. Boom! The silver-armored young man attacked again, and a spear flew out, with star-like runes shining on it, turning into a ball of light. The light became more and more dazzling, and finally condensed into a huge star, rushing towards the thunder domain. Another attack made the thunder domain dim a lot in this majestic power. Various runes lingered around the stars, and the strong murderous aura was overwhelming, which made people feel terrified. The walls of Luo City were full of gasps. Watching the collision of these two blazing energies, such violent fluctuations, even at a long distance, gave them a feeling of being pricked by needles. Want to escape from this area? Lightning filled the sky, gunshots deafened the ears, and all kinds of runes filled the air. It was so terrifying that no one dared to say anything. It seemed that this was not a battle between foundation-building monks at all. It was a battle between monks of another level. There were many disciples and children of powerful sects on the city wall. When they saw that the two men's casual attack caused such a big commotion, their eyes were filled with bitterness and silence. It was really too horrifying. Chapter 356. Who will compete with me? Bullying the weak? The sky is cracked. With such a powerful opponent, how could they fight? Even if they risked their lives, they probably couldn't hurt him at all. The gap between ordinary cultivators and these truly great men was really too big. Outside Luo City, the battle between Luo Yan and the silver-armored youth had entered a white-hot stage. Boom! His whole body was emitting terrifying lightning, mobilizing most of the thunder power, and then bursting out with blazing silver light. The sound of crackling continued. With a hum, the yin and yang thunder power from the palms of the two hands merged into one, like a huge silver millstone. It was madly devouring those domineering spear rays, and the scene was a bit scary. Huh? Luo Yan frowned. This descendant of the hidden family was really powerful. Even after fighting with him many times, even using the power of minor magical powers, he still couldn't take him down. Because the opponent was originally on the path of spear. Every move and style carried great power, not inferior to the magical power of the Taoist lineage. Even in a simple energy comparison, even if Luo Yan used the origin of thunder, he could not suppress the spear power. It is conceivable how terrifying the descendant of this hidden family is. In the monstrous spear light, it seemed to carry an aura of dominance, which dispersed the thin clouds in the sky. The figure of the silver-armored young man was tall and amazing. The entire Luo City was filled with two majestic forces, the violent light of thunder and the blazing spear light. It caused all kinds of energy to linger, and the lightning and spear power continued to melt, filling the void. The city defense formation of Luo City was shaken by this majestic energy fluctuation. For a while, this place was intertwined with lightning, spear blades danced everywhere, and various energy beams were frequently shot. The two were caught in a duel of equal strength. The two also fought with real fire. Kill! In the distance, the silver-armored young man shouted, turning his body into a spear and merging into the long spear. The silver spear body suddenly emitted a monstrous light, and then the spear body also grew rapidly, shaking the world. Then it smashed forward fiercely. This might shock many people watching the battle, and their faces were full of shock. Can this magic weapon become as huge as a small mountain? Someone was surprised, and his words were full of disbelief. Because in his eyes, the spear, which was originally about 10 feet long, was affected by those runes and suddenly grew wildly. It became as huge as a small mountain. Such a ghostly and unpredictable method is simply unimaginable. He couldn't help but doubt, is this really an attack made by a cultivator in the foundation building period? Next to him, the Thunder Law Guardian of the Life and Death Tower also emitted a dazzling silver light, and small silver and white snakes kept rushing out. It collided head-on with a monstrous spear shadow. Boom! The void exploded, and two kinds of silver light filled the sky. Although the energy nature is different, this violent power still makes people feel like thorns. Swish! A series of lightning struck nearby. The young man in silver armor dodged, and the lightning poured down on the protective formation. Ripples resounded continuously, making the hair of the people on the city wall stand on end. It can be seen how terrifying the power of this thunder is. Kill! The two of them fought fiercely, and the sea of thunder formed by the runes infected the entire sky. The entire Beliu city was rumbling. The lightning continued. Suddenly, the Yin thunder mark and the Yang thunder mark in Luo Yan's palm burst out with blazing light again. Although the two merged together, the energy did not leak out, but kept bursting out one after another silver snakes. These little snakes were very smart, as if they had life, spreading in the void. They were densely packed, as if it was a nest of snakes. Not long after, the Yin mark on their bodies appeared, and their bodies gradually became transparent, and then disappeared into the sky. Bang! 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 The silver-armored youth screamed, and his armor was hit several times, shaking his whole body, and blood was spilled. He quickly swung his spear to form an energy barrier. Through this barrier, he could see many invisible silver thunder snakes, constantly attacking. Although his body was injured, the silver-armored youth still did not retreat, standing tall in the void. The fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and his eyes were cold. After suppressing his injuries, he took a step forward and stabbed Luo Yan with his spear. The silver-armored youth practiced spear techniques. When fighting against long-range magic practitioners such as thunder magic practitioners, as long as he got close, he could find a way to pierce them with a spear. Have you forgotten the speed of thunder? The silver light in Luo Yan's eyes was brilliant, and the spiritual energy in his body surged to the maximum, directly turning into small silver snakes and spreading out. Of course, he knew his own weaknesses. When facing such a strong enemy, he would naturally not be careless. This place has become a sea of thunder, and Luo Yan has entered the sea of thunder, like a fish in the water, making it impossible for people to lock onto his figure. The silver-armored youth roared to the sky, carrying the shadows of guns all over the sky, blasting a gap in the sea of thunder, blazing and dazzling. Luo Yan ignored it and continued to cast various thunder runes, such as 7 Armor Thunder Sutra, 5 Elements 5 Thunder Method and other small magical powers, and performed them one by one. He opened fire directly and kept blasting at the silver figure, deafening. The endless lightning lasted for a long time. Bang! 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 The two collided again, and the silver-armored youth's shoulders shook violently, his arms were charred, and his cuffs burst, turning into ashes in the endless lightning. At the same time, Luo Yan turned into an illusory spirit butterfly, like flying in the real and fake world, and his speed increased again. He pressed down lightly. With a bang, the endless power of yin and yang thunder burst out in an instant. The silver-armored youth's body and both arms were cracked with a sound of crackling. If it weren't for the silver armor blocking the attack, he would have been seriously injured with just this one blow. This attack came too suddenly. Even though the silver-armored youth had been through hundreds of battles, he didn't react in the first place. He was injured again. It's over. It looks like the descendant of the hidden family is going to lose. Those with great strength can naturally see the true situation of the duel between the two outside the city. Although the silver-armored youth's spear light seemed to be violent and unparalleled, carrying great power, he was still at a disadvantage against a Thunder Guardian. Because the speed of the thunder was really too fast. No matter how strong the spear light was, it just couldn't hit. The silver-armored youth shouted, a slight negligence, and the opponent succeeded. He was unwilling to accept it. So he threw the spear in his hand directly, turning it into a blazing energy light, trying to counterattack the spirit butterfly. But the spirit butterfly transformed by the thunder just spread its wings gently and disappeared. After all, the dream butterfly art can escape into nothingness for a short time. The attacks of the foundation building cultivators are all in the real realm, so naturally they can't hit Luo Yan's real body. Otherwise, this kind of Taoism is not worthy of being called an incomplete great magical art. Luo Yan continued to do the same, turning the entire area into a sea of thunder, with dazzling lightning. Even if it was pierced by the spear of the silver-armored young man, it was healed by other silver snakes in an instant. No matter where the silver-armored young man flew, this blazing thunder followed his figure closely. The thunder kept falling and the offensive was endless. Wherever the silver-armored young man was, this fierce lightning bombardment would follow. It was like a torrential rain, never stopping for a moment. Such a long period of thunder bombardment naturally consumed a lot of energy. If it was the previous spirit puppet body, the spirit energy in the spirit puppet body would have been exhausted in the spell casting at this intensity. The reconstructed Thunder Dharma body is like a thunder artillery that keeps casting spells. As long as Luo Yan's mind moves, a large piece of silver light falls, which is extremely powerful. Although the consumption is amazing, it is also within the tolerance range. How can I lose? I can't lose. In order to defeat those stone war puppets, I spent more than 30 years before I was able to get out of that small world cage. Under the giant realm, I am invincible. The silver-armored young man's mouth was bleeding, and the blood flowing down his shoulders soaked the armor on his body. But his eyes were unyielding, and his whole body burst into dazzling light, and the whole person merged into the gun body again. Thinking of the hardships he had suffered in order to get out of that small world over the years, the inhuman tempering he had endured, it was even more difficult for the silver-armored young man to accept his failure. The battle of the Xianjiao has not yet begun, and his own road to fighting and practicing has just started. Now he is facing the possibility of failure. This makes it difficult for the silver-armored young man to accept. Use your body to break the formation. The shadow of the spear is endless. The man does not stop. The momentum continues. The spear suppresses the mountain. A silver spear rushed up again, condensing into a mountain-like figure, and made a clanging sound. With a monstrous momentum, it smashed into the thunder domain with the fierceness of piercing through thin clouds. Buzz! The shadow of the silver-armored young man's spear was hazy, and the runes condensed by the spear magic flashed, and various silver and gray lights were mixed with flame. They fell down together. The huge spear body was wrapped with countless small spear shadows, as if thousands of spears were firing at the same time, clanging. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with the shadow of the spear. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was obviously just a long spear, but it was like a star falling and illuminating the universe. 10,000 spears fired at the same time, piercing together, and the vast spear force cut everything. The thunder domain that Luo Yan spent a long time to condense also became shaky under this power. It seemed that the next moment, it would be pierced by this sharp and endless spear true shadow. That's it. Luo Yan shouted softly. This was the first time that the cultivators heard the gatekeeper of the life and death tower speak so clearly. Two different thunder essences, one yin and one yang, flew out of his eyes, and the power of the 5 elements rotated between his hands. But it was still the essence of thunder. The three gathered together and made a rumbling sound. The three gathered together and flew out a thunder that was invisible to the naked eye. This thunder was still composed of runes. As soon as it appeared, those with keen perception felt a tremor in their souls. Even across the city defense formation, their bodies could not help but retreat. This thunder, which was formed by the essence of multiple daos, rumbled and then shot towards the silver-armored young man. With just this one strike, the gun shadows in the sky were scattered. The silver-armored young man fell from the air and fell into coma. The armor on his body was pierced and the long spear he carried flew far away. Finally, the peak battle that had been fought for more than an hour came to an end. The direct descendant of the hidden family was still defeated. He was defeated by the thunder magic practitioner of the life and death tower. Boom! Suddenly, an old man with white hair and sparse eyebrows appeared here. He just glanced at the green figure in the distance, and a chain of order flew out, imprisoning Luo Yan in place. Then the sky was filled with murderous intent. Those chains of order kept squeezing, as if to crush Luo Yan's thunder magic spirit puppet body. In just a moment, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body suffered heavy damage. The third-level iron osmanthus wood core couldn't even resist for a moment, and became full of cracks. The various sealing techniques on Luo Yan's body were also forcibly suppressed under this chain of order. He wanted to escape, and used all means to escape. But the protective aura was directly locked, and the power of imprisonment followed him like a shadow, making him unable to move. His figure was also shaky, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. Brother Dao, aren't you going too far? This battle is a fair battle. You actually want to attack the people of my life and death tower in public. Are you trying to bully me because there is no one in the life and death tower? The moment Luo Yan was trapped, the sky outside the city was in turmoil. A faceless shadow creature emerged from the void, emitting terrifying energy, and slashed with a sword. With a loud bang, shaking the heaven and earth, The unknown old cultivator and the seriously injured and unconscious silver-armored young man were blasted back. HMPH. The white-haired old man knew that he was in the wrong, and seeing that the other party was also protected by a great cultivator, he had to give up. He turned around and wanted to take his young master away. As a protector, he certainly couldn't stand idly by when he saw his young master was so seriously injured. But now the other party's protector has also appeared. It would be inappropriate to attack again. Sheila. But the moment he turned around, the sky directly cracked. In the dark gap like the abyss, a huge eyeball emerged. The moment the eyeball blinked, a dazzling huge thunder appeared, shaking the world. A domineering power spread. As soon as this majestic aura came out, all the high-level cultivators in Biliu City changed their faces. Some people even had deep fear in their eyes. Obviously, they had been exposed to this kind of power of heaven and earth. It was only for the old monsters of that realm. And under this strong power, all the cultivators felt a sense of loneliness. Their bodies trembled and they dared not look directly at it. Bang! A thunderous sound that shook the earth sounded, and the void exploded directly, and all the rocks outside Biliu City collapsed. The city defense formation of Biliu City could originally withstand the bombardment of Yuanying period cultivators without being destroyed. It also exploded like bubbles under this power of heaven and earth. Under the thunderbolt, the body and soul of the white-haired old man were all turned into ashes and destroyed. However, the young man in silver armor did not suffer any secondary damage under this terrifying power. Not long after, the huge eyeball in the sky closed. The terrifying power that shocked everyone disappeared. It was as if the scene just now was just a bubble. Chapter 357, The Terror of High-Level Monks, Reflection. Gulp. No one knew who took the lead, but the people on the city wall began to swallow one after another. Regardless of the level of the cultivators, there was a look of shock on their faces. They were obviously shocked by the series of changes. What is that huge eyeball? It can actually tear the sky apart and send down a thunderbolt like the power of heaven. It's unbelievable. That old man couldn't withstand the attack of the pavilion master of the life and death tower. His cultivation must be that of a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, right? Even so, under that thunderbolt, even the nascent soul has not been able to leave the body. Someone asked tremblingly, his whole body trembling. Such a terrifying scene appeared in front of them, just like the sky falling. The moment the strange eyeball appeared, it seemed that the cultivators in the entire Biliu City were frozen in place. No one dared to jump around. Under that majestic and unparalleled sight, all the cultivators felt a sense of insignificance from the bottom of their hearts. That feeling can only be felt when facing the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, heaven, earth and stars. It really makes people tremble all over. Such a scene was too horrifying. Under that huge, deep eye, everyone couldn't even think of resisting. It was like a divine punishment. This level of creatures was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. If they really confronted it, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful disaster. They couldn't even escape. A great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, in a small sect, would be considered the ancestor of the sect. Even in a large sect, he would be a figure at the level of the supreme elder. He was usually high above and respected by hundreds of millions of people. But even such a powerful person couldn't even resist for a moment when facing a higher-level creature. Obviously, there was an insurmountable gap between low-level cultivators and high-level cultivators. It was almost impossible to kill an enemy at a higher realm. I never thought that an ordinary duel between foundation-building cultivators would eventually lead to the emergence of two great figures of that realm. It seems that the white-haired old man is most likely the protector of the heir of the hidden family, but this time he met a tough opponent and fell into the hands of a more powerful person. But the outcome of this battle is clearly decided, but he insisted on interfering and bullying the young. It deserves to be beaten by that mysterious creature. A great sect's Xianjiao made very pertinent remarks, full of disdain. His eyes were covered with runes, and the whole person exuded a cold breath, like a gray moon standing on the city wall. It attracted the people around him to look at it secretly from time to time. They all speculated which Xianjiao this was, which had such a terrifying vision. The Xianjiao who just spoke originally wanted to regard the silver-armored young man as a strong enemy and wanted to find an opportunity to fight him. But he never thought that the protector of the silver-armored young man was so unruly. He actually openly bullied the weak, and he deserved to be struck to death by thunder. He himself was a favored son of a powerful family, so he was naturally not afraid of offending the hidden family, So he spoke without scruples. He was free and easy, and said whatever he wanted. This was the nature of a genius. What is the identity of the Thunder Guardian of the Life and Death Building? How could he attract such a top-notch strongman to attack him? It's really amazing. A genius in a golden brocade robe not far away also spoke up. His body was also covered with runes, like a long and narrow galaxy, which made people intoxicated. If someone stared at him for a long time, they would even be directly trapped in it and unable to extricate themselves. So his side was the only one that seemed relatively empty. He was also attracted by the increasingly widespread reputation of the Xianjiao list in Biliu City. It is said that this place ranks those Xianjiao who are really capable. As long as they are geniuses who have confidence in themselves, they will hardly miss such a famous event. And he came here for another purpose, that is, he wanted to hone his skills with the help of other Xianjiao, to prove that his strength was truly invincible. Even though he had just watched the peak battle between the Thunder Gatekeeper of the Life and Death Building and the silver-armored youth, he still believed that he had the possibility of winning. He would not lose. Because the real Xianjiao were extremely confident. Before they really fought with others, the outcome was still known. The word lose would never appear directly in his world. Yes, the guardian of the hidden family doesn't know the rules. If this young master goes on stage and defeats him, wouldn't he also be deliberately targeted? This is simply a big joke. Dead in peace. When the shocking remarks of these two people came out, some cultivators with ordinary identities and backgrounds quietly retreated. In a very short time, a large area of space was vacated on the edge of the wall. After all, the guardian of the hidden family is a genuine Yuanying great monk. Such a tyrannical figure, how could it be the turn of ants like them to comment? In order not to attract fire, they certainly did not dare to accept such arrogant words that would presume to criticize high-level cultivators. Sometimes, it is also a sin to have low cultivation strength and background status. The weak should have the consciousness of the weak and never take the initiative to not get involved in anything. Because it is very likely that some inconspicuous events will be deliberately remembered by others and then bring disaster. But there are many disciples from powerful forces in the crowd. If you throw a stone casually, there is a great possibility that it will hide a person from a powerful force. This group of people does not care, but dares to talk about it. It is true that Yuanying cultivators are very strong in the Kangwu world, but among the large forces present, who does not have more than a dozen or 20 Yuanying elders? It is just a protector of a hidden family, and it can't scare the mouths of the people. And in such a public place, he dares to directly rely on his seniority and bully the weak. Such behavior naturally makes the cultivators feel ashamed. If this kind of atmosphere is allowed, who'll dare to challenge everywhere in the future? Therefore, more and more disciples of the great sect spoke out, believing that the guardian of the hidden family deserved to die. With their status and position, it was no big deal to say a few bad words about the dead. After all, this was not a direct quarrel in front of the high-level cultivators. There were also a very small number of the proud sons of heaven who looked solemn, looking at the location of the life and death tower in the city with deep fear. Their identities and backgrounds were very scary. Almost all of them were the young masters of the great families or the direct descendants of a certain lineage of the great forces. Even so, their guardian realm cultivation was at most the same as that of the old man with sparse eyebrows and white hair. That is, it was equivalent to the pavilion master of the life and death tower who had taken action earlier. This was the normal situation. But it happened that the one who stood up for the Thunder Guardian in the end was the ultimate means of the Great God Transformation Cultivator. Such abnormal behavior naturally could not escape the attention of those who were interested. They all felt a strong fear towards the Thunder Guardian of the Life and Death Tower. This alone shows that the status of the Thunder Guardian is absolutely unattainable. You must know that in most cases, the cultivators of the God Transformation stage are almost 1,000-year-old monsters from various sects. In most situations, they generally won't take action. But now even such a being has taken action. Obviously, the guardian of the hidden family has offended the reverse scale of the great cultivator of the God Transformation stage. The person who can let an old monster of the God Transformation stage be the guardian, his status is likely to be higher than theirs. When the cultivators on the wall of Biliu City were still discussing what had just happened, Luo Yan had already returned to the life and death building. He had some guesses in his mind about the huge eyeball that had just appeared. It is likely that it was taken by Patriarch Chen. You must know that the fact that Luo Yan's Thunder Dharma body is just a puppet must be very clear to Patriarch Chen. Even if it is damaged, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than a waste of spiritual materials and spiritual objects. But even so, Patriarch Chen also made his move without hesitation. It was as if he was saying, Tanger, look, the Patriarch has vented his anger for you. To be honest, this kind of behavior of directly protecting the calf, regardless of right or wrong, made Luo Yan's heart particularly warm. When he himself could not enjoy this privilege, he naturally felt disdain for the third generation of immortals like Ji Hongxi. But when Luo Yan experienced it himself, he found out how comfortable this feeling was. This made him feel more intimate than staying inside the Five Elements temple. Because the sect is more like a large company, most things require reason, facts, evidence, and background. The Patriarch of the Thunder Emperor Temple only highlighted one point, that is, you fight and cause trouble at will. I will take care of the rest. Such a big package behavior also made Luo Yan enjoy for the first time, like the treatment of the young sect master like Ji Hongxi. It was really comfortable. Brother Luo, you really opened my eyes at this time. The woman in palace dress stood opposite Luo Yan, her expression full of shock. Whether it was the battle with the silver-armored youth or the huge eyeball in the sky, her eyes flashed with fiery clouds. Although she had guessed before that there must be a great monk following the man in green before her. And it was most likely the owner of the Black Killing Order. But the palace-dressed woman still didn't expect that the realm of the great monk was so scary. A protector of the same realm as her grandfather was really wiped out with one blow. It was simply horrifying. Fairy Mingai was too kind. Luo Yan naturally heard the hidden meaning of the palace-dressed woman, shook his head gently, and did not explain more. He didn't want to talk more about the matter of Patriarch Chen in front of outsiders. Instead, in his mind, he kept thinking back to the thunder that had just descended. The sky cracked directly, turning into an immortal divine thunder, and with a kind of imprisonment, it smashed the high-level protector with a devastating attitude. The most important thing is that such a violent and fierce attack did not hurt the silver-armored young man beside the white-haired protector at all. It can be said that the power of thunder has been used to the peak. If Luo Yan used the secret method of thunder to attack others, he would definitely hit the opponent and the people around him. Because the nature of thunder is that the more violent it is, the more difficult it is to control. And it will spread outward inadvertently. This is the original characteristic of thunder, and it is irreversible in most cases. This situation is easy to explain, that is, using a willow branch to hit two spirit mosquitoes and rats, whether it hits or not, there is a touch feedback. Just try more, and the size and direction of the force can be properly controlled. Even if the two spirit mosquitoes are very close, there is a way to hurt only one of them. The other spirit mosquito is unharmed. But if you use a giant tree to slap a fist-sized spirit mosquito, the power of heaven and earth alone is already very terrifying. When the giant tree really falls down, the only outcome is that both spirit mosquitoes are slapped away. There is no other possibility. Although this explanation is far-fetched, it is essentially the same. In the words of the previous life, it is a typical anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. What a waste. Therefore, using the power of heaven and earth to punish tiny creatures is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack. But the scene I just saw with my own eyes, under the magnificent power of heaven and earth, the white-haired guardian and the silver-armored young man were very close. But after the brilliant thunder in the sky fell, only the guardian was injured, not the silver-armored young man. This grasp of the power of rules is simply wonderful. Luo Yan kept reflecting in his heart, and the world-destroying thunder that fell like a meteor was also completely recorded by the chip. Although there is no power of law to transform, there is finally a trace of acquired charm. When the realm is higher in the future, I can comprehend it again. Puff. Luo Yan's consciousness transferred to the wood spirit puppet. He looked at the previous thunder spirit puppet and frowned. Because the runes, array patterns, and sealing techniques inside were all broken. The core of the heavenly heart essence was also destroyed. The new spirit puppet that cost a lot to build was only locked for a moment by the Yuanying cultivator. The shell made of third-level iron laurel wood was broken into pieces. There were dense cracks all over it, and it was obviously no longer usable. It seemed that it would explode directly in the next moment. If the thunder spirit puppet was Luo Yan's physical body, he would have lost his life the moment the order chain surrounded him. Even the extremely hard third-level spiritual material is like mud in the hands of a cultivator of a higher level. What a pity. Looking at the tattered thunder spirit puppet in front of him, Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones were just wasted. Even if a prodigal son wasted money, he couldn't spend it as fast as him. In this situation, it is almost impossible to repair it. He can only ask the palace-dressed woman for spiritual materials and treasures to rebuild the thunder spirit puppet. Fortunately, with the popularity of many cultivators betting on the genius battle of the Xianjiao list, the trend of gambling on spiritual stones is rampant in Biliu City. Even if he has to give half of the harvest to the palace-dressed woman, for Luo Yan now, a spiritual puppet made entirely of third-level spiritual objects, he can still afford it. Thinking of this, Luo Yan walked directly to the side of the palace-dressed woman, reached into her storage jade bracelet, and then continued to search for the third-level iron laurel wood and heavenly heart marrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, The Thousand Mile Tracking Technique, The Blood Infant King, and the Forced Killing. Luo Yan did not think that there was anything wrong with his familiar movements. These third-level spiritual materials and objects were not very rare. It's just that it's very old, and it can still be bought with spirit stones. Besides, he didn't refuse to give spirit stones. So in Luo Yan's eyes, this was just a very ordinary transaction. But his direct action caused the palace-dressed woman to raise her eyebrows and look at him lightly. Such an impertinent and rude action, if it were someone else, she would have taken out the semi-spiritual treasure with infinite power to blast him. But when facing the man in green in front of her, even if she felt a little depressed and funny, the palace-dressed woman did not pull her hand away. She just glanced at him twice coldly. Fairy Mingyu, every time I open your storage bracelet, I feel amazed. There are too many good things in it. Many of the treasures, even if I see them, I have an urge to take them for myself. Luo Yan took out the third-level iron osmanthus wood core from the storage bracelet and praised it truthfully. His face was full of admiration. His words of praise made the palace-dressed woman subconsciously raise her snow-white neck, and the dissatisfaction on her pretty face instantly disappeared. The thin willow eyebrows bent directly into a crescent shape. As if to say, it's just a little treasure, you can take it at will. When this spirit puppet body is ready, I will take some assassination missions and then exchange the purple star Zuanshu thunder for it. So Fairy Mingyu, please pay more attention to the matter of the Xianjiao list. Various thunder runes continued to condense on Luo Yan's forehead, and then according to nodes calculated by the chip, they were successively injected into the iron osmanthus wood core. Immediately, a burst of sawdust was stirred up. The palace-dressed woman did not interrupt, and just quietly watched the green-clothed man in front of her making the puppet. The sparrow gold clothes on her body glowed, fixing the flying sawdust, preventing the wood dust from flying to the attic. After more than half a day, the thunder spirit puppet was finally rebuilt. Luo Yan then immersed his mind into the Black Killing Order and began to screen the assassination targets one by one. With the support of the Life and Death Building's intelligence system, Luo Yan easily copied the list of people on the assassination mission list. Then, using the big data function of the chip, all the assassination targets were divided into several categories in detail. He wanted to attack those vicious and evil murderers as much as possible. Although he thought he was not an absolutely good person, he would kill without scruples for a little killing point. This kind of thing was still contrary to his mind. The stable environment in his previous life always made him hold a kind of micro-goodness in his heart. Although he had been in this world of cultivation for so long, his mentality had long been assimilated by the practitioners of this side. But things like killing people indiscriminately were not allowed to see the light. You must know that there are too many cultivators from the big sects in Biliu City now, and many high-level cultivators from the sects have come to the fore. If Luo Yan still keeps his eyes on the group of geniuses, he will be easily discovered by the guardians of the geniuses and the elders of the sect. After all, the observation power of the high-level cultivators is far from that of the low-level cultivators. In addition, the prevalence of the list of geniuses has turned the outside of Biliu City into a place of right and wrong. It is almost impossible to make an open challenge and kill the genius disciples of the Six Wonders Pavilion as before. One or two occasional actions are fine, but repeated assassinations of such conspicuous targets will eventually be noticed. In that case, once the body is revealed, unless Patriarch Chen comes forward, the entire life and death building will be implicated. It is not impossible to even kill one person and shock the whole city. Therefore, Luo Yan's goal can only be second best, and find other less conspicuous targets to perform the task. Although this is more cumbersome, it will take a long time to collect intelligence, summarize information, and track shadows. But it is safe. As long as the target of the mission is not a genius of a big sect, the heir of a hidden family, etc. To Luo Yan, assassination missions no longer seemed like assassinations, but naked killings. So in the next month, Luo Yan made a separate and detailed file for all the assassination targets on the Black Killing Order. These files listed the number of killing points obtained, the difficulty of killing, the estimated time spent, etc. All of them were analyzed from high to low, and at the end, the general personality of many mission targets was recorded: bloodthirsty, cunning, insidious, and the Taoist methods that the targets might learn because of their origins. For example, an evil practitioner named Blood Infant King would forcibly take away a baby from a mortal village or a small immortal cultivation family every time he made a move. And in front of their family, the baby was cruelly killed. The purpose was to gather thousands of grievances to condense a ghost infant king. The moment Luo Yan saw this task, he decided to accept it. But just as he was about to leave, the woman in palace dress wanted to go with him for some reason. Luo Yan didn't have many ways to stop this delicate female cultivator who walked out of a painting. After all, the source of these intelligence was provided by others. If the palace-dressed woman was unhappy, it might even affect the final execution of the mission. Thinking that the difficulty of these tasks was not very high, Luo Yan had to acquiesce to her following. So the two of them set off together. According to the summary of the mission information, Luo Yan and his team came to a mortal village hundreds of miles away from Biliu City. This is the territory of a giant and stage family, and they have lost infants many times, so they reported it layer by layer. In the end, although the murderer was found, they were really helpless against the Blood Infant King. After all, there was no trace of him, and they couldn't find anyone to take revenge. In desperation, they posted this assassination mission in the Life and Death building. Luo Yan and his team came to the parents who lost their babies and used the soul bewitching technique to check their memories. But they only saw a group of black shadows, and there was no other information. Luo Yan stopped the two people in place, and then used the backtracking method on the Earth House, but still no information was found. In the end, he circled the village for a long time without giving up, and finally caught a trace of something strange with a trace tracking of the chip. It took more than an hour to collect a trace of the dark breath of the Blood Infant King from a big tree outside the village. With this breath, the rest of the things were much simpler. So Luo Yan used the small magical power of searching for traces thousands of miles under the gaze of the woman in palace dress. Jia Zhen Yu Li Bing Xin Kun, Ding Jin Su Kan Ji Sun Men. On Zheng Day, lost items can be found on Dui, Ren Ji Ui can be found on Zhen searching for traces thousands of miles. Huh? Suddenly, one after another, the runes turned into long black lines, lingering around the previously collected breath. Circling up and down in the void, it was particularly blazing. Then those long black lines fell and flew in one direction. Seeing this, Luo Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and he shouted softly, "Chase!" The palace-dressed woman with half a spiritual treasure followed Luo Yan easily, and there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. She had thought that their trip would be in vain. After all, there was no trace, and it was not easy to find the Blood Infant King. But what the palace-dressed woman did not expect was that the Taoist in green could even use this very unconventional magical power of tracing and returning to the shadow. And judging from his proficiency in performing this magical power, it was exceptionally high. You have to know that this kind of special Taoist method, even the disciples of a large sect, can't learn it in the Sutra Pavilion. It belongs to a certain law enforcement department and is passed down forever. People who don't belong to this hall basically can't learn it. This applies to any sect. The larger the sect, the more serious it is to the rules within the sect. This is a consensus. Therefore, when this magical power appeared, the palace-dressed woman once again had some guesses about the identity of the Taoist in green. With the guidance of these black runes, the two of them finally came to a small mortal town. There were a lot of cars and people walking in the streets, full of worldly noise. When Luo Yan and his team chased the final location of this breath, They actually felt a sense of absurdity. Because a dignified evil cultivator in the foundation building stage had a particularly good reputation in this small town. He was a small landlord with thousands of acres of fertile land and a pair of children. He had a very good reputation for charity far and wide. Luo Yan frowned and looked at the middle-aged scholar with a kind face sitting at the head of the table, who was having dinner with his family at the moment. The casual conversation was full of trivial matters in mortal life. For a moment, Luo Yan actually doubted whether he had found the wrong person. Thinking of this, his left and right eyes bloomed with blazing brilliance at the same time, and a blue light faster than the stream of light rushed towards the body of the middle-aged scholar. "What are you two doing here? I dare not disobey you, immortals." The middle-aged scholar's pupils shrank slightly at this time, looking at the man and woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, and hurriedly called out softly. At the same time, a black breath flowed on his body, and he suddenly wanted to escape. At this time, the feedback of the detection technique performed by Luo Yan also came out. The breath of this person was almost the same as the breath collected before. It was just that he used some special secret method to hide it. Luo Yan's eyes were filled with lightning, and he no longer hesitated and took action directly. A magnificent lightning struck down and directly split it into charcoal. It was killed in just a blink of an eye. After such a weird scene, the hall was silent for a long time, and then there was a broken voice shouting, "The master is dead." The master was struck to death by thunder. Such words spread wildly. As for what the middle-aged scholar said before, they did not take it to heart. After all, the thunder that came out of nowhere struck them directly. They were brave enough not to faint. The reason why such a strange scene appeared was because Luo Yan and the palace-dressed woman were both practitioners. A group of secular people, with mortal eyes, would not be able to see Luo Yan and the palace-dressed woman as long as they did not deliberately reveal their figures. The matter was over in just a moment. "Brother Luo, your strength in the thunder system has obviously improved again. It can be so fast and silent, as fast as a startled wild goose, without involving a single mortal." The palace-dressed woman recalled the scene at that house before and praised from the bottom of her heart. The power of thunder is violent and swift, and it is not easy to control. But in the hands of the Taoist in green, it is as easy as using an arm. The power is so strong that it can instantly kill an evil cultivator in the foundation building period, but the mortal family member sitting next to him is not affected at all. A ray of bright light was dazzling, and then the evil cultivator was beheaded. This kind of magical power can be called superb. He is just a small evil cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. He is not on the right path and cannot get the right way. The evil methods he practices are also some common stuff. Except for the ability to hide, there is no difficulty in other aspects. Luo Yan shook his head and did not accept this praise calmly. Although they are all cultivators in the foundation building period, the gap between cultivators is also very huge. He is a genius of a great sect, and coming to carry out such assassination missions is equivalent to lowering his status. No matter from which aspect, the gap between the strength of the two is an insurmountable gap. Therefore, it would be abnormal if he could not kill with one blow. An evil cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building provided less than 10,000 killing points. No wonder the resentment of this blood infant king is almost solidified, but few people come to accept this earth-level mission. After all, this guy is targeting some mortals and small and medium-sized immortal cultivation families, and his own concealment skills are quite advanced. Such a cautious evil cultivator is naturally difficult for outsiders to locate. Luo Yan made a simple estimate. He would have to perform assassination missions of this level at least more than 20 times. In order to collect enough killing points to exchange for the purple star Zuanshu Thunder mentioned by Chen Laozu. And he was also interested in the fake body technique that the palace-dressed woman had performed before Void Heaven puppet imitation body technique. So for this kind of Earth-level assassination mission, he might have to perform it about 30 times before the killing points are barely enough. "Let's go, let's find the next target." Luo Yan turned his head and motioned the palace-dressed woman to follow. For a genius of his level, performing this kind of assassination mission is no different from pinching it with his hands. It's very easy. The only thing to worry about is that many mission targets are very good at hiding their auras, and it takes a long time to find them. Even the thousands of miles of tracking minor magical power that is exclusive to the law enforcement hall can only collect a limited amount of aura within a month. Beyond this time frame, any tracking secret method can no longer be used. Swoosh! Two long rainbows broke through the air again, and Luo Yan and his team set out on their journey again, starting to pursue the next assassination target, a puppeteer from the Water and Fire Demon Palace. The reason why this puppeteer was on this assassination list is somewhat special. Because this guy only sells one kind of puppet, that is, the flesh puppet. Chapter 359, The Water and Fire Demon Palace that deals in flesh puppets. In fact, in the world of cultivation, puppeteers with superb skills are relatively rare. Because the entry requirements of this skill are very high, at least the monks who have mastered low-level runes are qualified to make it. If a monk who is not qualified in practicing runes cannot become a puppeteer. And this kind of thing is not as elixir, magic tools and talismans that consume a lot. Buy one and it can basically be used for a long time. The durability of some puppets can be preserved from ancient times to the present, and they are still intact. As long as they are not directly involved in combat, they are really very durable. In addition, many sects have fake body techniques that replace the role of puppets. Therefore, although the actual use of puppets is very wide, they are not so popular. After all, if you simply clean up the living cave and buy a puppet with self-consciousness, it will be too expensive and not worthwhile. If it is used to grow spiritual medicine, the initial cost alone is a lot, and it must be maintained regularly later. Otherwise, it is easy for the puppet to be damaged. Therefore, in general, the skill of puppet master is considered a very special one in the practice world. Luo Yan's mission goal this time is a wonder in the puppet world. Flesh and blood puppets used to release human desires. The reason is that the puppeteer of the Water and Fire Demon Palace found that the efficiency of selling puppets alone to get spiritual stones was too low. And it took a long time. It would not be so easy to gather all the resources for cultivation in a short time. So they suddenly had an idea to deliberately transform the original spiritual wood puppets into the appearance of beautiful female cultivators. And they used the goddesses and holy fairies of various sects as model samples to modulate the flesh and blood puppets. Although this kind of puppet has no external strength, its appearance is almost the same as that of a real person, but it can bring human desires to many cultivators. It's like the fairy of the holy sect who was originally high above, and you and me have no intersection in your life. But you only need to spend a little spiritual stone to let it enjoy you in your arms. How many people can resist such a fragrant and tempting picture? You must know that many cultivators, even if they have embarked on the path of cultivation, still have mortal hearts. The heart of Tao is uncertain. They do not control the physical desires of the secular world and look at it very openly. Therefore, many monks, even disciples of major forces, as long as they are old, form Taoist couples, and there are countless people who visit the alleys of fireworks and female cultivators. There are also old monsters over 1,000 years old who often hang out in those fireworks places and fully enjoy the fun brought by this human relationship. After all, doing that kind of thing is always happy and joyful. Nowadays, you only need to buy a puppet to replace that function, and you can choose the appearance at will. How can such a thing that is as charming as you want not make many monks curious? So when the original cave guard puppet was changed from force to appearance, its sales suddenly increased sharply. And the price is higher than the previous puppet. The monks who buy these flesh and blood puppets can also be said to be endless. In the underground market, few people do not know the name of this flesh and blood puppet. The so-called flesh and blood puppet is actually a puppet created by imitating the appearance of a real monk with a puppet body. From the outside, it is almost the same as a real person. At first glance, it seems to be a one-to-one restoration of the original body. If the spiritual stones paid are enough, some high-quality flesh and blood puppets above the second level can be purchased. Those flesh and blood puppets will even actively cooperate, such as making certain specific sounds, saying some simple ambiguous words, etc. With a beautiful appearance of these flesh and blood puppets, coupled with aphrodisiac words, such a charming scene is enough to make people imagine and their hearts flutter. When all the above functions are superimposed together, it is almost the same as a real person. What moonlight fairy, demon sect witch, hidden family saint. There is simply everything, all kinds of looks, temperaments, and personalities, for people to choose. Even some disciples of famous sects can even customize privately if they can provide the appearance and charm of the person they like. This time, the puppet sect of Shuhuo Demon Palace became famous all of a sudden. The female cultivators of various sects hated this low-level way of earning spiritual stones. Because the postures and appearances of many puppets were made according to their body shapes. When they thought about such a disgusting thing that might happen to them, many female cultivators from the major sects felt a chill. This is nothing short of a blasphemy. But the Fire and Water Demon Palace is a major force in the magic world after all, and its strength is extraordinary. It is far from being able to solve this problem with a little shame. In addition, the cultivators of this magic sect are famous for their puppet bodies. Almost all those who appear in the outside world are their puppets, not the real bodies. It is very difficult to track down this group of people. So a female cultivator from a major sect issued a hunting order in the Life and Death building. As long as you can kill one of the disciples of the Fire and Water Demon Palace who made this kind of flesh puppet, you will be given double the killing points for the Earth-level task. In this way, this task naturally came into Luo Yan's sight. After years of research, he found that only the spiritual body technique of his own 5 elements temple was controlled by consciousness. The rest of the low-level puppet techniques basically require the power of divine thoughts to control their complex behaviors. But the flesh puppets of the Water and Fire Demon Palace are different. Although they are low-level puppets, the runes inside are also very novel, but the total amount of runes is not much. And according to common sense, if you want to make the puppet have a simple consciousness, you can only give it spiritual intelligence. That is to say, put the soul of some living creatures into the puppet alive, so as to achieve the purpose of generating self-consciousness. So by carrying out this task, you may be able to learn a lot from those flesh puppets. For example, how to keep the body tender, white and not rotten. The place where the flesh puppets are sold is more than 3,000 miles away from Biliu City. It can be regarded as an absolutely remote and desolate place. If you go further, you will go out of the scope of Biliu City. But it is precisely because of this that it is located at the junction of several large cultivation cities, which makes that place possible to become an underground cultivation market. When Luo Yan saw that the flying speed of the semi-spiritual treasure of the palace-dressed woman was faster than his normal flying rainbow light, he stepped on it without hesitation. This treasure is very powerful. It can protect the body and fly. It is extremely convenient. So under the support of this semi-spiritual treasure, the two of them flew at a very fast speed. Wow! After about 2 hours, Luo Yan and the others came to an ancient mountain range. Although the spiritual energy here is not very strong, it is still terrifying. Because this is the mustard seed cave that was once left by a certain old monster. The entire Hongzhou territory, because there are many cultivators, some places with abundant spiritual energy have long been divided up by the major sects and family cultivators. The remaining territories are either absolute death forbidden areas or cultivator restricted areas. Or some places where the spiritual energy is so thin that even casual cultivators are unwilling to stay for a long time. The Kangling Mountains are such a place with thin spiritual energy. Every once in a while, an underground market will be opened here. Many of the visitors are evil cultivators and demon cultivators wanted by major sects. There are also some casual cultivators. Because only here can they buy some rare scriptures that are exclusive to major sects and used to lay the foundation. It can even be said that this is a place where all kinds of people come together. Children with spiritual roots, outstanding female cultivators, the souls and bodies of cultivators, etc., are all available. It should be there. Luo Yan's eyes were full of light, and his spiritual eye technique was used to the extreme. At the end of his sight, a group of gray buildings appeared faintly. Hidden in the depths of the void, between the mountains, the rune's brilliance kept flowing. In the end, Luo Yan and his team stopped at a location dozens of miles away from the Kangling Mountains. It was already late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and 1 or 2 beast roars came from the forest from time to time, bringing a little noise to the quiet night. Luo Yan and his team came here a little early, and there were still 2 days before the opening of this underground market. Even so, Luo Yan also discovered that there were several foundation building cultivators in the forest not far away. Obviously, these people also came early to enter this underground market. Right in front of Luo Yan, there was a huge shadow, like a reflection of a building. This underground market has not yet been opened, so it is covered by layers of formations and is difficult to observe directly with the naked eye. Fairy Mingyu, you may need to disguise yourself. Constrain your own breath and appearance. Or you can wait for me here. There is a high possibility of danger inside. Luo Yan suggested, looking up and down at the beautiful female cultivator beside him. The appearance of the palace-dressed woman is so outstanding. Just standing there quietly, she has a posture that can overwhelm the country. And there is also a kind of extraordinary temperament on her body, which makes people fall in love with her involuntarily. She is not inferior to the proud daughters of the major sects. With such an outstanding appearance, if you come to such a place without concealing it, it is easy to cause big trouble. Brother Luo, don't worry about my safety. If necessary, I can ask my grandfather's second Yuanying. As long as I don't meet the kind of peerless cultivator behind you, I can still protect myself. The palace-dressed woman shook her head and did not accept the suggestion of waiting here. The reason why she wanted to go out with the Taoist in green clothes in front of her was to observe how the geniuses like Luo Yan and his people practiced. Although they were on the way to carry out an assassination mission, in many places, force could not directly solve the problem. So based on this situation, she wanted to see how the Taoist in green clothes should deal with it. Referencing other people's practice, this would definitely be of great benefit to her future practice. In addition, she had many treasures to protect herself, so even if she encountered a sneak attack from a giant stage cultivator, she could retreat safely. Therefore, the woman in palace dress took out a piece of firefly cloud handkerchief to cover her breath and appearance. In Luo Yan's sight, the spiritual power fluctuations on the woman in palace dress disappeared instantly, and her face became blurred. Even if he used the spiritual eye technique, he could not see through it. Obviously, the grade of this cloud handkerchief was extremely high and could block his detection. 2 days passed quickly. Luo Yan took the disguised woman in palace dress and flew to the building complex. Wow! When they stepped into the range of more than 10 miles, the space around them began to distort and change. The mountain range that seemed to be lush and green disappeared in an instant, and a small city appeared in front of him. There were many cultivators with strange and cold breath in the city, and they were all full of resentment. Some were even accompanied by resentful souls. Even at a distance of dozens of meters, they could still feel the cold and hateful breath. It made people very uncomfortable. Obviously, these people were real evil cultivators. Observing this Kangling city up close, Luo Yan was greatly shocked. Because this place gave him a feeling very similar to the Thunder Emperor Taoist temple where Chen Liaozu stayed. There was a feeling of being a mustard seed spiritual treasure, and the space inside was huge, as if it could accommodate a mountain. It was said that it was the Taoist temple of a certain evil old monster. There is a breath of death everywhere here. A soft and mellow sound came to Luo Yan's ears, and the woman in palace dress transmitted the voice. Luo Yan did not say a word and did not respond. Because when they walked in this city, they could find the hidden hostility in this fierce city. Despair, pain, resentment, and numbness. Some people capture children who have spiritual roots but have not embarked on the path of cultivation and use them as goods. Some cultivators openly pull out several corpses of disciples from large sects for sale. They even keep a little true spirit consciousness so that someone can take over their bodies. Blood corpses, ghost cultivators, evil cultivators, etc. All kinds of dark auras are endless. The demon cultivators who are rarely seen on weekdays are here. Is this the evil in the cultivation world? Looking at this scene that is completely different from the peaceful scene in Biliu City, the woman in palace dress sighed softly. Of all the tragic scenes in Kangling City, the most intuitive is that the cultivators themselves are also a kind of goods. Some low-level cultivators were restrained and sold like pigs and dogs. The strong decide life and death, and it is not just talk here. Luo Yan's eyes have always been calm, and he has seen worse scenes than this. Compared to the street in Yong'an City in the western regions, this place is just a small witch compared to a big witch. The style and characteristics of this market are one of the epitomes of many demon sects. Luo Yan led the woman in palace dress straight to the direction in the intelligence, and soon they came to a 3-story attic shop. On the plaque outside, there were only 2 simple big characters written, "Puppet." After entering the shop, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face came to greet him. "What kind of puppet do you want, fellow Taoist? You can choose any one from the Lingying Pearl, and tell me when you are satisfied." The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very polite, and his whole body was smiling. Obviously, there is a big difference from those evil and vicious evil monks. Chapter 360, The Tempered Soul. A fair trade. Luo Yan took the spirit shadow pearl from the middle-aged shopkeeper and looked through the images inside. Cold, proud, charming, gentle, beautiful, elegant, and elegant. All kinds of female cultivators appeared in the Lingying Pearl, with fair skin, slender waists, and thin clothes. Very tempting. And next to those holy and beautiful female cultivators, their identities were also noted. For example, the demon Kyankian of the Desire Demon sect, the Fairy King of the 100 Flowers Fairy sect, the daughter of the Sky Meow King Chang of the Ancient Hermit family, and so on. Most of the female cultivators with outstanding looks from all schools, sects, and sects can be found on it. Very professional. Give me 2 flesh and blood puppets, let me check them first. The middle-aged shopkeeper heard the words, as if he had expected it, and immediately handed over another storage bag. Luo Yan took out the 2 flesh and blood puppets in public. As soon as they appeared, the body of the palace-dressed woman who had hidden her breath beside her trembled. He resisted the discomfort and did not turn his head. Because these 2 flesh puppets are gorgeous and pitiful, people can't help but want to hug them in their arms and pity them. The crystal jade bodies are slender, exquisite, and have attractive curves. Each one has a slender waist. Very tempting. And there are only a piece of cloth on their bodies, and the white skin is looming. Gurgle. At this time, a few monks with dark breath suddenly came in, and their eyes instantly became extremely hot when they glanced at this side. Then they asked the shopkeeper who was waiting on the other side about the price of these flesh puppets with a surging heart. This kind of ingenious thing is the first time they have seen it in their decades of life. You must know that the female cultivators in Beho Tower and Xiaoxian Courtyard eat spirit stones and don't spit out bones. It takes dozens or hundreds of spirit stones to go there once, and no matter how rich the family is, it can't stand such a loss. The flesh puppets sold in this shop are not only attractive and gorgeous in appearance, but also very tempting. The price is not particularly expensive. For the price of a top-grade magic weapon, you can buy a fairy puppet of the lowest quality. It's really a bargain. Between long-term holding and short-term ownership, they will naturally choose long-term ownership. And after having this kind of puppet, whenever they have the desire, they can hide in the cave and use it secretly. Use it for an incense stick of time, then clean it and reuse it next time. The most important thing is that the faces of these flesh and blood puppets are almost all the proud daughters of the major holy sects and hidden families. Their status is extremely noble. Doing that kind of thing with such a fairy puppet is exciting to think about. So under Luo Yan's gaze, several peaky refining monks who came in later paid the spirit stones very quickly. They didn't even pick it, because they liked the face and posture of each puppet. It seemed like they couldn't wait. Boss, I want this flesh and blood puppet. Seeing that he had observed it almost, Luo Yan directly picked a puppet of the highest quality. Not only could he have a simple conversation, but he could also brew tea and cultivate spiritual flowers. It was as if he was no different from a real person. Of course, the price of this flesh and blood puppet is also very high. It is directly as high as tens of thousands of spiritual stones. A flesh and blood puppet with little spiritual power fluctuation is actually sold at such a high price, which is almost like robbing spiritual stones. And the appearance of this flesh and blood puppet is also very eye-catching, with a milky white spiritual power all over its body, lingering around it. The fair face, the eyes are smart and ethereal, and the hair is like a waterfall, as if a fairy has descended to the earth. A puppet, there are actually spots of spiritual light on the side, which keep falling, like petals undulating in the wind, making it look otherworldly. It seems not to belong to the human world. Please check it out. If you are satisfied, you can come again next time. We not only have fairies from the holy sect, but also the demon female portraits from the demon sect, the famous portraits from the Beho Tower, and the forbidden portraits from the Huangxi Great Zen sect. Even if the customer provides a portrait of the appearance and temperament, we can also make it specially. The middle-aged shopkeeper showed a mercenary smile on his face, and he was very kind and smiling. Many people in the magic way look down on the monks of the water and fire demon palace who made such a living. But these people are a bunch of idiots. How can they understand the huge profits here? The cost of a precious fairy puppet is at most 1,000 spirit stones, and they can sell it for tens of thousands of yuan. If they sell a few more, they will have gathered all the cultivation resources for the entire foundation building period. Isn't this faster than fighting for life and death outside to get spirit stones? Therefore, when the middle-aged shopkeeper saw the green-clothed Taoist in front of him carefully selecting the flesh and blood puppets, he seemed very patient. Because the extraordinary demeanor of the Taoist in green clothes cannot be imitated. At first glance, he is a disciple of a major sect or a direct descendant of a family. He is definitely not short of spiritual stones. If tens of thousands of spiritual stones were placed on other foundation-building cultivators, it might be a huge expense. But for such disciples of a major sect, As long as they want to buy, it is not a big problem. Do you want to collect the soul? Luo Yan checked the gorgeous flesh and blood puppet, and a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. It must be said that the cultivator who made this fairy puppet is a genius. He used all the spiritual energy converted from the spirit gathering array inside the fairy puppet on the flesh, and added some illusion runes on its surface. There are even several special runes superimposed on each other, which Luo Yan has never seen before. However, he guessed that this should be used for charm or aphrodisiac. As for the external fairy-like temperament, it is to stimulate the spiritual energy inside the flesh and blood puppet, and then activate the illusion runes to transform. It is no wonder that such a puppet used to release human desires would be sold at a higher price than an ordinary second-level magic weapon. Because there are many special runes on it, it can be said to be a monopoly of skills. Not everyone can make it. In other words, even if such a fairy puppet is bought back by some people with ulterior motives, they will never be able to build it if they cannot obtain the special rune drawing methods. As for those large sects, if there are people who are proficient in runes, even if they can imitate this kind of puppet, they will not do it. Because this kind of thing is too difficult to be accepted by the upper class. After all, a master who is proficient in runes will be known for making this kind of thing. I am afraid that in the years to come, he will become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Almost all the monks of the big sects have to save face. So this kind of flesh and blood puppet is actually a monopoly of technical business to a certain extent. The high price is reasonable. Soul. The eyes of the middle-aged shopkeeper lit up instantly, revealing a ray of brilliance. He took the fist-sized gray ball and sensed that there was a living soul of a cultivator inside. He carefully examined it for a moment. Not long after, a hint of joy flashed through his heart, but it soon disappeared. The middle-aged shopkeeper said with embarrassment, "This soul of yours is only the living soul of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Although it is very complete and has abundant soul power, it is still a certain distance from my precious fairy puppet. Can you add another soul of lower quality?" This deal is done. Luo Yan shook his head and did not act as a sucker. In addition to the inventory he had on him, there was only one soul that had just been made. Where could he find a second one at this time? This thing can only be made by being next to a cultivator who has just died and detaining his soul. It seems simple, but it is actually far from as easy as imagined. Because the soul of the cultivator has already cultivated divine consciousness and will resist. If there is no strong means to instantly control it, the integrity of its soul will be easily affected. Luo Yan's tone suddenly became very cold, and there was a kind of looming spiritual pressure. "Just this one. If you are willing to trade, we will make a deal. Otherwise, forget it." The middle-aged shopkeeper was stunned by this sudden change in attitude. Normal transactions should be bargaining, right? Such direct and straightforward offers are indeed rare. But the middle-aged shopkeeper is doing business after all. If there are customers coming to the door, the price is reasonable. There is no reason to push such customers away. After hesitating for a moment, he still chose to make a deal. Because things like souls are only very popular in the western regions. In the land of Hongzhou, not to mention being shouted and killed, but you can never take it out blatantly. Otherwise, if it is seen by the defenders of those major forces, it is easy to cause a disaster. Therefore, things like souls have a certain premium in Hongzhou. Although its production method is not a secret method, most people in Hongzhou are absolutely impossible to know. So the identity of this Taoist in green clothes, seemingly a true cultivator from the secluded world, is actually far from as simple as imagined. It is most likely a disguise of a fellow Taoist. However, the middle-aged shopkeeper is not going to meddle in other people's business. He is not one of those guys who likes to explore other people's secrets and shouts for fighting and killing at every turn. The cultivators of the Water and Fire Demon Palace only like to do business in a stable manner. The cultivators in the sect are all good people. In any case, a fairy puppet that can only be used for human desires is exchanged for a medium-quality foundation-building cultivator soul. It is always a big profit. Okay, since the customer is open-minded, take out such a complete and high-quality soul. If I bargain with the customer again, it will be my fault as the shopkeeper. This time I am going to recognize the customer's face and exchange this soul for this fairy puppet. This is a loss-making business, and this shopkeeper will do it. The middle-aged shopkeeper gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination appeared on his warm cheeks. It was as if they had made some difficult choices before making this decision and facilitating this transaction. Hearing this, Luo Yan didn't even look at the middle-aged shopkeeper. After getting the flesh and blood puppet, he and the woman in palace dress went straight out of Kangling City. The main reason was that Luo Yan always felt uncomfortable staying in the mustard seed cave of such a senior monster. It was as if he was being monitored all the time. When they fled directly for more than 100 miles, Luo Yan finally stopped in a barren mountain range. Then he casually set up 2 formations to isolate a breath, and he was very willing to stay here. Brother Luo, you won't tell me that we came all the way here just for such an unconscious fairy puppet. The woman in palace dress frowned, her beautiful eyebrows curved, and seemed to ask casually. Just when she was in that store, she already felt very disgusted. I never thought that there would be such a disgusting thing in this world. I actually took that kind of thing out for sale, and the price was so high. Having been to that kind of place once, she never thought of going there again in her life. It was so vulgar. The idea of this flesh and blood puppet is good. If I can understand the special runes inside, it will be of great use to me. As for the mission target, Fairy Mingayu can't be impatient yet. We have to wait a little longer. Wait for the people from the Water and Fire Demon Palace to come out. After all, Kangling Fang City is a mustard seed space, which belongs to a senior old monster. That kind of place will not be open for a long time to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the people inside will definitely come out, including those shop merchants. Luo Yan put the fairy puppet he bought on the ground, and there was a blazing blue light in his eyes. He was going to dismantle the puppet so that he could directly observe the special runes. In response to the question of the woman in palace dress, Luo Yan seemed very patient and gentle. Brother Luo means that you have done something in that gray sphere. As long as they leave the city, they can sense the specific location of that group of people. The woman in palace dress is not stupid. She guessed the hidden meaning of Luo Yan's words as her mind flowed. The beautiful eyes instantly became soft and bright. But if you put a personal spiritual seal on that kind of thing, it will be easily detected, right? And the storage space also has the function of isolating tracking magic. Hearing the doubts of the female cultivator next to him, Luo Yan did not explain too much this time. Instead, he changed the subject. We may have to stay here for a few days. Because the Kangling market is opened only once a year. It takes less than 10 days to maintain it once. So we have to stay here for a few days. Luo Yan looked around and felt that it was still a bit inconvenient to deal with the flesh and blood puppets here. So he pinched a ground escape technique and immersed himself in the soil. When he came to the middle of the mountain dozens of meters deep, Luo Yan directly dug out the soil and rocks here. Then he used the rock technique to solidify the soil around. Then he took out 20 pieces of red and white stones and threw them above the stone room, illuminating the place. After doing all this, Luo Yan looked around, found the position of the 12 palaces of the 8 diagrams, and laid out the earth veins and air circulation array to keep the stone room ventilated. This was mainly to remove the odor from the flesh puppet. Because if it was disassembled later, the bloody smell inside would flow out directly. With a chi, a strange sound came from my ears, and the woman in palace dress also came here. Her smart eyes looked at the newly built stone room curiously. The doubts in my heart became stronger. Chapter 361, The Soul of a Female Prostitute, the Body of a Green Thorn Beast, and the Active Rune. A fellow who was almost invincible among his peers could actually build an underground stone chamber in an instant. The square shape surprised the palace-dressed woman. But what surprised her even more was that the Taoist in green clothes in front of her was still taking out a lot of things from the storage bag. It seemed that he was preparing to do something here. Luo Yan naturally saw the quest in the palace-dressed woman's eyes, so as not to be disturbed while studying. He thought about it, walked directly to the palace-dressed woman, and took out the Xianjiao List Challenge jade plate from the storage bracelet. With a flick of his finger, he peeled it off. The sealing technique inside was instantly exposed. After Luo Yan carefully examined it for a moment, he shot out a series of rune auras with his hands to unlock the sealing technique. Then several runes emitting a hazy glow condensed on his forehead, and there was a spiritual glow shining. With a continuous influx of these special runes, the jade plate actually had a hazy and ethereal feeling. After an incense stick, the runes condensed on Luo Yan's forehead disappeared, and a blazing 5-element light appeared in his palm. The sealing ritual ended. The 5-element seal completely sealed the runes in the jade card to prevent it from being exposed and leaking secrets. I have slightly improved this jade card and added some functions. You can observe the battle outside Biliu City through this jade card if you sink your consciousness into it. Even the places below the third floor of the Life and Death building can be seen by Fairy Migayu. In this way, you won't feel too bored when you stay here for a few days. But I didn't add the function of teleportation. After all, the size of this jade card is too small, and it can't be installed in the short-distance teleportation formation. Luo Yan's expression was serious, and he threw the improved jade card into the hands of the woman in palace dress. For him, who has a heart for scientific research, he actually doesn't like people asking questions when he is comprehending runes and making spirit puppets. But he can't say this kind of thing clearly. After all, since Luo Yan went to the Life and Death building, the palace-dressed woman could be said to have unconditionally refused him. To some extent, Luo Yan owed the palace-dressed woman a big favor. It was for this reason that it would be impolite for him not to answer. If he answered, it would be troublesome, and there would always be the next question waiting. Therefore, Luo Yan simply upgraded the palace-dressed woman's challenge jade card and added a real-time viewing function. This would distract most of the female cultivator's attention. At that time, he would no longer be annoyed by the sudden and tedious questions. The palace-dressed woman gently clenched her slender white jade fingers, then released them, and her bright red and crystal lips half opened and closed. No more talking. Because if she was not mistaken, this wooden guy seemed to care about her, and he also added the function of the challenge jade card very appropriately. But the core reason was that he disliked her for asking too many questions. So the palace-dressed woman with a proud figure raised her eyebrows slightly, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she glared at the green-clothed Taoist in front of her angrily. Then he stayed in the corner by himself, his mind immersed in the challenge jade card, watching the battle of the Xianjiao outside Biliu City. This guy is really too ignorant of romance. It's so annoying. She didn't want to pay attention to this guy now, who was only concerned with his own practice. Although the palace-dressed woman had a kind of beauty that transcended the world and her temperament was extraordinary, Luo Yan only had practice in his heart. Naturally, he didn't notice her strange eyes and what they meant. In this regard, Luo Yan was too lazy to understand, as female monks were the most difficult to guess. It was not as fun as studying special runes. As for the next behavior, it might seem a little bloody. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to start like this. He didn't shy away from the palace-dressed woman. 0. Start the auxiliary observation mode and start recording the sample data of the flesh and blood puppet. Luo Yan used the rock technique to build a hard stone platform, and placed many instruments on it that could only be used for experimental surgery. A transparent protective cover was formed next to it to isolate the air inside and outside. Prevent the blood and flesh tissue of the sample from being affected by external factors, so as to obtain differentiated results. Task establishment: Open Aura Analyzer images opening. The blood and flesh reactor has been extended. The rune focusing atomic mirror has adjusted the focus. Fluorescent aura spectrometer. All auxiliary equipment has been turned on, and real-time graphic data has begun to be recorded. And synchronously transmitted. The machine sound of the chip echoed in Luo Yan's mind. Luo Yan took a deep breath, threw away the outer clothes of the blood and flesh puppet lying on the stone platform, and held a special magic knife in his hand. There were 2 balls of blue fire flashing in his eyes, and runes were jumping from time to time. In his line of sight scanning, the blood and flesh puppet instantly turned into a grid of grid-like line drawings. In each grid of the line drawing, there is a special rune. Luo Yan gently cut off a piece of blood and flesh tissue the size of a fingernail with a magic knife, and then put it in the focusing atomic mirror for observation. Sample data testing result comparison. 1. The sample tissue contains a little spiritual energy, and the possibility of it being a low-level spiritual creature is more than 98%. 2. According to the real-time data comparison of the subject, the freshness of the sample's flesh and blood tissue is far superior to that of the subject of the same type. The possibility of it being a non-human creature is 76%, the possibility of it being a humanoid creature is 23%, and the unknown is 1%. 3. After the flesh and blood tissue is separated from the rune blessing, its spiritual energy decays too quickly. The tissue is damaged. Please replace the test sample. Hearing the constant prompts of the chip in his mind, Luo Yan was slightly stunned. He never thought that the decay of this flesh and blood would be so fast. Without hesitation, he cut off another piece of flesh and blood tissue and placed it under the focusing atomic mirror. The original piece of flesh and blood tissue has begun to turn gray and black at this time. It has weathered away with the naked eye, as if it had been cursed. Is it because the blood and flesh cells have long since withered and died? Or are the functions of those special runes really that powerful? Luo Yan whispered, thinking of a possibility. He glanced at the eyes of the flesh puppet and found that it was still very agile. He temporarily resisted the idea of taking it out for research, and continued to test the blood and flesh samples. The blood and flesh tissue samples have been analyzed and checked with a database. Data comparison: the possibility of being the body tissue of the Bilan bird is 7%, the possibility of being the body tissue of the red gold ape is 5%, the possibility of being the body of the green thorn beast is 79%, and the possibility of being the flesh and blood tissue of other unknown creatures is 9%. After hearing the data given by the chip, Luo Yan's eyes subconsciously flashed a flash of realization. He himself is quite proficient in puppets. Since the fairy puppet has flesh and blood, it must have a specific source. Either a human or other living creatures. Otherwise, if it is used for that kind of thing, the authenticity of its touch will immediately dissuade those monks who covet beauty. So this seemingly beautiful fairy puppet body is actually made of the flesh and blood of a monster. Luo Yan had expected this result. The monster Qing Gzhi is a relatively rare first-level creature, similar to a variant of a meerkat and a pig. It is smooth and hairless, small in size, naturally has a strange fragrance, and its meat is tender to the touch. It usually only exists in the ancient forest of the wilderness. It is very rare. It is understandable that the flesh and blood of this monster is used as the body of a cultivator. Luo Yan also discovered this creature when he entered the outer periphery of the great wilderness for training. So he collected samples. There are also many spiritual medicines, plant habits, mineral types, etc. He has been collecting them subconsciously. After all, the detection function of the chip is very powerful, and he doesn't have to worry too much when collecting these things. Only a little sample is needed to analyze detailed graphic information. And the more sample information is collected in the database, the more accurate its internal analysis data will be. Therefore, Luo Yan was naturally very clear about the advantages and disadvantages of the chip. Therefore, in these years, he has almost never relaxed the data collection of various spiritual objects, spiritual materials, or ores, and alien creatures. Through previous experiments, it can now be concluded that the body of this flesh and blood puppet is made of the body of the green thorn beast. If those who bought the flesh and blood puppet knew that the thing they hugged together all day to enjoy the joy of humanity was actually a dead green thorn beast, I am afraid that these people's desire for humanity would not be so strong. Luo Yan then peeled off a layer of the flesh and blood puppet lying on the stone platform, revealing the special runes inside. These runes were integrated into the body of the flesh and blood puppet, bloody, as if the blood-colored flame was burning. Under the blessing of these special runes, the flesh and blood tissue that should have lost its activity long ago can maintain its cell activity through the transformation of those blazing spiritual powers. It's simply magical. So Luo Yan became more interested in these special runes, and the glow in his eyes seemed to be analogous to the stars. Observation and recording of alien runes has begun, and it is expected to take 3 hours and 16 minutes. These special runes, each time they jump and flow, seem to have an irregular rhythm, but in fact, under the simulation of runes, they can still be completely restored. This is the super auxiliary ability of the chip. In the practice of runes, it is like adding wings to a tiger. Retrieving these special runes is actually very simple. That is, you just need to find which basic runes are superimposed and fused. You must know that when Luo Yan first came into contact with his spirit puppet body, he also thought about using the flesh and blood of monsters as the shell. At that time, he directly used local materials and chose the moon snake head spirit fish he raised. But in the end, he failed. Because when the moon snake head spirit fish loses its life soon, the vitality of its flesh and blood tissue will be greatly reduced, until it rots. Even if he used various protective measures, Luo Yan could only slow down the speed and could not maintain it for a long time. Therefore, in his experiment, the flesh and blood of the living creatures could only maintain the activity of its life cells for a few days at most. But the flesh and blood puppet in front of him was different. With the blessing of those special runes, the activity of its flesh and blood tissue cells could be like that of real creatures. It seemed to have real life. Luo Yan cast another spiritual spell, forming a spiritual ring that enveloped the head of the flesh and blood puppet. What does the master want? Does the master need my servant to serve you? Master. When the spiritual light shone on the fairy puppet, it suddenly spoke. It was just like a real person. And every word of response was full of extreme charm, which made people want to feel pity. The woman in palace dress next to him kept peeking at this side. She wanted to know what this guy had been doing for so long. Why did that vulgar voice come out? When the palace-dressed woman saw the magic knife in Luo Yan's hand and the part of the white jade body that was cut open, she shuddered subconsciously. The vulgar scene she imagined in her mind did not happen, but it made her shudder. Is this still the Chengyu Taoist she knew? His face and actions at this time are no different from the devil, which is dawning. Luo Yan didn't know the psychological changes of the palace-dressed woman at this moment. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't do anything shameful. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and stretched it directly to the head of the fairy puppet. A black and white sealing technique appeared in his palm. Qi. The yin-yang sealing technique directly controlled the special runes engraved in the head of this fairy puppet, and took out a black round bead that exuded a cold breath from it. The moment the bead was taken out, the fairy puppet's words stopped abruptly. Luo Yan sank his consciousness into it. After a moment, he stopped his movements with a complicated expression. Because inside this black sphere, there is immortal consciousness. That is, the soul of the courtesan in the secular love place. The reason why this flesh and blood puppet can speak on its own is because of the self-consciousness of this mortal soul. She was forcibly stripped of most of her memories by the magic monks with a special secret method, leaving only a little ability for people to enjoy. However, the limitations of this kind of puppet are still quite large. Without those high-level runes and the blessing of the magic circle, whether it is speaking or doing things, it seems a bit dull. If the grade of the puppet can reach the third level, then there will be a sense of life. At that time, the real self-consciousness is dominant. Therefore, after all the experimental data were sorted out, the secrets of the fairy puppet were finally revealed by Luo Yan. The flesh and blood of the green thorn beast is the body, the soul of the secular mortal woman is the inner spirit, and those special runes are the control core. In addition to the extraordinary appearance and carving methods, the four are combined into one, forming the fairy puppet in front of us. After figuring this out, Luo Yan moved without a second thought and cleaned up the dirt on the jade table. He also sank the fairy puppet into the ground of the stone chamber. Chapter 362 Psychic Runes, Frame-Up, and Entrapment. A few days passed in a flash, and through this flesh and blood puppet, Luo Yan also got what he wanted. Some special high-level superimposed runes, such as bionic runes, touch runes, sound runes, illusion runes, and the most important psychic runes. The last rune can make the flesh and blood of creatures that have lost their vitality maintain real vitality through the nourishment of spiritual energy. This special psychic rune is very useful to Luo Yan. He can directly use it on his spirit puppet to make the spirit puppet body more real. You must know that his current spirit puppet body, apart from the rune manifestation, is actually a piece of iron laurel wood. The whole body is made of wood. If it is in some spiritual places, or encounters creatures that are more sensitive to breath, it will eventually be exposed. So this kind of psychic rune can make Luo Yan's spirit puppet body more perfect. Don't think that the monks of the Water and Fire Demon Palace use the souls of secular people to act as the inner spiritual consciousness of the puppets. It is a very cruel method. But in this world where you can practice, as long as there is no large-scale massacre, the local immortal forces generally don't care. It's nothing more than a mortal soul. There are many crueler things in the world of immortal cultivation. Cultivators are superior to others. And the places where mortals stay are generally some areas with thin spiritual energy and frequent filthy air. It is rare to see cultivators willing to run back and forth in the secular world. After all, if you stay in such a place without spiritual energy for a long time, the spiritual power in your body cannot be replenished. In this case, it is easy to cause the cultivation to regress. Perhaps because the Kangling city market is approaching its end, there are many more cultivators flying over this desolate mountain range. Even though Luo Yan and his friends are at least 100 miles away from the market, there are still many strange cultivators auras constantly emerging in the mountains. And in the past few days, you can find some fights between cultivators from time to time. The main reason for the outbreak of fighting is to intercept and kill the cultivators who came out of the Kangling market. After all, the monks who can go to the wilderness to participate in this special market are either wealthy or lawless. If they meet other monks in a desolate place and have the opportunity to make a profit without any investment, They will naturally be willing. This is the characteristic of evil monks and demon monks. They will not miss any opportunity to scrape practice resources. People like them, from the key refining stage, are in an environment of intrigue. Big fish eat small fish, and dangers. They are hostile to most people around them. Therefore, they have developed a habit of hunting like a wolf. As long as the time is right, even if they are of the same kind, they will still be regarded as prey. And the most direct way to obtain practice resources is to rob. This is the only truth that has never changed. Even within the large demon sects, this hunting method is highly praised, because it will greatly improve the personal fighting ability of the disciples under the sect, and reduce a lot of unnecessary training resources. Therefore, although fighting is prohibited in Kangling Market, but once they leave the city, the selfish desires of these people who are wandering on the edge of darkness will be infinite. In such a remote place, find a suitable target and kill it. That is the real secret. Once successful, the cultivation resources for the next few years, or even more than 10 years, will be gathered. No one will not be tempted. Fairy Mingayu, it's time for us to set off. In the underground stone chamber, Luo Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and the prompt sound of the chip in his mind kept ringing. A deep blue light curtain appeared, and a small red dot was particularly conspicuous. The target has moved 343 kilometers away from the main position. Direction coordinates, due south, 26 degrees west. The target is moving quickly, and it is expected to be out of the sensing distance in 1 hour and 17 minutes. The foundation building soul that Luo Yan handed over finally moved, and in an instant, it crossed a range of hundreds of miles. He guessed that it was most likely to use the short-distance teleportation formation in Kangling City for random teleportation. This short-distance teleportation array, because the spatial fluctuations it causes are very small, can hardly be sensed by cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Therefore, it is one of the most common means to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, the transmission range of this short-distance teleportation array is not too far, and it does not exceed the sensing range of the chip, otherwise it can clearly show the specific location. Although most of the people who travel to places like Kangling City are cultivators from the late stage of key refining to the middle and late stages of foundation building, this is precisely because the geographical location here is too remote. In order to be on the safe side, the owner of Kangling City still opens such a short-distance teleportation array backdoor for the shopkeepers of major stores. No matter how fiercely other cultivators fight, he will not care. But these shopkeepers are chickens that will place orders continuously, and the safety of these people will naturally be guaranteed to a certain extent. Brother Luo led the way ahead. The palace-dressed woman's face was cold, and she felt a burst of depression when she thought of the conversation a few days ago. She was dissatisfied with the Chengyu Taoist in front of her, and her tone seemed rather stiff. But she still took out the semi-spiritual treasure. Luo Yan didn't hear the little emotion in the words of the palace-dressed woman, and directly drove the semi-spiritual treasure to quickly escape to the direction where the target was. Wow! They turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Chila. Soon, this stone chamber began to collapse and was completely submerged by the rocks pouring in. Luo Yan sensed the mark pointed out by the chip while driving the semi-spiritual treasure to just the direction. The escape light of this spiritual treasure is really too fast. Even if it can only exert a little bit of its power, its escape speed is still comparable to Luo Yan's full power. He actually studied this semi-spiritual treasure briefly and wanted to explore the essence inside. But the array and array pattern in the semi-spiritual treasure are all third and fourth order array runes. He found it very difficult to observe and the efficiency was very low. However, Luo Yan still asked the chip to copy the high-level runes on the surface of this semi-spiritual treasure. It might come in handy when encountered in some special places in the future. As for the self-awareness in this semi-spiritual treasure, it is actually what Luo Yan cares about most. But the spirit of this magic weapon is like a flawless spirit, which makes him feel helpless. With the blessing of the semi-spiritual treasure, it is much easier for them to catch up with the monks of the Water and Fire Demon Palace. The reason why Luo Yan can determine the specific location of those people in real time is because the chip constantly detects the soul of the foundation building period. Otherwise, the general spiritual power marking method can be easily detected by it when facing the monks of the same level. In addition, there is a certain shielding perception effect in the storage space. Therefore, It is very difficult to locate the behavior of the monks of the Water and Fire Demon Palace by tampering with the treasure without exposing oneself. Even if Luo Yan does it himself, it is difficult to do it silently. Fortunately, with the deepening of Luo Yan's cultivation, the various auxiliary functions of the chip are also slowly improving. The marks of various creatures and things that have been touched can be detected in a more microscopic way. So Luo Yan can determine the specific location of the people of the Water and Fire Demon Palace without using spiritual power marking. Almost there. The spiritual light shield transformed from the semi-spiritual treasure tightly wrapped Luo Yan and the others, and the speed of flight was as fast as a rainbow. It took less than half an hour to catch up with the target. In front of them, 3 dark ray escape lights lingered in the sky, and there was a terrifying treasure light shining on them. That was the power of the magic weapon. Fellow Taoists from the Water and Fire Demon Palace, please stay. Luo Yan shouted. Brother Taoist, what do you mean? Seeing the 2 people behind him catching up with him and others at such a fast speed, the face of the middle-aged shopkeeper who originally received Luo Yan sank. At the first glance, he recognized the Taoist in green in front of him. It was the Taoist who sold the soul of the foundation building cultivator to him. After all, the memory of the cultivator is very good. It has only been a few days, and he can't forget the customer who had done business with him before. The middle-aged shopkeeper believed that he had not had any dispute with the Taoist in green, but seeing the other party's sudden action of blocking the road, it seemed that he was not here with good intentions. Moreover, the 3 of them were randomly teleported out through the internal teleportation array of Kangling City, so its concealment is naturally not to mention. They were still tracked by the Taoist in green. That can only mean that there is something wrong with the soul that this person traded to him. But now it is too late to react. I made a deal with this shopkeeper on the far left a few days ago and bought a flesh and blood puppet from him. But when I took it apart, I found such a little thing inside. A dark rune crystal suddenly appeared in Luo Yan's hand. The light on it was not obvious, and it was obviously in a silent state. It seemed like a dead object. But when this black crystal appeared, the 2 elderly Taoists next to the middle-aged shopkeeper glanced at the middle-aged man. They all knew what this was. It is usually used to locate the specific location of others, and then notify those guys who are licking blood on the edge of the knife to run over and hunt down the people with this mark. It is one of the means that cannot be seen in the light. The middle-aged shopkeeper naturally noticed the strange looks from the 2 brothers beside him, and he smiled awkwardly. He was not embarrassed about the act of installing special marks privately. He was just embarrassed to be caught on the spot and come to his door directly. The 2 Water and Fire Demon Palace monks next to him laughed secretly. They finally figured out what was going on at this moment. It must be their own junior brother who had bad intentions and wanted to rob the thieves. As a result, because he was too young and his methods were not subtle enough, he was discovered by someone. So that in the end he was found at his door. This example is too normal. They also made mistakes when they were young. Although they rarely do this now, it does not prevent them from recognizing it. That special rune mark is one of the hidden hands of the Water and Fire Demon Palace. The other 2 shopkeepers often did that when they were young. As a magic monk, selling the specific information of certain customers and then letting people hunt them down. In the end, they share a certain amount of benefits. This is a very normal operation. But now the truth has been revealed, and the other party looks like he is not easy to mess with. The 2 old shopkeepers looked at each other, and their thoughts were flying. But the middle-aged shopkeeper felt wronged. He dared to guarantee that he had never installed that kind of mark rune on the flesh and blood puppet he sold before. Now that this kind of mark rune has appeared, it really makes him speechless. Could it be that the puppet masters in the sect secretly did something? The middle-aged shopkeeper's face was uncertain, and his emotions were complicated. When he returns to the sect's residence, he must settle accounts with those greedy guys. Just cause trouble for him. For the green-clothed Taoist in front of him, the middle-aged shopkeeper definitely didn't have too many crooked thoughts. After all, people who can take out souls to sell are not easy to mess with at first glance. Once the people sent out to hunt capsize, it is easy to implicate himself. He still wants to continue to be his shopkeeper in Kangling Market in 2 years, so how could he do such a risky behavior? But the current situation really made him feel miserable. In fact, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out the root of the problem. Because the black mark rune was deliberately fabricated by Luo Yan. He stayed in Yongan City in the western regions for a long time, and naturally knew the little tricks of those magic monks. This kind of secret rune mark is one of them. Therefore, many large sects or independent cultivators, as long as they go to the territory of magic monks to buy things, even if the concealment technique is amazing, it is easy to be tracked. This is one of the reasons. Real magic monks are full of tricks. Any treasure or spirit stone, as long as it passes through their hands, it is easy to have problems. Brother Deo, you can check the black mark rune. You should know that the rune has never been activated. It is very likely that the puppet master in the sect did it accidentally. I absolutely have no intention of making an enemy of you. The middle-aged master of the story had a sincere expression and explained patiently. He looked at the palace-dressed female cultivator behind the Taoist in green clothes, and saw the colorful light in her hand. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. As the steward and shopkeeper of a sect shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper's eyesight was naturally very outstanding. Although he couldn't see the specific appearance of the colorful light, the power like a thorn forced him to deal with it carefully. And the middle-aged shopkeeper saw the speed of escape just now, and he could catch up at such a fast speed. The power of this treasure is definitely very strong. He even had an idea that he had to resolve this conflict peacefully, even if it cost a certain price. Don't fight if you can. Go ahead, don't say that I didn't give you this opportunity. Lightning appeared on Luo Yan's body, and thunder also appeared around him, with a terrifying momentum. Chapter 363, The Disappeared Monk, the Organizational Structure of the Life and Death Building. At the moment when the thunderous power appeared, the three deacons of the Water and Fire Demon Palace opposite were shocked. This is a cultivator who practices thunder magic, and the momentum of each move is extremely terrifying. It is said that the number of Taoist practitioners who can obtain the true meaning of thunder is even rarer than the real sword practitioners. Brother Deo, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate. The middle-aged shopkeeper said hurriedly with a bitter face. Now I really have no words to say, and I don't know how to explain it. Even the two brothers beside him now think that he is secretly doing something, and then the trouble is caused by the exposure of his deeds. If I had known that when trading the flesh and blood puppet, I would have checked it in advance. Otherwise, there would not be such a misunderstanding. If the black positioning rune was really his own hand, the middle-aged shopkeeper would have admitted it. But he took such a black pot for no reason. When he returns to the Demon Palace, he will definitely find those greedy puppet masters to settle accounts. For a moment, the middle-aged shopkeeper's thoughts were complicated. As for the possibility of being deliberately framed by the Taoist in green, he has not thought about it yet. After all, this was their first transaction, and there was no deep hatred between them. There was no need to resort to such unwarranted means. Therefore, the middle-aged shopkeeper was certain that it was most likely the puppet masters in the sect who deliberately did it. But the Taoist in green clothes opposite him did not allow him to think too much, and the sky full of lightning appeared. Chi! A dazzling silver light burst out from Luo Yan's palm, turning into a thunder and lightning ring, with a loud bang, as if the world was broken apart. Puff! The middle-aged shopkeeper failed to dodge in time and took the blow. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the precious clothes on his body with magic light curling were black, and his whole body was numb. If there were two more thunders, he would probably die on the spot. Two senior brothers, help me! The middle-aged shopkeeper shouted. The two Taoists beside him hesitated for a moment, but decided to help. Although his junior brother had that kind of shady little thoughts, he was still his fellow disciple after all. If they watched an outsider kill their junior brother in front of them, they would be ashamed. Although the friendship between the fellow disciples of the demon sect was very weak, since they were sent out to be the shopkeepers of a market town, it meant that their desire to kill each other was far less intense than those guys in the sect. Considering this situation, the other two monks of the Water and Fire Demon Palace took action. At the same time, they propped up a ball of protective spiritual light, and the sound of the magic weapon hummed, turning into a series of energy beams, which hit them like an overwhelming force. For a moment, this area was full of rosy clouds and blazing spiritual waves. The semi-spiritual treasure in the hands of the palace-dressed female cultivator glowed, propping up a sky curtain to protect herself inside. Then she retreated to a distance, looking like she had nothing to do with it. She believed that with the thunder method attainments that the Taoist in green clothes had previously displayed outside Biliu City, it should not take much effort to get rid of these guys in front of her. So even if they were besieged by three monks of the same level, The cultivation of the two elderly shopkeepers had reached the great perfection of foundation building. But Luo Yan was still fearless. He directly fought 1 against 3, strolling in the glow, stepping on thunder and rushing forward, as if the god of thunder had descended to the world. The silver sea of thunder was undulating, magnificent, rippling in circles, and the momentum was rolling. The power of heaven and earth was mighty. The 3 monks of the water and fire demon palace also took out their own magic weapons, emitting powerful fluctuations, and the brilliance was connected into one piece, and the spiritual light was brilliant. After Luo Yan had a brief fight with these people for a few moves, he roughly figured out their strength. In addition to those powerful protective magic weapons and various disposable talismans, he had mastered very few magical skills. It could not bring him a big threat. At most, it belonged to the ranks of elite disciples. Therefore, after a simple test, he decided to fight quickly. The power of various thunders burst out, and instantly went up several levels. In the end, 2 yin and yang thunders appeared in Luo Yan's palm. One was a dazzling silver, and the other was invisible and intangible, clear and unclear. All of them emitted a hazy glow. Then, the 2 yin and yang marks merged into one, and the lightning was overwhelming. Silver thunder sprang up from the void, blasting the direction where the 3 people from the water and fire demon palace stood, with arcs of electricity and dense runes. It was terrifying. Screams continued to ring, and the 3 people were hit by the silver arcs of electricity one after another, and then they died. The lightning on Luo Yan's body slowly dissipated, as if the snow melted, and there was no sound in the blink of an eye. The 3 powerful opponents didn't even have the chance to escape, and fell in the blazing sea of thunder. Is it over? The woman in palace dress asked softly. Yes, Luo Yan nodded lightly, without any complacency in his emotions. With his current strength, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the same realm. It doesn't take much energy to kill a few deacons and elders of the water and fire demon palace. This is the gap between the truly top cultivators and ordinary cultivators. It is an all-round crushing. In a duel of strength, it is a question of a few moves or a dozen moves. And he will act as a deacon elder who is the shopkeeper in a market. His real strength is probably not comparable to that of a real inner disciple. After all, the inner disciples of each large sect not only have requirements on realm cultivation, but also age restrictions. Extraordinary geniuses cannot continue to serve as inner disciples. So the term inner disciple seems to be only one word different from the outer disciple, but the difference is a world of difference. Every inner disciple must be the best of the younger generation. Belong to the future of a large sect. What is Brother Luo going to do next? Are you going to continue to accept tasks? Or do you have other plans? The palace-dressed woman hesitated to speak. Through careful observation during this period of time, as well as the beginning and end of the 2 tasks just now, she has a clearer understanding of the Taoist and green in front of her. Strong strength, excellent talent, clear mind and intelligence, strategic work, and a deep mind. Such a person may have his own confusion. Luo Yan paused while collecting the storage bags from the people, and turned back to look at the woman in palace dress. After a moment, he turned back and continued to clean up the traces on the ground. He saw the hesitation of the woman in palace dress, and it was obvious that she was saying something else. But he did not ask too much at the first time, but set up the teleportation array and took out more than a dozen medium-grade spirit stones and put them on it. Get up! Luo Yan's hands kept flying, and he cast a series of array patterns that flew into the array plate, and suddenly a dazzling starlight fell down. Let's go, let's leave here first. After all, a fierce battle had just broken out in this place, and their opponent was a cultivator from a large sect. If they stayed here for too long, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. So Luo Yan immediately made a decision to leave this mountain range first. Buzz! A burst of bright starlight lit up, and the interior of the teleportation array was dotted with rosy clouds. The figures of Luo Yan and the woman in palace dress slowly disappeared. A deep shadow that reached the sky penetrated the sky. Under the dual effects of the array pattern and the array plate, it seemed as if the passage to another world was forcibly opened. Soon, the transmission channel transported them to a place more than 1,000 miles away. Luo Yan's hands did not stop, and he repeated the same method again, setting up another short-distance transmission array. In this way, he performed it twice before finally returning to the outside of Biliu City. Fairy Mingai must have something to say just now. There are no outsiders now, I am willing to listen. After the two of them returned to the life and death building, Luo Yan asked directly. He had been alone with the palace-dressed woman for so long, so naturally he had a certain understanding of her way of speaking. The place where the battle broke out before was not suitable for much idle chat. If the elders of the Water and Fire Demon Palace were to chase them, it would be a lot of fun. Therefore, Luo Yan did not want to delay in that area. Now that he was back in Biliu City, he didn't have to worry about these. After several consecutive short-distance transmissions, even if the high-level monks of the Water and Fire Demon Palace went out in person, it would be almost impossible to track them in a short time. Even if we use the Taoist method of backtracking, it is impossible to find any other clues except the battle scene. It is almost impossible to locate their position. Luo Yan himself is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and he knows the tricks of tracking magic very well. Brother Luo, have you learned about the power of Nanshan Temple? Facing the confused eyes of the Taoist in green, the woman in palace dress finally told the secret buried in her heart. This is also the decision she made after many considerations in the underground stone chamber in those days. She believes what she sees with her own eyes. That is, the Taoist in green in front of her, in addition to his thunder magic, his attainments and puppets and his ability to track and find people are also unexpectedly amazing. He can even make the fake look real, so that his elders can't tell the difference for a while. His strength in all aspects is unexpectedly excellent. If this kind of top genius is willing to help, maybe he can really help her. Brother Luo, do you still remember when the Biliu Xianjiao list was launched? Luo Yan did not think too much and gave an answer in an instant. It should be more than 2 years. Yes, in just over 2 years, more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators in my life and death building have disappeared quietly. When she said this, a frost appeared on the pretty face of the palace-dressed woman, as if ice was condensing. There was a repressive atmosphere in the entire life and death building, as if the night before the rainstorm. It was about to devour people's hearts. Facing the oncoming breath impact, Luo Yan frowned continuously. However, he did not ask any further questions, but waited for the next answer from the palace-dressed woman. Because Luo Yan knew that this kind of breath oppression was not aimed at him alone. It can't be said that because of the establishment of the Xianjiao list, those people in the life and death building disappeared? And then attribute the root cause to him? I'm sorry, Brother Luo, I thought of those hidden agents, who are cultivators who have lived in Biliu City for generations. They are absolutely loyal to my life and death tower, so I lost my composure for a moment. I hope Brother Luo will not take it to heart. The woman in palace dress bowed and picked up the teapot on the table and filled the cup in front of Luo Yan. She expressed her apology. To be honest, Brother Luo, since I took over this life and death tower, I have been in charge of all matters in the building. Whether it is a casual cultivator or a member of a cultivation family, there are almost all downline members developed by my life and death tower. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are spies in all sects and factions, as well as various forces. But just 2 years ago, everything changed. The eyes of the woman in palace dress were filled with murderous intent. It was at this moment that Luo Yan finally reacted. In addition to the dignified lady in front of him, there was also another side of decisiveness. Those previous weak actions made Luo Yan's impression a little biased. You have to know that this beautiful female cultivator is the head of a big force in a big city. This position is equal to the power of many large sects, the outer elders in charge of one side. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can control. Moreover, the power of the life and death building is a subordinate power of the Shadow Hall. If a killer organization does not have a certain source of intelligence, it will definitely make a lot of mistakes when issuing assassination missions. Therefore, when the assassination mission in the blood-killing order is issued, the intelligence cooperation of the life and death building is required. Regarding this point, Luo Yan has already had some guesses in his mind. The life and death building seems to have nothing to do with the Shadow Hall, but in fact, it is connected. There are too many things that are involved in it. Even though he has stayed in the life and death building for so long, he has not figured it out too clearly. Luo Yan only has a general understanding of the personnel organization structure in the life and death building, and secretly communicates with the code names of Spirit Eagle, Demon Falcon, and Phoenix Kite. The title of each level corresponds to the cultivator of that realm. Eagle is in the key refining stage, Falcon is in the foundation establishment stage, and Kite is a high-level cultivator in the golden core stage. Therefore, The attic of the Life and Death building is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. After all, in the entire attic, apart from the woman in palace dress, there are only a few puppet bodies on the first floor. This is obviously unreasonable. It can only be said that the members of the Life and Death building are almost all hidden in the dark. After all, it is an intelligence organization, and it is enough to have one person who shows up outside. Since Brother Luo started to formulate the Xianjiao list, basically every month, one of my Life and Death building's hidden men will disappear for no reason. And the cultivation level of those hidden men is basically Foundation establishment cultivators. At first, I thought that this was a deliberate targeting by a large sect. Later, after careful examination, I found that it was not what I imagined at all. The disciples of the large forces in the city have almost no casualties, and they have not deliberately targeted my Life and Death building. So I mobilized the power of the entire Life and Death building to investigate openly and secretly. Finally, I found the trick inside the woman in palace dress. Looked to the south, where there were temples and spiritual towers rising and falling. So solemn and sacred. Chapter 364, Consecration. Entering the house, relics. The woman in the Nine Realms palace dress of the Buddhist sect lightly tapped the air with her white jade fingers, and then several jade slips flew in from the stairs at the corner. At the signal of the woman in palace dress, Luo Yan picked up the jade slips and slowly sank his mind into them. Inside were the basic information of each missing spy. Some were practicing in their own caves, and some were gathering intelligence outside. Without exception, these people suddenly disappeared when they were alone. It was as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth, as if they had been immersed in a deep pool, and no trace could be found. However, in the last jade slip, there was a place that was specially marked out. That was Nanshan Temple. This place belonged to the territory of Qianfo Temple, which was another great power besides Lingjian Mountain. Although it did not have the name of a holy sect, in the northern part of Hongzhou, the overall strength of Qianfo Temple was definitely not inferior to any super holy sect. What was interesting was that the last place where these spies disappeared was close to Nanshan Temple. After many investigations, I found that the hidden players in the building may not be deliberately targeted by a certain force. Maybe it is an unintentional impact. Because I found a very interesting fact, that is, in the past 2 years, there are at least hundreds of independent cultivators or family cultivators in the Foundation building period who disappeared for unknown reasons. And these missing cultivators all point to a certain area. Nanshan Temple. The hair of the woman in palace dress glowed, reflecting like a mirror, but her face was terribly gloomy. Obviously, this kind of thing without a beginning or an end made her angry. 2 years have passed, and she doesn't even know who her opponent is. Every time she was confused, even if she guessed that it was the bald donkeys in Nanshan Temple, the woman in palace dress had no evidence. I felt very difficult to get the result of this guess. I even had no idea where to start. After all, it was an extremely mysterious Buddhist sect, which was as famous as the super holy sect of Lingjian Mountain. It was far from being comparable to a small Life and Death building. Even if so many monks disappeared one after another, there must be a great secret involved. The woman in palace dress naturally wanted to find out. For this reason, she had specially consulted the elders upstairs. But her grandfather, who had always spoiled her, just said a few words in a mysterious way. It started again. Then he told her seriously that the secret agents in the pavilion should stay away from that area. And she was forbidden to get close. Such a mysterious and ambiguous answer made the woman in palace dress more confused. As the owner of this generation of Life and Death Tower, so many people under her disappeared for no reason. If she couldn't even figure out the specific reason, how could she continue to serve as the owner? Thinking of this, the woman in palace dress was naturally very unwilling. She had wanted to figure it all out for a long time. But relying on her own strength, she would never dare to break into the high tower of Nanshan Temple without permission. I want Brother Luo to do me a favor, that is, to investigate the real reason behind the disappearance of the hidden man in my pavilion. Whether it succeeds or not, I will transfer the killing points accumulated over the years to Brother Luo. With these killing points, Brother Luo will be able to exchange the thunder secret method he pursues in advance. The palace-dressed woman raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes were as sincere as water. There was a hint of pleading in her tone. Because she had seen most of the abilities of the people in front of her, if there was anyone of the same age who could find out the real reason for the disappearance of those cultivators, it must be this Taoist in green. Hearing so many killing points reported, Luo Yan's heart suddenly moved. Once again, he improved his opinion of this third-generation female cultivator. It's really too rich. Almost nothing is lacking. Unfortunately, even with so many killing points, Luo Yan still couldn't change the way of practice next. Long before this, Patriarch Chen had specifically told him that he could only obtain killing points by performing assassination missions, so as to exchange for the incomplete great supernatural power. So, even if he got a large amount of killing points in advance and exchanged for the two supernatural secrets Purple Star Zuanshu Thunder and Void Heaven Puppet Simulation Body Method, but he still couldn't give up the next assassination mission. This is because Patriarch Chen knows more and more about Luo Yan, and knows that this young man in blue has a quick mind. In order to obtain enough killing points, it is highly likely that he will not perform the mission honestly. There will always be some simpler and more efficient ways. But in this way, the meaning of being an enemy in the world is lost. Luo Yan is not a stupid person, and naturally knows what Patriarch Chen means. It is to train his various abilities when he goes out, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of killing points that a palace-dressed woman handed over to him. Luo Yan is likely to use them. However, the assassination mission will continue. There is also the Battle of the Xianjiao list in Biliu City. Luo Yan will still choose to be the person behind the scenes, and come out from time to time to suppress those top Xianjiao. Cultivate the law and sharpen the body, and fight to support the war. This kind of transformation is the most amazing with two-pronged approach. And carrying out assassination missions seems simple, but in fact, if you persist for many years, there are still many benefits. Because the execution of such tasks is the most tested Luo Yan's personal comprehensive strength, tracking, exploration, holding back, identification, killing, clearing traces, etc. Each aspect needs to be done to the extreme to ensure the success of each mission. Once a link is wrong, it may lead to the final failure. This has to be said to be a very difficult test. This is closely related to the battle of monks. Only when you kill more monks in person can you understand which means are likely to be used as one of the means of counterattack before death. Under the threat of death, there are many examples of a cultivator in the key refining stage, desperately using secret methods to threaten the cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, as the number of assassination missions increases, the number of accidental monks encountered will naturally increase. A true Xianjiao is able to understand the true meaning of the methods of those accidental monks, and feed back to himself. After all, most monks use different escape secrets, attack methods, types of concealed breath, etc. when facing assassinations. This is another way of sharpening that is different from the battle of Xianjiao. Simple and direct. Very intuitive. Thinking of the help of the palace-dressed woman during this period, even if she did not mention the reward of killing points, Luo Yan would still choose to agree to help. Because this does not conflict with his practice plan. I think it won't take much time. So Luo Yan simply sorted out the information on the jade slips about the missing persons, and then several guesses suddenly emerged in his mind. For example, why are the missing persons all independent cultivators and monks from small families? And are the large forces in Biliu City aware of this? Or is this a tacit unspoken rule? Finally, Nanshan Temple is a Buddhist sect. What is the purpose of doing this? Thinking of this, Luo Yan was ready to go and take a look. But before that, he had to disguise himself completely. Disguised as a real Buddhist monk. Therefore, the appearance of his spirit puppet body had to be changed. Luo Yan thought about it and asked the woman in palace dress to find a second-level red flame demon snake corpse, then crush the flesh and blood and remove the scales. Put it aside for use. Then he used the third-level spiritual jade Qinkong jade as the bone to carve a normal monk's pelvic skeleton. The core part of its internal organs was still replaced by the heart marrow. With these three things, a puppet body with the same appearance as a normal monk was made. At this time, Luo Yan put those spiritual runes that he had just learned into it to keep his body from decaying. On this flesh and blood body, Luo Yan temporarily only arranged a small spirit-gathering array to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to ensure the normal operation of its internal spiritual power. The rest of the place was punched by Luo Yan into a number of weird and hazy spiritual patterns. This is also a kind of rune, but it is a demon rune. Luo Yan copied it based on the innate scripture in the petrified spirit snake. He has been in contact with a demon scripture on the bloodline demon beast for a long time. Although he is not proficient in runes, With the help of the chip, it is not a big problem to copy 1 or 2 innate scriptures. The place he went to this time was very special. It was a Buddhist place like Nanshan Temple. It is easy to be discovered with just ordinary spiritual body skills. After all, the practitioners of the Buddhist sect mainly cultivate the soul. As long as the mental power is sufficient, it is not impossible to become a Buddha on the spot. Of course, although the practitioners of the Buddhist sect focus on cultivating the soul, this does not mean that they do not cultivate the physical body. On the contrary, the control of the physical body by the practitioners of this system is almost as good as that of traditional immortals. Luo Yan had met the monks of Qianfo Temple when he was in the secret realm of Thunder Law before. I heard a little about the realm division of the Buddhist sect practitioners. This is a key refining system that is not inferior to the traditional immortals. And based on the opening of the light, it corresponds to the cultivators in the key refining and foundation building stages. The home realm corresponds to the cultivators in the golden elixir and nascent soul stages respectively. The relic realm is above the transformation of the spirit. The cultivation realms here seem to be few, but in fact, there are many things to practice. It is very different from the cultivation of ordinary cultivators. For example, if the Buddhist practitioners continue to subdivide, they must start practicing from the 5 senses of the cultivators. That is, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, and body consciousness. When the body of the Buddhist practitioner is leak-free and the practice is complete, they will begin to practice the 6th level of consciousness, the 7th level of manas consciousness, the 8th level of alaya consciousness, and the 9th level of amala consciousness, and finally achieve the fruit position, that is, the immortal of the spiritual practice system. There is no difference between the two. It's just that they take different paths of practice. This is the same as the demon saint and the ghost immortal. The practitioners of this lineage of the Buddhist sect have a very significant common point, that is, they like to practice mantras. Luo Yan understood it as a manifestation of the Tao of the practice world. Such as the spell of immobilization, the spell of concentration, the spell of rejuvenation, the spell of rebirth, the spell of purification, etc. The moment these spells are chanted, the spiritual energy around will begin to churn and present in a special form. The power is amazing. So in Luo Yan's view, these are the various magical skills of the cultivator lineage. The spells with small power are spells, and the spells with great power and involving the level of Tao are magical powers. Compared with the system of cultivating immortals, it is just a name for calling. But precisely because he doesn't know much, Luo Yan will be more cautious. In terms of disguise, try to make it more realistic as much as possible. Even the inner red flame demon snake soul was sealed in the depths of the mind of this demon body with a human face by Luo Yan using the means of restraining the soul. In this way, except for the actual witness of the woman in palace dress, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to see through the true face of this demon body puppet. Even if you are unlucky and happen to meet a great cultivator at the 2nd level of the family realm, the other party can only see the strong demonic aura on Luo Yan's demon body. They would mistakenly think that it was a demon cultivator in person, not a spy from another sect. After all, in the cultivation world, it is not a rare thing for a demon cultivator to transform into human form and come to the cultivator's territory to seek the way and the law. In Biliu City, there are also some such demon cultivators, and Luo Yan has encountered them several times. It is normal. After doing all this, Luo Yan checked the demon body puppet again. The overall skin is white, with scales all over the body, and there is a bloody smell in the breath, which is very light. This is what Luo Yan did deliberately, and he did not take action to remove this bloody smell. The demon cultivator has to look like a demon cultivator. It's just that a spiritual light array is used to isolate it from the surface of the skin. Brother Luo, is this puppet ready? A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the woman in palace dress, and she stretched out her jade-like white fingers to touch the scales on the demon body puppet. It was icy and cold. Looking at it again, the face of the demon body puppet is 70% similar to the Taoist in green clothes in front of him. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are brothers of the same clan. Such a miraculous skill really opened her eyes. She did not expect that the small puppet technique could actually transform a living person. And no matter what detection methods the palace-dressed woman used, such as the spiritual eye technique, the divine sense detection, etc., she could not find anything unusual. It was undoubtedly a 2nd-level cultivator. Brother Luo, can I drive this demon puppet? A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the palace-dressed woman. Although she wanted to ask the Taoist in green for help, if there was such a puppet to help. Even if she was asked to go to Nanshan Temple, she would dare to do it. And she would not have to worry about her own safety. At that time, it would not be difficult to find out the reason why many foundation-building cultivators in the pavilion disappeared. If Fairy Mingayu wants to control this demon body puppet, she may be able to go to other places, but if it is the headquarters of a large force, I do not recommend you to do so. Luo Yan met the palace-dressed woman's hopeful eyes and shook his head slowly. Then he gave an explanation. A normal cultivator has a deep spiritual power, and the fluctuation of his soul and spirit, etc., all have an approximate range of values. Although I have sealed a red flame demon snake soul into this demon body puppet to replace the body's soul. Luo Yan thought about it, and a spiritual light appeared in his palm, simulating this image very accurately. Let the palace-dressed woman observe more clearly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Chanting, Star Sunflower. Evil thoughts. The aura of a cultivator's soul, if there is not much protection, can basically be sensed by most perception spells. Even if you have a high-level treasure to protect you, it can at most affect the detection of people of the same level, but it can definitely not protect you from the perception of high-level cultivators. As long as Fairy Mingayu divides a little mental power to control this demon body puppet, the soul of the red flame demon snake will produce a very slight sense of disharmony with your own consciousness. This natural repulsion reaction between souls is difficult to detect under normal circumstances. But in the perception of the consciousness of those high-level cultivators, it is like a beacon in the dark. The reason why Luo Yan chose to tell these things is because the technique of his spiritual body's consciousness descending is unique to the Five Elements Temple. He cannot teach it privately. This point must be made clear in advance to avoid unnecessary suspicion. It's not that Luo Yan is selfish and unwilling to teach. So if the palace-dressed woman wants to use this demon body puppet, she can only control it through mental power. If this method is used to control this puppet, it is easy to be discovered by high-level cultivators. Because there are flaws. You should know that the method of controlling the spiritual consciousness is not a natural way from the inside out, but a kind of forced control. Therefore, when encountering some high-level monks with keen spiritual perception, it is easy to find the problem in the demon body puppet. And spiritual power is a thing with a very obvious unique breath of the monk. The spiritual breath and spiritual power fluctuations of each monk are different. Some great monks can even find the specific location of their true body through the secret method of the divine way, based on that weak soul fluctuation. Therefore, the palace-dressed woman's behavior of controlling the demon body puppet by herself is absolutely very dangerous. If Luo Yan had not experimented many times and clearly knew the pros and cons of the spiritual body technique, he would not choose to agree to help. Because as long as you explore the core area of a large force, it is a provocation. If you are discovered, you will be wanted directly, or even cursed to death. There is no room for negotiation. Because this is the core of a sect, outsiders are not allowed to covet it. If the palace-dressed woman has not practiced a consciousness descent technique like Luo Yan, or the secret method of the Yin Corp sect soul ascending technique, if you control the puppet body to go to the headquarters of a large force, the possibility of being discovered to be abnormal is very high. Luo Yan, who was born in a super sect, naturally knows the ins and outs of this. Once you step into the perception range of the mountain protection formation, any breath that does not belong to the monks and the sect will be clearly marked. Even high-level monks are no exception. They are all within the perception range of that formation. For example, the number of monks in the sect, the level of realm, the fluctuation of spiritual energy, etc. If there is something wrong, it will be discovered immediately. This is only the effect of the mountain protection formation. If the high-level monks in the sect are added to the detection, I am afraid that only high-level monks can avoid these detections. On the contrary, a foundation-building monk like the palace-dressed woman, no matter how many runes she has mastered and how many magical powers and secrets she has, is unlikely to escape. That kind of detection is always there. Chi. Luo Yan's spiritual consciousness transferred to the demon body puppet and sensed the spiritual power in the body, all of which had a strong sense of blood. Although this spirit puppet has been dealt with, there is still a faint smell of snakes. If it is a demon puppet of this level, there shouldn't be any major abnormalities. It's just that the means of self-defense may be a little lacking. Luo Yan paused in front of the wooden window, thinking about the shortcomings of this demon puppet. After thinking for a long time, he decided not to pretend to be a normal cultivator, but to pretend to be a demon cultivator. Because this can increase the tolerance rate of his identity. Even if there is any mistake, it can be pushed to the demon beast. And it will not attract too much attention from the great monks in Nanshan Temple. However, the fighting style of demon cultivators is still very different from that of normal human cultivators. When demon beasts fight, they either rely on the tyrannical demon body to hunt the enemy, or rely on innate magical powers to defeat the opponent. Either way, it is very different from the fighting of real cultivators. Therefore, when imitating demon cultivators, you must be very careful. Fortunately, Luo Yan once stayed in the outer area of the Great Wilderness for a long time and witnessed the real blood demon beast fighting. Knowing most of their living habits, it doesn't take much effort to pretend. However, compared with those powerful bloodline monsters, Luo Yan's demon body puppet's attack methods seem a bit too weak. After all, in that situation, he can't use all kinds of magical skills openly. Therefore, if an accident comes, Luo Yan must have the ability to fight back. The way the innate magical powers of demon cultivators are released is generally through horns, forehooves, mouth, eyes and other parts. There is a very obvious release process, which is very different from the spellcasting of human cultivators. Luo Yan thought about it and then focused his attention on the eyes of this demon body puppet. He decided to make a simple modification and concentrate the petrification small magical scripture on the head of the demon body puppet. And it is still improved in the way of layered superposition and instant triggering. When Luo Yan wants to use the petrification secret technique, he can release it directly through his eyes. That is the typical petrification of whoever is stared at. Only in this way can it be in line with the bloodthirsty personality of demon cultivators, thereby reducing the risk of exposing oneself. 10 days later. At the southernmost part of Biliu City, there is a small mountain range, with a dense spiritual energy and rolling essence. Many rare and precious medicines are planted on the top of the mountain, making this area a collection of the spirits of heaven and earth. Even at the foot of the mountain, many low-level spiritual objects are bred. Such extravagant behavior can only be achieved by some large sects. There are spiritual medicines everywhere, and spiritual materials are all over the mountain, just like a holy place for cultivation. This is just a branch temple, and there is such a magnificent and beautiful mountain scenery, which shows the heritage of the sect. When the sun shines down in the early morning, the fog in the mountains and forests turns into light rain, sparkling and dotted, like a dream. Nanshan Temple stands on this small mountain peak that is not very tall. It seems to be located inside Biliu City, but it is actually close to the barren mountains outside, which is somewhat similar to the feeling of a big city connecting a small city. Nanshan Temple covers an area of about 100 mu. The outer buildings are all made of red walls and yellow tiles. There are courtyards one after another, and hundreds of rooms stretching out. It is like a primary Taoist temple with many monks. There are many ancient trees planted in the mountains and forests, covering the sky and the sun, with twisted branches intertwined. Behind Nanshan Temple, there are towering towers, which are restricted areas for outsiders. Dang dang dang, waves of melodious bells echoed in the mountains and forests. This bell sound spread to the southern area of Biliu City, and then it came to an abrupt end. Not long after, a chanting sound came from far away, from the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. It became clearer and clearer. Soon, monks in gray robes appeared at the end of the street in the south city. And every monk's head was shiny. Hili Mahapadasami. Yixili Namo Amida Baya 20 or so monks in gray robes were neatly divided into 2 rows, chanting scriptures and walking slowly through the street. The moment the chanting sounded, the whole street was filled with a hazy glow, as if a sacred being had appeared. It made people feel at ease. At this time, somatics opened and monks with pious faces walked out. They knelt down on the spot, and their faces became more and more pious as the chanting sounded. It was as if they were compassionate to the world. Soon, all the troubles were gone and they were full of happiness. It was like ascending to paradise. These people kept chanting, "Buddha is above, disciples are devoted to worship, and hope that my Buddha will have mercy on me. I only wish to accompany my Buddha forever, with green lamps and candles, wooden fish and food on." For a moment, The hustle and bustle of the whole street was replaced by this worship scene. It was shocking. On the top floor of the inn not far away, a Taoist in green sat in front of the window, looking at everything below with an indifferent expression. From his sight, there were almost hundreds of devout Buddhist believers kneeling down on the whole street. It was a huge crowd. It seemed that they were all worshipping Buddha sincerely. And the most surprising thing was that although there were many monks on this street, there was no elixir or magic tool shop opened here. Basically, there were some foreign monks living here. And those who were devout. It was like the private land of Buddhist believers. You have to know that these people who seemed to be extremely pious and kneeling on the ground were actually monks. They all had cultivation, but they still knelt so devoutly. The power of faith mentioned by the Buddhist sect was truly revealed to the cultivators for the first time. Are these people still monks? Why are they kneeling down to those bald donkeys like fools? Did we come to the wrong place? Isn't this Luo city? It's a Buddhist city. In the inn next to them, a foreign monk whispered. In a big city of immortal cultivation, they suddenly saw such a scene, which made them doubt their outlook on life. Practitioners are free and have all kinds of great powers. When have they ever behaved like slaves? They should all be believers who are close to the Buddhist sect, right? The many pagodas on the mountain are where Nanshan Temple is located. And Nanshan Temple is a branch temple of Kyanfo Temple, so it's not surprising that there are so many Buddhist believers here. A monk explained, obviously an old monk in Luo city. They have been in the city for a long time, because they have a certain understanding of the monks of Nanshan Temple and the believers in the city. Suddenly, groups of green light shone in the distant mountains and forests, full of the breath of life. After a while, a burst of fragrance came, making the cultivators feel bright. What is that thing on the mountain? Why is it emitting a strange light? And also exuding a medicinal fragrance? Is it some precious spiritual medicine? Someone exclaimed, as if he smelled the scent of a precious medicine, and his eyes were shining. Many of them were cultivators who came from the outside world recently. Hearing that the Xianjiao list here is very famous, although they don't have the qualifications and strength to participate, it's good to learn more about such a grand event and join in the fun. After all, the lifespan of cultivators is extremely long, and such a grand event as the Xianjiao list is spread all over the surrounding areas. Naturally, it will attract many curious cultivators to come and watch. And now Luo City not only has the Xianjiao list, but also the live broadcast of the great cultivators of the God transformation. It is not surprising that all these deeds have attracted many outside cultivators to come and visit. Perhaps it is because there are too many outside cultivators. So that the South City, which was originally the most spacious, now seems overcrowded. Various solitary caves and monks' inns have been rented out one after another. However, there are very few monks from the former Luo city who are still staying in this area. You are not mistaken. The light balls that are shining with bright light are spiritual medicines, and they are second-level high-quality spiritual medicine star sunflowers. The word star sunflower made the cultivators excited. Because the medicinal properties of this spiritual medicine are mild, even if it is swallowed directly, it can be used to increase spiritual power. It increases spiritual power more than taking a whole bottle of Zingin pill. It is also more direct. So many star sunflowers are planted in the mountains like this. Aren't you afraid that they will be stolen? Someone asked, with greed in his eyes. Obviously, he had evil thoughts. Because the bright light dots on the mountain almost filled his entire field of vision. If he finds an opportunity to take them all away, what a rich resource it will be? Even if he only picks a very small part of it, it will be enough for a foundation-building cultivator to practice for a long time. You can't get in. The mountain ahead has a Buddhist sect's Vajra formation. There is a third-level peak mountain protection formation that is connected to the earth's veins. No cultivators can go up except Buddhist sect disciples or their followers. Someone next to him sighed, and there seemed to be a sense of regret in his tone. After all, it was only one step away from the treasure mountain, but it was a pity that we could only watch. What if we were like the people on the street? As long as we worshipped those gray-robed monks, would we be their followers? Suddenly, someone said such a sentence. As soon as this was said, many cultivators became excited. As long as they could go up the mountain, let alone Buddhist sect believers, even if they were from the demonic sect, they would be willing to join temporarily. At that time, they would secretly pick some spiritual herbs on the mountain and then leave quietly. Wouldn't they be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs for cultivation? This group of people were all new cultivators from the outside world. Many of them had never come into contact with the top Buddhist and Taoist sects before. Naturally, he could not find out the right and wrong here. Even the anomalies on both sides of the street, such as the old monks of Biliu City, basically moved away from this area. Regarding this abnormality, only those with sharp minds can find it. Luo Yan smacked his lips and glanced at the monks who had talked about the conditions for going up the mountain. With a blessing of his spiritual eyes, there was a faint delight behind those people. Obviously, the true identities of these guys are inseparable from the monks in Nanshan Temple. Chapter 366, Wisdom, Monk Huming, Amitabha. Luo Yan has been on this special street for more than 10 days. During this time, he has learned a lot about Nanshan Temple. For example, the inexplicable chanting sound before is actually a blessing from monks. It can make the mind of the cultivators become ethereal, and it has a certain degree of gain effect whether it is practice or enlightenment. However, only Buddhist believers can feel these blessed auras. And the way to get those star sunflowers on the mountain is also very simple. That is, Nanshan Temple has held the Nanshan Dharma Assembly once a month in the past 2 years. As long as you participate, you can get a few for free. This is called the gift of the Buddha. It is only given to those who have wisdom. However, if you want to go up the mountain to participate in the Dharma Assembly of Nanshan Temple, you need to meet 2 conditions. One is to have the cultivation of the foundation building stage, and the other is wisdom. The so-called wisdom is actually the monks of Nanshan Temple, who will randomly ask you a question about Buddha. As long as the answer satisfies them, you can go to the mountain and enter Nanshan Temple to participate in the Dharma Assembly. What's more interesting is that many monks who have participated in this kind of Dharma Assembly gave the answer that they believed in Buddha. Such an explanation naturally made many people with active minds think of something. After Luo Yan's investigation, he found that almost all the missing spies of the Life and Death Tower had participated in this Dharma Assembly. However, the information given to him by the palace-dressed woman was lightly mentioned without much explanation. This kind of ending happened either because the palace-dressed woman deliberately concealed it, or it was the personal behavior of the spies in the pavilion. They thought there was nothing to be rewarded. It was nothing more than listening to the Buddhist scriptures, and then coming back was based on such trivial matters, so there was naturally nothing to talk about in detail. So Luo Yan guessed that it was the second situation. Because the palace-dressed female cultivator had no reason to hide anything from him, Luo Yan used the identity of the palace-dressed woman and the intelligence channels of the Life and Death Tower to check the so-called Nanshan Dharma Assembly. It was found that this seemed to be a very ordinary debate meeting. People who did not have the Buddha's light could not participate. There were also people from large forces who had secretly entered the Dharma Assembly site, but unfortunately they got nothing in the end. And those who have participated in a Dharma Assembly once cannot participate in it again. In addition, the last opening of the Nanshan Dharma Assembly was several decades ago. At that time, the palace-dressed female cultivator was not yet born, so naturally she knew very little about the Nanshan Temple. For some reason, the Nanshan Dharma Assembly was held again 2 years ago. It seemed to have some meaning. Monks, wisdom, Dharma Assembly, star sunflower. And the cultivators in the foundation building stage disappeared for no reason. Luo Yan kept muttering in his mouth, as if he had grasped a very important point. Unfortunately, he could not make a decision rashly. However, one thing is certain, that is, there is definitely something wrong with this Dharma Assembly in Nanshan Temple. Therefore, Luo Yan had to continue waiting for the opening of the Nanshan Dharma Assembly in 3 days. 3 days later, at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, the Dharma Protector Vajra Array was opened. A middle-aged monk with a white and fat figure and a kind and amiable face looked ahead with a smile on his face. He was full of Buddhist charm and was a Taoist monk at first glance. His name is Huming, and he is one of the elders of Nanshan Temple. He is responsible for selecting candidates to participate in this Dharma Assembly. In front of Huming, there are monks who have long lined up in an orderly manner to participate in the Nanshan Dharma Assembly. Looking around, there are densely packed people and shadowy figures. The front row is those devout Buddhist believers. The biggest difference between these people and the ordinary monks behind is that they are full of Buddhist etiquette. They kneel down every 3 steps and kowtow every 9 steps. Their faces are full of piety. Looking from afar, it is very spectacular. The rest of the monks are mostly some foreign monks. All the cultivators are curious about this Nanshan Dharma Assembly. because it is said that as long as the monks who have participated in the Nanshan Dharma assembly can get a few star sunflowers for free. This act of giving away second-level spiritual medicine for free is no different from falling spiritual stones from the sky in the eyes of those foreign monks. Naturally, it is very tempting. Unfortunately, there are cultivation realm requirements to participate in this kind of Dharma assembly. Otherwise, it will attract more monks to participate. Even so, apart from those devout believers, there were also hundreds of foundation-building monks queuing in front of the mountain gate. Luo Yan was among them. Layman, why did you come to participate in my Dharma assembly? When those devout Buddhist believers went up the mountain, it was the turn of those ordinary monks, and the white and fat middle-aged monk asked, I have believed in Buddha since I was a child, and I wish I could convert early and feed Buddha with my body. Unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity. Now I heard that there is a real Buddha descended on the mountain, so I came to pay my respects. I hope the elder will have mercy and let all the disciples go. The speaker was a middle-aged monk with a fury-like appearance, with 2 long and thin beards and small eyes. Although his words were righteous, he actually gave people a feeling of a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. And he came to participate in this Dharma assembly, wearing a black Taoist robe. Obviously, he had other intentions. But his answer was quite pleasant to hear, so he was let go on the mountain by the white and fat elder Huming. Seeing the leader act like this, the monks who followed him naturally followed suit. It was just a shameless compliment. As a pure casual cultivator, everyone would do it. So the next person's answer also became very sincere. Layman, why do you come to participate in my Dharma assembly? Reporting to Master Huming, I have been worshipping Buddha since I was young, and I have a yearning for it. I came here to pay my respects to him. Many monks didn't know how to answer, but the people in front of them had already given them actual examples. They kept boasting that they were devout Buddhists just to pay their respects to the real Buddha. It seemed that not letting them go up the mountain to pay their respects to the Buddha was disrespectful. Some monks were frank and said that they came just for the free star sunflowers. Such honest answers were basically screened out. Master Huming smiled kindly, just smiled lightly, and gently waved his hand to flick them away. Layman, you have no affinity with my Buddha. No wisdom at all. Go back. Such a big contrast shocked the cultivators in the queue behind, and they began to change their tone of voice. Master Huming, I believe in Buddhism. Master, I give up Taoism to cultivate Buddhism. Hope you will agree. Reporting to the elder, I want to see the great Buddha and build a golden body for him. For a moment, all the answers became unified like those of Buddhist believers. Praise, compliment, and praise the Buddha. Never mention the reward for the few star sunflowers. It's as if everyone is a true Buddhist. Although the actual value of a star sunflower is about 600 to 700 spiritual stones. But this group of people came from the outside world, and most of them are casual cultivators. They are used to thriftiness. Therefore, they are naturally happy to be able to get the wool of Nanshan Temple. A second-level spiritual medicine given away for free, only a fool would not want it. This is why, despite the cultivation level of this group of people, even if they have reached the foundation building stage, but they still go against their true feelings and say words of worshipping Buddha with piety. The value of several star sunflowers combined makes this group of people excited. As long as they take a day to attend this Dharma assembly, they can get the second-level spiritual medicine for cultivation. No matter how you look at it, it is a naked blood profit. Even if it is a boring Buddhist scripture, they can endure the restlessness in their hearts and listen quietly. It is based on this idea that many foundation-building casual cultivators come to participate in this kind of Buddhist meeting. Of course, some foundation-building cultivators will be eliminated. It seems that they lack the wisdom to worship Buddha. Luo Yan observed for a moment and found that the eliminated cultivators were basically disciples of the big forces in Biliu city. Because of their aura and spiritual power fluctuations, they can't be concealed in front of monk Huming. Just a casual perception can find that the aura of these people's souls is almost exactly the same as those of the big forces in the city. After all, the methods used by a large sect to build a foundation have more or less some common points. If you have enough knowledge about it, it is not difficult to guess its general origin. Luo Yan also found that Master Huming did not accept some cultivators in the foundation building period with deep spiritual power. Judging from the aura of such people, you can guess that their identities and backgrounds are not simple. For such cultivators, Master Huming gave only one feedback. That is, The Buddha nature and wisdom are missing, and they have no fate with my Buddha. Obviously, when selecting wisdom, there is a certain orderly rule. Not long after, it was Luo Yan's turn. This layman, why did you come to my Nanshan temple? The white and fat middle-aged monk showed a warm smile. A wisp of hazy air inadvertently passed through his eyes, which instantly caused the chip in Luo Yan's mind to warn. Warning, warning, there is a powerful divine thought scanning through the protective aura. The protective aura cannot resist. Preliminary judgment is that this divine thought is emitted by a third-level giant period cultivator. Please pay attention to hiding your identity. Luo Yan's mind was alert, but his face remained calm. The words in his mouth were extremely sincere. Elder, please be merciful. I came from the nameless mountains and visited no less than 10 major cultivation sects. Unfortunately, none of them have a place for me. I came here before, one to seek the Dharma, and the other to find a place to practice. Oh, to seek the Dharma. The people in front of him either wanted to pay homage to the Buddha or were Buddhist believers. Monk Huming's heart was like a mirror. Naturally, he understood the obsessions of those people. But all the gifts in this world have been marked with prices in the dark. Therefore, their spiritual medicines are far from being so easy to take away. Someone has to pay the corresponding price. After hearing those lies against one's will, Monk Huming heard this kind of answer for the first time. Only came to seek the Dharma and protection. It seems to have a story, so I can try to find out more. So Monk Huming's appearance was solemn and his Buddha appearance was strong. I wonder what method you are looking for, layman. Luo Yan's eyes showed a hint of weirdness, and then he replied, the method of becoming a saint. Monk Huming naturally noticed the gray light in the eyes of the Taoist in green clothes in front of him. Combined with the faint demonic aura on his body, his mind instantly became clear. This is probably an external demon cultivator who wants to see if his Nanshan temple has any method suitable for his own practice. Monk Huming was not surprised by this. Although demon cultivators are born with certain secret techniques compared to monks. But these inheritances actually come from their own bloodline. If the bloodline is not good enough, the magical secrets inherited by it will naturally not be that powerful. So there is a journey to seek the way and the method. There are many such demon cultivators, and they are not uncommon in the entire Kangwu world. So Monk Huming knows that the method of becoming a saint mentioned by this demon cultivator in green clothes should refer to the method of becoming a demon saint. Except for demon beasts, other cultivators would not say such words. As a monk in Nanshan temple, Monk Huming naturally has an open attitude towards such demon cultivators. Because the minds of demon cultivators are actually simpler than those of most cultivators. Cultivating them more and then using them as mounts or temple guardian beasts is also a very good choice. Thinking of this, Monk Huming's attitude changed instantly. I am a Buddhist cultivator. The methods I practice are all true Buddhist teachings. I do not practice the methods of becoming a saint that the layman talks about. But my Nanshan temple was passed down from the ancient temple, the Thousand Buddha Temple. There are more than 100 volumes of superior Buddhist teachings in the temple, and the Brahma Sutras are as vast as the sea. Each volume can reach the realm of relics. Compared with the methods of becoming a saint that you talk about, it is no worse. Now the temple is still short of a few Dharma protectors. I wonder if the layman is willing. Monk Huming put his hands together and made a signature Buddhist gesture. He said softly, Amitabha. The true identity of Luo Yan was easily hinted in his words. As if to say, I have seen through your identity as a demon cultivator, so there is no need to hide it too much. He also pointed out the advantages of Nanshan temple and asked him to consider it more. Although there is no way to cultivate to become a demon saint, there is no shortage of methods to cultivate Buddha and become a bodhisattva. The most important thing is that once you become a monk, no matter how big the grudges were before, they will be written off from now on. After all, the Buddha will protect his believers. There is a characteristic of the Buddhist sect, that is, unlike other large sects, it does not reject demon cultivators born from demon beasts. Even if they are ghost cultivators, or demon cultivators who kill without blinking an eye, as long as they dare to believe in the Buddha, these monks dare to accept them as disciples. If I join your sect, will the previous grudges be written off? Luo Yan asked seriously, with a gray light flashing in his eyes. If you join my sect, all the grudges will be gone. From now on, always accompany my Buddha, cultivate yourself, and achieve the golden body. The Buddha's light is reflected on the body of Monk Huming, and the motto is strong. It makes people feel respect. Thank you for your permission, Elder. Hearing this, Luo Yan seemed to be instantly moved. Without much hesitation, he quickly agreed and thanked him immediately. Then he entered the Dharma Protector Vajra array. Seeing this, Monk Huming smiled even more enchanted again. Amitabha, my Buddha has mercy on me. Chapter 367, Vajra, Prajna, Zen, and Dharma Wisdom. As soon as Luo Yan stepped into the mountain, he felt warm as spring, full of spiritual energy and vigor. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs everywhere, which made people have delusions. There were not many stairs leading to the mountain, only about 1,000 stone steps in total. Every 10 stone steps, there would be a Buddha statue standing beside it. The Buddhist believers who entered the mountain before Luo Yan still knelt down every 3 steps and kowtowed every 9 steps. But this time, there was one more action. That is, they stopped every 10 steps and silently recited an unknown scripture. Luo Yan followed at the end, watching everything indifferently. What? Suddenly, when Luo Yan stepped into the 10th stone step and did not kneel down, the Buddha statue standing beside the stairs, with an angry and ferocious face, turned into glazed light, and the Buddha light was strong and suddenly attacked. Stop! Luo Yan did not dodge, his eyes showed a weird vertical pupil shape, and the gray light was strong. In between, there were dense runes, flowing with the mysteries of supreme magical powers, blocking the Buddha light back. After a moment, the power of the Buddha statue subsided. Luo Yan continued to move upwards. The simple collision just now actually happened silently. Except for Luo Yan himself, neither the Buddhist believers in front of him nor the casual cultivators with ulterior motives behind him noticed this. It seemed that everything was normal. Only Luo Yan himself knew that he had indeed fought with a peculiarly shaped Buddha statue just now. It was just that when the petrification magical power came out, the blazing Buddha light was blocked and cracked. This seemed to be a test of whose strength, Luo Yan thought uncertainly. Because from his sight, there was nothing abnormal with other cultivators. It seemed that this special Buddha light was only released for him. Luo Yan guessed correctly. When Luo Yan used this magical power, the monk Huming, who was originally welcoming the cultivators outside the mountain gate, instantly became relaxed. Snake monster? Secret bloodline. I didn't expect that this young demon cultivator's innate magical power could easily block the attack of Furba Dharma Protector Vajra. It shows that this little guy's bloodline potential is not low. It is worth investing resources to cultivate it. But we have to wait and see how his Buddha nature and wisdom are. If he can't comprehend the true meaning of Buddhism, then I can only bear the pain and exorcise demons. Monk Huming's mind was clear, and he instantly had a very clear definition of the blue-clothed demon cultivator. In his opinion, although the bloodline potential of this young demon cultivator is not low, it is worth winning over. It is also qualified to join their lineage. Maybe in the future, it can become the backbone of their lineage. But even so, his desire to test has never diminished. Because this involves sincerity to the Buddha. If you can't even pass this level, you are a typical person with ulterior motives. Nanshan Temple will always have only one way to deal with such people. That is to make them become Buddhas immediately. This time, the mountain gate was opened, and many people with great potential for cultivation, such as Cheng Yeoxiu, emerged. But Nanshan Temple is a temple after all, so if it recruits disciples, it only wants those who can comprehend the true Dharma of Buddhism. Monk Huming's cultivation has reached the entry level, Jinden period. The reason why he came to the mountain gate to select believers is that he wants to pick out some seedlings to inherit the true Dharma of the Vajra lineage. Otherwise, once he went to the front mountain hall and listened to the lectures of the Zen heart lineage, then all these people would be ruined. You must know that his Nanshan Temple does not recruit believers randomly. There is only such an opportunity to recruit believers every few decades. If you don't take this opportunity to select some good seedlings for their lineage, over time, its prajna inheritance will be affected. Even though a Dharma meeting has been held every year in the past few years, it can attract many monks to participate every time. But there are still very few monks who are truly qualified to inherit the true Dharma of the prajna lineage. And for their preaching, the major forces in the entire Beliu city have already given a bottom line. They cannot preach more than twice within 100 years. Each Dharma assembly cannot last for more than 3 years. The last one is that the Dharma is not allowed to be aimed at the disciples and followers of the major forces. In return, the major sects will guarantee that the secret of preaching will be kept secret and never spread. So this Dharma assembly actually has only 2 purposes. One is to preach the scriptures to attract believers, and the other is to recruit disciples. And its target is still these successful cultivators. If there is no restriction, the scattered cultivators in the entire Biliu city would probably have been wiped out. After all, although the star sunflower is easy to get, it has to pay the price of one's own faith. Thinking that this green-clothed demon cultivator is a good seedling, Monk Huming whispered a few words and sent a message to the monk on the mountain. Let him lead this green-clothed demon cultivator to the main hall of their prajna lineage. The 1,000-layer stone steps seemed very long, but in fact, for a practitioner, it would take less than a cup of tea to walk up. Many of the Buddha statues on the stone steps had ferocious faces, some with evil faces, and some with compassion. Although the Buddha's light on them was strong, it was blocked by Luo Yan's petrification ability. It could not infect his body at all. When Luo Yan came to the top of the mountain, he heard the sound of chanting in Sanskrit. The Buddha's light was curling, and the soft white light permeated the entire temple. In a trance, a huge Buddha appeared above the temple. The Buddha was compassionate, kind, and had everything in his heart. He just sat there, making people want to surrender. Luo Yan frowned and subconsciously used the protective aura to resist this kind of Buddhist muttering. But the Buddha's light was majestic, and the protective aura could not play a big role. The Sanskrit sound was still curling in his ears. It seemed that he was constantly persuading him to convert. Layman, please follow me to the side hall. Just as Luo Yan was about to use strong means to block this kind of Sanskrit sound, he was stopped by a young monk in gray monk's robes. He was led to the other side of the main hall. There were originally many empty cushions in the hall, but now they have been occupied by many people. Despite this, the number of monks who can come to this hall is not too many. A rough look shows that there are only about 20 people. Luo Yan randomly picked a cushion in the last row and sat cross-legged. Tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps sounded slowly. Looking carefully, there was no one around. When Luo Yan looked straight ahead again, a tall and thin old monk appeared in his sight. It seemed that he appeared silently in an instant. The gray monk's robe looked particularly large on the old monk. It was like a human skeleton, which made his body look even thinner. The only thing that caught people's attention was the old monk's snow-white eyebrows, which drooped into a long straight line. His eyes seemed empty and lifeless. You are all people with Buddha nature and wisdom, different from those who listen to sutras and debate Buddhism in the front hall. I believe that everyone sincerely wants to join our Nanshan temple. I am the elder Fazi of the Dharma Protector Vajra lineage of Nanshan Temple. I welcome you here. I hope you will practice Buddhism well in the future and achieve Vajra fruit as soon as possible. The old monk Fazi sat on the high platform, his sleeves fluttering. He was naturally very clear about the purpose of the cultivators in the hall today. Although many of the Buddhist sect recruits disciples from a young age, if they encounter some good seedlings and come to join halfway, they will not refuse them. Although there are only more than 20 cultivators in this hall, and most of them are casual cultivators, in fact, each of them has their own outstanding advantages. This is also one of the reasons why Monk Huming went to the mountain gate to select people without any hesitation. Buddhism does not talk about qualifications, but only about enlightenment. As long as you are taught the true meaning of Buddhism, it is not difficult to enter the realm of Vajra relics in one day. Excuse me, Elder, I have heard that there are 2 ways to achieve the Vajra Dharma. I don't know which 2 ways are these 2. I hope the Elder can solve my doubts. Someone asked with a sincere attitude. The whole person seemed very pious, as if he had already converted to Buddhism. As a native of Biliu City, it was extremely difficult to practice the ordinary method of taking in spirits and exhaling breath to build a foundation. Before this, he had never dared to hope for the subsequent realm. But when he really achieved the realm of foundation building, he found that the method he practiced was really different from those of the disciples of the big sect. If he continued to practice, the road ahead would definitely be cut off. It is possible that with the identity of a casual cultivator, it is natural that he has to endure hardships to reach the realm of foundation building. For the sake of subsequent practice, he is willing to give up everything. So he came to Nanshan Temple, looking for an opportunity to seek Dharma. This is no longer a secret in the eyes of the old monks in Biliu City. Nanshan Temple is the only sect that does not care about origins. As long as you dare to come, they dare to accept you. Therefore, this Nanshan Dharma assembly seems to be a great benefit for many foreign monks. And for the old monks in Biliu City, it is an opportunity to open the mountain gate. Naturally, they will not choose to miss it. If there were no restrictions on cultivation, I am afraid that the number of monks who came to Nanshan Temple would be several times more. Hearing someone asking questions from the audience, the old monk Fazi did not answer immediately, but glanced outside the door, perhaps waiting for something. After waiting for a long time, a few more people came. And when the remaining cushions were filled, the old monk Fazi understood that the people who were selected this time and had the wisdom of Buddha nature were only those in front of him. So he waved his sleeves, and the door of the great hall was closed immediately. The waves of Sanskrit scriptures outside the door also disappeared in an instant. It was as if there were two worlds separated by inside and outside. My Nanshan temple is inherited from the ancient Buddhist Thousand Buddha temple. I believe you have more or less known about it before. When the ancestor came from the upper realm to my Kangwu realm to spread the Dharma, he brought two methods that were enough to achieve the supreme fruition, namely prajna and Zen. Prajna refers to the understanding of Buddhism by relying on one's own wisdom, and the realization of the realm by relying on the transformation of the soul, and it is a step-by-step verification, just like climbing up the stairs, and finally reaching the Vajra realm to achieve the indestructible golden body. Most of the many flawless golden bodies in our temple are verified by prajna. Facing these foreign monks in the hall, the old monk Fazi did not choose to lie, but directly began to point out. The reason for doing this is that as long as these people go up the mountain and enter this temple, if they still can't understand the true words of my Buddha, then don't think about stepping out of this temple again. Therefore, whether these foreign monks have different intentions or not, the old monk Fazi doesn't care. Moreover, as long as today is over, even those who have two minds will sincerely convert. The waves of Sanskrit outside the door were chanted by many great monks in the second stage, nascent soul stage, of Nanshan Temple. How could ordinary foundation building monks resist it? After chanting for a day, no matter how strong their hearts are, they will choose to convert to Buddhism. From then on, they will become monks and become loyal believers of Nanshan Temple. That's why Master Fazi told them this. One day earlier or later, it doesn't make much difference. The prajna lineage does not establish words, but only relies on the Diamond Sutra to cultivate the inner and outer realms. The layers of realms are subtle and indescribable. It is the core of our lineage. As for the Zen heart lineage, it is the simplest, and only requires great magic power to be crowned. A little monk who does not know any practice method can achieve the fruition above the relic realm overnight through the Zen heart. This is the secret of the major temples. Master Fazi explained. At this time, the cultivators also understood what he meant by the Zen heart lineage. It is nothing more than a high-level monk giving a cultivation initiation, and then the younger monks can accept most of the cultivation instilled by the high-level monks to a great extent. But this kind of good thing is impossible for non-Buddhist disciples of a sect. After all, if it were not for those who were dying, no one would be willing to sacrifice all their cultivation to help others. So everyone set their sights on the prajna dharma. May I ask the elder, how should this prajna dharma be practiced? Someone else asked. They are all foreign monks with almost no identity or background. Except for joining the Buddhist sect, it is difficult to get in touch with the top inheritance in the outside world. If there is no better inheritance, it is almost impossible to practice to the golden core realm. So this group of people are really smart. Taking advantage of the convening of the Nanshan Dharma assembly, they directly choose to join the Nanshan temple. After all, the cost of joining the Buddhist sect is the lowest, and you can also be granted the supreme true Dharma. This is much more generous than many major sects in the outside world. There are 9 sutras and 12 books in the Prajna Sutra. You have no foundation now, so you only need to start from the simplest sutra. That is the Diamond Sutra. The old monk Fazi waved his hand again, and jade slips flew out of the void and landed in front of everyone without any error. You only have 1 day to join my Dharma Protector Vajra lineage by reading this sutra. If you still cannot comprehend the entrance after 1 day when the Dharma assembly outside is over, it means that you have no fate with my Buddha. I hope you will take care of yourself. Chapter 368, Becoming a Buddha with a Cruel Flesh Body and Using the Body as the Dharma. After Master Zhi finished saying this, he closed his eyes and no longer looked at the other practitioners. Luo Yan, who was at the end of the crowd, took the jade slip and began to read it. From the tone of the old monk on the stage, he felt a chill that penetrated his bones. This old thing must be a big problem. His vigilance at this time has reached the highest level. Although the old monk did not say clearly what to do if he could not enter within 1 day, But Luo Yan knew very well that after entering the Great Hall, there were only two results. Either he had to practice Buddhism or he died. There was no second choice. Unfortunately, the monks in the hall were almost all casual cultivators or monks from small families with no identity background. People like them were limited by their respective backgrounds, so they naturally had limited vision and could not see through this. Slowly, Luo Yan also tasted a hint of charm. After all, the reasons and excuses for the monks who could come here were probably the same as his. They all wanted to join the Nanshan temple. Now that the true Dharma of Buddhism was in front of them, how could everyone refuse? They all couldn't wait to start reading the text of the Diamond Sutra in the jade slip. However, in front of the old monk Fazi, Luo Yan could not get away, let alone go out to investigate the information in the temple. As if he was imprisoned here, thinking about this, Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and began to read the Diamond Sutra. The moment his mind sank, the surroundings instantly became empty and dark. Not long after, in the silent void, a Buddhist scripture emerged, and a smiling Buddha was suspended in the air. He slowly opened his eyes were calm and peaceful, and his smile was soothing and intoxicating. Ma, ba, mi, hum, boom, the Buddha spoke, and the Sanskrit sound burst out, and golden lotuses bloomed in the void. These golden lotuses turned into fist-sized words. Each one was golden and dazzling. It was as if a god or Buddha really appeared in the world, chanting and singing there. As the Buddha continued to chant, Luo Yan actually felt like kneeling down and believing. And when the golden lotuses became more and more, the lotus platform formed by them floated down under the Buddha. At this moment, the Buddha opened his eyes instantly. "Evil beast, don't convert yet." A loud shout suddenly exploded in Luo Yan's mind, like a 10,000-foot sun, with blazing rays of light. The Buddha was majestic and majestic. It seemed that he was subduing the great evils of the world. Fortunately, it was Luo Yan's consciousness, not his soul, that entered this demon body puppet. Otherwise, just this shout would be enough to expose his whereabouts. He had the idea of converting to Buddhism. Thinking of this, Luo Yan no longer hesitated, and released the soul of the red flame demon snake in the soul orb. Let this Buddha's teachings infect. The Sanskrit sound sounded again, constantly infecting the soul of the red flame demon snake. In the void, the precious appearance of this Buddha became more and more solemn. Soon, the soul of the red flame demon snake, which had lost consciousness, took on a hint of Buddha's charm at this moment. It was like a real enlightened monk. At a glance, it was very conspicuous. A snake actually became a Buddha like this. The shock in Luo Yan's heart was indescribable. No wonder few people in the Buddhist sect leave their sect and become involved in disputes in the next life. It turns out that he was forcibly converted when he entered the sect. Being able to do such a sinister act, it is indeed worthy of being a great sect passed down from ancient times. Luo Yan's heart sank suddenly. He almost guessed what the secret of Nanshan Temple was. But he did not leave, and wanted to continue to take a look. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Luo Yan sealed the soul of the red flame demon snake again. However, he did not hide the Buddhist rhyme that emanated from the inside out. As long as outsiders could sense it, they could feel it. So, the old monk Fazi on the stage soon felt this Buddhist rhyme. It was exactly the same as his own. Obviously, he had truly entered the sect. His half-closed eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently raised. It seems that junior brother Huming has picked up a good seedling this time. To be able to comprehend the true Dharma of my Buddha so quickly, his wisdom must be extraordinary. He is really a natural candidate for the angry Vajra, and it is worth cultivating with care. Thinking of this, the smile on the corners of the old monk Fazi's mouth became even more intense. Not long after, Luo Yan woke up from his meditation. At this time, the hall was full of scenes of comprehending Buddhist scriptures. He did not make any strange noises, but observed the surroundings calmly. Faintly, runes flowed around the hall, Buddha's light flashed, and an unknown and terrifying forbidden aura permeated. The overwhelming pressure filled the entire hall. It was almost impossible for people in this big formation to break it from the inside. And the aura of this restriction was very weak. If Luo Yan himself was not proficient in the formation, it would be basically difficult to detect this. They seemed to have become a turtle in a pot. Finally, after a day, some monks in the main hall shook their heads in disappointment, looking frustrated. Even the most basic Buddhist scriptures, they still could not comprehend their true meaning. This shows that with their understanding, they are not suitable for the prajna lineage. And those monks who have comprehended the true meaning of the Diamond Sutra, now all have Buddha faces, and their faces have become calm and composed. It seems that they have a pearl of wisdom in their hands. It is in sharp contrast to the previous uneasiness. Okay, time is up. Have you all realized the true Dharma of my Buddha? Although the old monk Fazi could sense the Buddha's charm in some people, he seemed to be completely unaware of it and asked with a smile. It's just that his body is thin and his smile is very scary. I am a dull-witted person and have not been able to comprehend the true meaning of Buddha. May I ask, Elder, is there a third way to practice? Since I have come thousands of miles to Nanshan Temple to seek the Dharma, I hope you will show me mercy and point me to a clear path. Those monks who did not comprehend the text of the Diamond Sutra looked ugly and pale at this time. Because the old monk on the stage said that this is a supreme scripture that can directly lead to the realm of great monks. It is now clearly placed in front of them, and they are given a day to comprehend it. But they cannot comprehend the true Dharma. Entering the treasure mountain, but returning empty-handed, this is even more painful than killing them. In addition, those guys who have comprehended the true meaning of Buddhism all have compassionate expressions on their faces, as if the Buddha is alive. This makes them even more jealous. So this group of people bowed and asked. Those monks who had comprehended the Buddhist rhythm of the Diamond Sutra seemed to be infected by a great power at this moment, making them stand aside subconsciously. They were separated from this group of people. They formed another small group. It seemed to be clearly divided. A third method of practice besides prajna and Zen. You are really greedy. My Nanshan Temple is inherited from the ancient Buddhist sect Kyanfo Temple. Naturally, there is also this kind of inheritance. The old monk Fazi on the stage sighed first, then showed an inexplicable smile and slowly stood up. The monks under the stage heard this and were overjoyed. They hurriedly said, I hope the elder will have mercy on me and give me the true Dharma. From now on, my disciple will definitely use the green lamp as his companion and the wooden fish as his pillow to always accompany my Buddha. Hearing this answer, the smile on the face of the old monk Fazi standing at the top became even brighter. He sighed again. Alice, you just follow me. The old monk Fazi glanced at the foreign monks in front of him. Only about half of them had comprehended the true meaning of the Diamond Sutra. He shook his head slightly, showing no sadness or joy. He closed his eyes slightly, stretched out his skinny fingers and kept making seals, but his lips were silent. Not long after, a strong Buddha power emerged and filled the hall. When the white light was dazzling and the cultivators subconsciously closed their eyes, Luo Yan felt a familiar space transmission fluctuation. This was the unique space fluctuation when he arranged the transmission array. Although this dazzling white light blocked his spiritual eye technique, he was very familiar with the perception of this space fluctuation. In other words, the old monk took them out of the hall to an unknown place. Sure enough, as Luo Yan expected, when the brilliant Buddha light dissipated, the cultivators came to a strange place with a magnificent golden hall. Everything here is golden. In the world of nothingness, 1,000 feet of golden light emerged. Below the golden light, there are densely packed lotus thrones. A rough calculation shows that there are no less than 1,000 of them. Among them, there are many lotus thrones with a human figure sitting cross-legged. Some of the faces of the figures are smiling, some are compassionate, some have their eyes closed, some are angry, and some are ferocious. It seems that there are all kinds of emotions in the world. They can be seen on these golden bodies. The only common point is that they all hold the Buddha seal in one hand and make a Buddha gesture with the other hand, as if they have achieved the golden body fruition. Countless golden bodies are exposed in this strange world, like a sacred Buddha court. Some people looked suspicious. Seeing those golden statues, they didn't know where to start. Maybe it was the sixth sense of the monks' true spirits that gave them intuition. They always felt that this Buddha court space was weird. They felt uncomfortable all over. At this time, the old monk Fazi spoke up. Have you ever heard of the flesh becoming a Buddha? Seeing no one respond, he continued to speak to himself. This is the secret place of my Buddhist sect, where the Dharma protectors of my prajna lineage practice. Those of you who are stupid in understanding just need to step onto the high platform and find a lotus seat. And sit on it for 7 days, then you will be able to understand the true Dharma of my Buddhist sect, and your flesh body will become a Buddha. The old monk Fazi smiled and looked at the many monks in front of him. His eyes were strange, as if he was looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. And such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of the monks. Those lotus thrones were so strange that they made people feel scared at first sight, And there were so many of them. When a normal person saw them, the first reaction would definitely be fear, not respecting Buddhist principles and understanding the power of Buddha. In addition, everyone present was a foundation-building monk, and their cultivation and life experience were rich. Naturally, they felt something was wrong. The most important point is, what kind of Buddha can be cultivated in 7 days? This is obviously fooling people. So someone shouted, "Elder, I don't want to join Nanshan Temple anymore, and I don't want to learn Buddhism anymore. I am a person with a dull nature like this disciple. I can't comprehend the Buddhist scriptures, and I don't want to practice this physical dharma. Can the elder let me go down the mountain and leave?" The disciple must be grateful to the elder and respect him in every way. As soon as this was said, the cultivators immediately echoed. One person spoke, and the rest began to come to their senses. Since entering this Buddhist temple, everything has been strange. Whether it is the devout believers on the streets of Nanchang, or the chanting of Buddhist scriptures after going up the mountain, and the scene of the Buddha in front of them. Thinking back now, they all feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. It seems that this Buddhist sect's dharma is currently unattainable. I'm afraid I have to make other plans after returning. At this time, those who failed to comprehend the true meaning of the Diamond Sutra all had the idea of leaving this place and changing to another sect. As for monks like Luo Yan, who had understood the Prajna Dharma, they stood still with a calm expression on their faces. It was as if they had heard something. Such people had compassionate faces and fearless eyes, as if everyone had already understood the true meaning of the Buddha. "Do you want to leave?" The face of the old monk Fazi showed a trace of madness, his voice was hoarse, and his thin body was shaking. He turned his head, and the whole golden space was silent. "Disciple, I can't understand the true meaning of my Buddha, so I have no choice but to do this. I hope the elder will have mercy on me." Someone trembled. "Please have mercy on me, elder." The group of monks who failed to understand the Diamond Sutra looked at each other, and more than a dozen identical voices sounded at the same time. Naturally, they saw the changes in the old monk. The uneasiness in their hearts became stronger and stronger. No one dared to stay here any longer. At this moment, they all had the idea of escaping. "You all converted to Buddhism voluntarily before, but now you go back on your word. Is it because Buddha is too merciful that you, a filthy bug, dare to go back on your word and challenge the power of Buddha?" The old monk Fazi had a ferocious look on his face, and the Buddha's light burst out, with a strong momentum rushing out. It was very scary. He no longer restrained himself, and turned into a huge Buddha, looking down at everyone. Suddenly, the space was filled with Sanskrit sounds. Seeing this, those monks who had not been able to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures instantly scattered like birds. All flew up. Fix! At this moment, a mantra was instantly shouted, and an invisible ripple surged in all directions. The golden light was dazzling, like a string of thin ropes, freezing everyone. A huge light hand condensed in front of the old monk Fazi, like the right hand of Buddha, and slapped it down suddenly. The group of monks who had not been able to comprehend the true meaning of Buddha were all stunned in an instant. "Huh?" The old monk Fazi turned his head and looked at a certain green figure in the crowd. Just now, when he cast a mantra to freeze the group of people, a strange sound came from the green figure. Obviously, his mantra was blocked. This might be the only little guy present who could resist his Buddhist mantra. However, now is not the time to worry about these. The old monk Fazi stretched out his dry hands and flicked them one after another. Those unconscious figures fell into the empty lotus seats one after another. Chapter 369, The Mystery of the Monk's Disappearance, the confusing sound of Sanskrit, preaching in the golden space, thousands of Buddha shadows rise and fall. Dignified, sacred, solemn, and precious. It was as if a bunch of real Buddhas had come, with great Buddhist charm. However, this peaceful Buddhist charm was disturbed by screams. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Because when these people fell into the lotus seat, a long nail rose in the center of the lotus seat, directly piercing their bodies from bottom to top. Nailed tightly. After the bodies of these people were pierced, they, who were originally in a coma, woke up instantly. The intense pain made them feel like dying. They wanted to struggle and escape, but unfortunately they were powerless. The bottom of the lotus seat emitted a white light again, instantly absorbing the spiritual power from their bodies. In a short while, many monks who were struggling violently became quiet. Then there was no more aura. The expressions on the faces of these people were frozen in fear, struggle, and eyes were about to burst. After about half a cup of tea, the dozen lotus seats began to slowly rotate, and the Buddha's light on them was strong. The clothes on these people began to stick together, and then from top to bottom, from the head to the lotus seat, all slowly turned golden. It was no different from the Buddha shadows on other lotus seats. Amitabha, congratulations to all of you for having achieved the right fruit of cultivation and becoming a Buddha in the flesh. The old monk Fazi's eyes were ferocious at this time, and then they turned back to a clear and bright color. The whole person's face looked extremely sad, as if he was reminiscing, and as if he was praying for salvation. It turns out that practicing the so-called flesh-body Buddhism requires one to sacrifice one's life. At this time, an abrupt voice sounded. Among the remaining crowd, a green figure walked out, and its strange vertical pupils glowed, which was terrifying. Huh? It's you. I remember you. Just now, it was only you, a little demon cultivator, who blocked my mantras. It seems that junior brother Huming was right. You, a young man, have a very high bloodline talent. I see that you have a deep Buddhist charm. If you practice diligently in the future, you may really become the Dharma protector of my prajna lineage. On the thin face of the old monk Fazi, a smile that was uglier than crying was squeezed out. The whole person looked solemn and sacred, like a real monk who was not stained by worldly things. It was as if the dozen figures that disappeared earlier had nothing to do with him. Then what are you going to do with us next, elder? Is it also a flesh and blood Buddha like them? Or will you continue to teach us mantras? Luo Yan slowly walked to the front of the crowd, and an invisible air wall condensed on his side, pushing away the people next to him. The old monk Fazi narrowed his eyes slightly, and two divine rays shot out of his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the green figure. Unfortunately, apart from the faint snake-like shadow and the strong demonic aura, there was nothing unusual. He seemed to be relieved. They are a bunch of bugs, but they are different from you. You have excellent comprehension, and you should be able to enter my prajna lineage. When this matter is over, you will naturally follow me back to my real mountain gate, and chant my Buddha every day with a green lamp and wooden fish as your companions. When you finish reciting 1,000 volumes of the true scriptures, understand 100 kinds of Buddhist meanings, and cultivate a 10-foot golden body. By then, you will have a pure mind and can become a diamond. At this moment, the old monk Fazi seemed very patient. He never mentioned the method of mantras, but talked about the scriptures. It seemed that practicing those ordinary Buddhist scriptures alone could also cultivate great magic power. In fact, in the heart of the old monk Fazi, although the blood talent of the snake demon was extraordinary, it might still lack the strength to resist the suppression of the Buddha's mantras in the Diamond Sutra. After all, it is difficult for a second-level creature to resist such continuous mental attacks. But this green snake demon can maintain its true spirit and has clear thoughts. This is undoubtedly problematic. After all, in addition to those scriptures, the Diamond Sutra recorded in the Jade Slip also has an additional 4-character mantra. Under normal circumstances, facing the suppression of this mantra, most foundation-building cultivators are absolutely unable to resist this kind of mental pressure. Just like the dozen people next to them, although they still retain their original soul consciousness. But in fact, the shadow of the Buddha has been planted in their hearts at this moment. As long as they stay for a while, they will become true Buddhist believers. At that time, even if they go to hell for Nanshan Temple, they will be willing to die generously. This is the power of the mantra. Who has seen the previous bloody behavior? Except for the green snake demon, no one else has made any unusual moves. So as long as you really enter Buddhism, it will be difficult to withdraw. What exactly is the layman's blood talent? It can actually resist the dual pressure of my mantra and mental pressure. The old monk Fazi asked with a warm smile. You know, a monk in the foundation building stage can actually resist his Buddhist mantra. This is incredible. Otherwise, the little guy in front of him would never be so clear-headed now. He should have converted to Buddhism a long time ago. I have another question I would like to ask the master. I hope the elder will respond. There was a blazing gray light flashing in Luo Yan's eyes, and a bright beam of light burst out in an instant, hitting the figure beside him. In an instant, the runes surged like waves. A moment later, the figure was weathered into stone bit by bit under the gaze of the old monk Fazi. Not long after, Luo Yan opened his mouth and spit out pieces of gray runes condensed into a light curtain. With a sound of clang, the human-shaped stone quietly shattered. The panicked figure inside was revealed. Because just now, he found that he couldn't move his whole body. And the spiritual power in his body was still weakening. Obviously, Something was devouring his spiritual power. In a few moments, most of the spiritual power in his body was devoured. If he delayed for a little longer, he might die of exhaustion. So the casual cultivator looked at the green figure not far away and felt a sense of fear. Even if he had comprehended the Buddhist scriptures, he would still feel uneasy when encountering such dangerous things related to the instinct of life. This is human nature. It cannot be resisted by faith that has not just been encountered. Well, it turns out to be this rare petrification magic power, which is indeed extremely strange. With this kind of bloodline magic power, it seems that your elders, little guy, must be extraordinary. When the real magic secret method was displayed in front of him, the old monk Fazi finally reacted and realized what the previous blazing gray light was used for. With such a strong sense of the law of the Tao, it is not surprising to resist the mantra of the Buddha, which is also the power of the Tao. However, it is precisely because of this that the dry eyes of the old monk Fazi have become more and more inexplicable. If he was just surprised before, it has become certain at this moment. This green snake demon was definitely not suppressed by the mantra of the Buddha. I don't know what mysterious way it used to offset the pressure. Because of this powerful bloodline supernatural power, the old monk Fazi reacted instantly. The supernatural power used by the little guy in front of him is definitely the same level of power as the mantra of the Buddha. Would an existence with such a powerful force pretend to be an ordinary monk to come to the mountain to worship? It's impossible to think about it. So this green snake demon came to Nanshan Temple for another purpose. After all, the monster beast that can inherit the complete bloodline supernatural power must have a method of devouring blood. Their bloodline inheritance contains everything. This is something engraved in his genes, which is hard for outsiders to imagine. And looking at the current state of this little guy, although he seems to have the charm of Buddha, he actually has a clear gaze and is always calm and composed. It is in sharp contrast with a dozen or so Buddhist disciples next to him who have just been converted into disciples. In this case, there are only two possibilities for him to still maintain such an elegant and refined demeanor. One is that his nature is like this, the other is that he has not been influenced by the text of the Diamond Sutra at all. The old monk Fazi is sure that it is the second case. So the monk Fazi is waiting for this demon cultivator to explain the reason himself. It also gives him a chance to explain his trip. If the reason for the explanation is not sufficient, the Buddha will be angry. May I ask, Elder Fazi, there is a street in the South City, and there is a monk living on the street for a long time. Suddenly one day, the monk disappeared in the city. I wonder what the elder should do. Luo Yan knew that when he tried to resist the Buddha's light handprint, he had been exposed. It's just that the old monk didn't take action directly. As things have developed to this point, he has almost figured out the sequence of the whole incident. The goal has been achieved, and Luo Yan can withdraw his consciousness and leave at any time. But since he saw that the old monk still didn't take action, he simply asked questions boldly. It's better to have an explanation, but it doesn't matter if there is no answer. It would be better if the final answer can be clearer. Alice, is it another little guy who ran from another realm? I know that any young man who can stop me from entering the family realm with the cultivation of the second level is definitely not an ordinary person. Such a proud child of heaven has reached this level, how could he not have a master? The old monk Fazi shook his head, and his expression did not change much. Obviously, when the gray light bloomed, he had already anticipated all this. Amitabha. The old monk Fazi chanted the Buddha's name softly, his white eyebrows raised, and a piercing Buddha light burst out from his body, as if the Buddha had descended to the world. The golden space was filled with the sound of chanting Buddhist scriptures. The monks of this temple are only allowed to open the gates several times every 100 years. And they are restricted to the location within the South City. But the Buddha is great and boundless, how can there be too few of his believers? So the glory of the Buddha should be admired by the world. But in this Liu city, there are many evil ways that do not know the true words of my Buddha, which is really disrespectful to my Buddha. If these words spoken by the old monk Fazi fall into the ears of people with poor minds, they are naturally showing off riddles, refusing to tell the truth, or boasting. But for Luo Yan, as soon as these words came out, they instantly confirmed his previous suspicions. The so-called Nanshan Dharma Assembly is actually prepared to expand the number of Buddhist believers. It is not terrible to participate in the Dharma Assembly. What is terrible is that the monks who participated in the Dharma Assembly were greedy and took those star sunflowers. This has a causal relationship with Nanshan Temple. At this time, Coupled with the chanting of scriptures at the Dharma assembly, it will become a death warrant. Let those monks with weak minds all begin to recognize the concept of scriptures from the bottom of their hearts, and thus convert to the so-called Buddha. This is the source of Buddhist believers. At first glance, it feels mysterious and magnificent, but in fact it is not difficult to guess the cause and effect relationship. Even Luo Yan had a rough judgment on this before he went up the mountain. However, when he heard the bewitching Sanskrit chanting, he was sure of this. It is precisely because the preaching of Nanshan Temple is too overbearing and unreasonable that it is resisted by many great monks in Biliu city. In the end, after many negotiations between various forces, there was an opportunity to open the mountain gate twice within 100 years. And every time the mountain gate is opened, the spearhead of recruiting believers cannot be directed at those disciples and disciples of the big forces. After all, the preaching method of Nanshan Temple is simply too scary. Even the spiritual consciousness of the monks is deprived. What is the meaning of such practice without the true meaning of self? Therefore, the monks of Nanshan Temple were naturally resisted by all the major forces in Biliu city. If these guys were allowed to do what they wanted, the terrifying sound of Sanskrit would permeate the entire city. At that time, perhaps all the cultivators in Biliu city would become the territory of the Buddhist sect. This is something that many forces cannot agree to. However, because the previous conditions were too restrictive, every time Nanshan Temple opened its gates, it would include the scattered cultivators around Nanchang in the scope of preaching. People from other sects and forces would generally not come to cause trouble during this period. This is the tacit understanding of all forces in Biliu city. Nanshan Temple is, after all, one of the branch temples of Kyanfo Temple. The top forces should be treated as top forces. After the scene, Luo Yan also knew the secret of becoming a Buddha in the flesh. So for those who are missing, whether they become Buddhist believers or monks of Nanshan Temple, the result is already doomed. There is no need to explore the real reason. It seems that you, the young man, have finally figured it out. The old monk Fazi smiled, but his skinny face looked like a furious Vajra. Although the Buddha is merciful, he also has anger, so there are Dharma protectors. Those who rashly disturb the Buddha's long rest should be punished most severely. Amitabha. Layman, are you ready to face the wrath of the Buddha? In the Buddha's light in front of the old monk Fazi, 9 mysterious and profound mantras slowly condensed. As the 9-character mantra came out, the entire golden space became a sea of Buddha's light. Dazzling, magnificent, and majestic. Chapter 370, It's over, reflect, prepare to exchange for the thunder method. 9 ancient characters of Buddha's power linger in the void. Although it is silent, the golden light is like a wave, pressing down on the people in the field and bending their backs. When Luo Yan saw the actions of the old monk Fazi, he knew that the old man was going to kill him. He wanted to silence him. Yes, after knowing so many secrets of Nanshan Temple, if he would let him go, then there would be something fishy. It was reasonable for the old monk Fazi to kill him. But Luo Yan's expression was still indifferent. He did not stand up to resist, but only held up a petrified spiritual light sky. Because he knew very well that if it was just a novice monk in the foundation building stage, he could still find a way to deal with it. But this time, he was going to face an old monk equivalent to the golden elixir stage. With Luo Yan's current strength, he could not resist this magnificent power. The gap between the high realm and the low realm is by no means so easy to make up. So he glanced at the 9 sacred and incomparable mantras of Buddha, and his body suddenly turned into a pool of mud and fell to the ground. Then Luo Yan's consciousness returned to the life and death building. In the golden space, the old monk Fazi stared at the rotten flesh that had fallen to the ground not far away, his skinny eyes full of silence. His spiritual consciousness scanned back and forth several times, and he also used the ancient mantra to suppress it. Unfortunately, there was no response in the end. After a long time, the old monk Fazi retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and chanted the Buddha's name softly, Amitabha. Which force is this little insect from? What exactly does it want to do in my Nanshan Temple? The old monk Fazi guessed many answers, but he was still not sure. Not long after, he waved his big hand, and the other dozen or so monks who had just been ordained into monks stood in a row in an instant. They chanted the Buddha's name together. However, the faces of these people were a little wooden and dull, as if their minds had been hollowed out. When the Thunder Dharma body in the life and death building woke up again, what caught my eye was a pair of watery phoenix eyes, like the curved waves of water. Brother Luo, what's going on? Has the matter come to a conclusion? A soft voice came, although not urgent, but inevitably a little abrupt. Looking at the beautiful woman close at hand, Luo Yan subconsciously stepped back 2 steps, and then said softly, "Fairy Minga, you guessed correctly, the problem is indeed with the monks in Nanshan Temple." So Luo Yan told everything he saw and heard, this time in detail from beginning to end, including the cause and effect relationship of getting the star sunflower for free, the ability of the Sanskrit Sutra to confuse the mind, the horror of the flesh becoming a Buddha, and the difference between the Prajna and Zen lines. The so-called Nanshan Dharma Assembly is actually to recruit Buddhist believers, etc. There are few outsiders in the South City area now, almost all of them are believers of Nanshan Temple. Or it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are pilgrims, they are pious and sincere. Starting from the South City, they kneel down every 3 steps and kowtow every 9 steps. So the people that Fairy Mingayu asked me to find were probably developed into Buddhist believers, and then secretly taken away from Biliu City. As for where they went specifically, that is unknown. It is not easy to find out this information. If we continue to pursue it, it is very likely to attract the attention of higher-level monks. By then, Luo Yan might be in big trouble. He is not a fool without a brain, so he will naturally not put himself in such a dangerous situation. You must know that Nanshan Temple is definitely a dangerous place. Even the monk sent out to screen the people who participate in the Dharma Assembly is an old monk in the Jindan realm. It is really not easy for ordinary people to fish in troubled waters and sneak in. Even if he sneaked in, there were 2 types of lectures and Dharma protecting Vajra preaching. Layer after layer. If the demon puppet was not specially made by Luo Yan, he would have been discovered long ago. Despite this, Luo Yan was still found out by the old monk Fazi. It is conceivable how difficult it would be to sneak into the Buddhist sect. The way Nanshan Temple identifies believers is simple and violent. Directly use mental coercion, and then confuse people's minds, and from then on only remember the Buddha. This is much more secretive than the murder, corpse refining and soul stealing of the demon sect. So even Luo Yan himself felt that the tough methods of the old monk Fazi were extremely difficult. If he resisted the Buddha's power handprint, he would expose his whereabouts. If he did not resist, it would be easy for the Buddha's power mark to infect his consciousness. Even if it was only Luo Yan's spiritual consciousness, he still didn't want to gamble. Gamble whether he would be forced to convert. After all, he had seen the power of the mantra long ago. Of course, if you can avoid it, you should avoid it. In addition, the attitude of the monks in Nanshan Temple towards the casual cultivators made Luo Yan feel a little scared. This is an open and above-board act of salvation. It is no different from the cruelty of the demon cultivators. They all treat ordinary cultivators as a kind of goods that can make them practice conveniently. Zhongshan is the cultivation center of the entire Kangwu world. There are many large forces gathered here, but they still allow Nanshan Temple or Kaianfo Temple to do this, which makes Luo Yan very puzzled. However, this is beyond the scope of his concern. I'm sorry, Fairy Mingayu, with my ability, I can only find out this information. As for the specific location of those missing people, I can't do anything. Luo Yan answered very freely, and did not fight to the death with the monks in Nanshan Temple because of the huge reward of killing points. He always remembered the words that the master of Yaodang had warned him, that is, the body of consciousness is not omnipotent. When facing high-level cultivators, you should have enough respect. If there really is a person of the level of a great cultivator who deliberately attacks, his curse may even follow the consciousness back to his body and achieve the purpose of the curse. As the saying goes, the more he practices, the more Luo Yan can feel the power of high-level cultivators. This is definitely not something that can be forcibly changed by a little difference in the proficiency of magical arts and secret techniques. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. Luo Yan knows that he is still far behind the cultivators of the Jindan stage. And that is the old nest in Nanshan Temple. There are many monks in the temple, and Luo Yan can only explore to this extent. If there are his friends among those missing, Luo Yan may take a more prudent, more tactful and less likely to expose himself. To find out this point. But those missing people are all ordinary spies of the life and death building. It is already very good to be able to figure out a general secret of the disappearance. This is already worthy of the reward of the palace-dressed female cultivator. It is too risky to fight to the death with the monks of Nanshan Temple, and Luo Yan will never do it. Brother Luo, I understand what you mean. I would like to thank you in advance. It seems that the reason for the disappearance of those hidden players is still due to me. I am a little whimsical." The palace-dressed female cultivator showed a bitter smile on her face, and seemed to blame herself. Because the cause of this matter was actually her. You must know that when the palace-dressed female cultivator took over the intelligence system of the life and death building from her elders, she had given special instructions for 2 areas. Those 2 places are the sword building of Lingjian Mountain and the small south city of Nanshan Temple. No matter what happens in these 2 areas, it is best not to care about them. This is what the white-haired old man reminded. Even if you need to collect some intelligence information in those 2 places, just issue the task and let others execute it. The life and death building should try not to develop too many hidden players in those 2 places to avoid wasting energy. You must know that if a superpower like Lingjian Mountain knows that its disciples are on the assassination list, it may not react much. But if someone dares to assassinate and succeeds, then the assassination organization and the entire Zhongzhou will be affected. This is the domineering power of the superpower. When the palace-dressed female cultivator first took over the life and death building, she could still follow the wishes of her elders, but as time went on, she naturally had other thoughts. After all, she was in the intelligence system, and almost all the forces in Biliu City were under her sight. Only these 2 superpowers are beyond the world. A killer organization that specializes in collecting intelligence has 2 blank areas and cannot get any information. This kind of place, like a city within a city, will naturally make the palace-dressed woman have other thoughts. But now it seems that what her elders have told her is naturally reasonable. If Luo Yan hadn't gone to investigate in person this time, who would have thought that the way a Buddhist sect recruits believers would be so simple and domineering? Directly confuse the minds of outsiders, and then they become believers. What kind of devout believers are obviously no different from the demon monks. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in the silver eyes of the palace-dressed woman, and then returned to tranquility after a moment. She clenched her fists tightly, and then slowly loosened them. She thought for a long time, but she had no choice but to give up. She could only swallow this loss. Because facing such a superpower, even if the entire life and death building was sacrificed, the palace-dressed woman would not have any chance of winning. Unless the people of the Shadow Hall hidden in the dark were pulled out. At that time, it would be a one-on-one fight, with a foundation building stage against the novice monks in the Keguang realm, the elders in the Jinden stage against the monks in the first realm of the family, and the Yuanying great cultivator against the ancient monks in the second realm of the family. But this is obviously impossible. The absolute top leaders of both sides would not allow such a meaningless fight to happen. Seeing that the palace-dressed woman was trapped in self-blame, Luo Yan wanted to comfort her with a few words, but then he thought that his practice had been delayed for more than half a month. It would be too troublesome to comfort the female cultivator. After a while, it will naturally get better. Thinking of this, Luo Yan ignored her and looked through the Xianjiao list. In the past month, many unfamiliar faces have appeared on the Xianjiao list. Of the 100 geniuses who occupied the Xianjiao list a year ago, less than 30 are still on it. And these people do not have a very high ranking on the Xianjiao list. The former top geniuses have now become the gatekeepers of the Xianjiao list. This has to make people sigh. The gold content of this list is getting higher and higher. Luo Yan casually flipped through a stone that recorded the battles of the geniuses on the Xianjiao list. These were all deliberately sorted out by the woman in palace dress. They are all extremely powerful Xianjiao figures. Although some of the powerful figures have only been fighting for a short time and are not ranked very high on the Xianjiao list, they still cannot be underestimated. Boom! The mind sank into the stone, and instantly saw a halberd slashing, and a powerful figure covered in light and shadow directly attacked. There were all kinds of rumbling sounds, and the rays of light were as boundless as the waves of the sea, with an unmatched momentum. The man who was fighting with him collided with it and was directly injured. Buzz! Another battle began, and a young man with a stern face held a gray lamp and blew it gently. The gray lamp burst into a fierce flame, with unparalleled power, and the divine fire was boiling, as if it had ignited the sky. The opponent retreated in this blazing flame. Chi. Another picture unfolded, in which there was a sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain wearing a gray robe. His left hand turned into thunder, and his left hand held a sword to chop and slash, and the light of escape was like a rainbow, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. The 2 extreme powers all emerged in his hands, and he rushed forward and defeated the opponent. Luo Yan was immersed in the picture in the image stone for a long time. His eyes were calm. He was not affected too much. There are not many pictures recorded in the image stone, only a dozen or so. Obviously, the woman in palace dress also knew that ordinary geniuses could never hurt Luo Yan. They were not even qualified to be his opponents. That's why she carefully selected these 10 or so battle scenes. After watching all the battle scenes of Luo Yan and others, she quickly weighed them in her mind. He thought that one or two of them might become opponents to hone his fighting experience. As for the rest, he had no desire to make a move. Because those people did not have the invincible momentum at all. This was not 2 years ago. In order to make the Xianjiao list famous, Luo Yan himself had to divide his strength into several levels. Then teach others in this way. So that those so-called geniuses know that there are always people better than you. Each of the gatekeepers of the life and death tower is a very powerful existence. They cannot be allowed to be presumptuous. But now, fighting against such opponents no longer arouses Luo Yan's interest. He only wants to fight those who have the invincible momentum. Let's wait and see who will be the first on the Xianjiao list this time. Luo Yan thought about it and suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart. He thought that now was not the time to fight with the people on the Xianjiao list. This mode was like raising a gu. Before the real Gu King was found, the Gu was unqualified. There were only a few years left before the final day. So for the Xianjiao list, Luo Yan's focus had to be gradually shifted. He wanted to shift part of his mind to the assassination mission. It was not because those people were powerful or difficult to deal with. It was because when fighting with those people in life and death, Luo Yan felt the most deeply. After all, the struggle of the prisoners before death was the most intense. Chapter 371, Zui Zuanshu Thunder Sutra, Changes of Winds and Thunder. There is a big difference between a battle of wits and a fight for life. The former only considers personal strength, and each person knows whether he can win or not. But the latter is different. If life is the stakes, even the dying counterattack of a cultivator in the key refining stage cannot be underestimated. After all, in this world, the depth of cultivation cannot determine all victories. There are always some quick-witted people who can defeat the strong with the weak and finally turn the tables. When facing an enemy who wants to kill him, any cultivator will definitely use all means to save his life. If you can sneak attack, sneak attack. If you can't sneak attack, escape. This is different from the Xianjiao fighting outside Biliu City. On the one hand, it is to stop at a certain point, and in most cases it will not endanger each other's life. Therefore, except for a small number of arrogant cultivators, most people seem to be a little arbitrary when fighting. On the other hand, they put their heads on their belts, and if they don't use their signature skills, they will be separated from their heads. These are two different battle intensities. Therefore, many times, when executing assassination missions, some unknown means used by the assassination target can provide great inspiration for Luo Yan's practice. This is also a kind of tempering. But before that, Luo Yan has more important things to do. That is to exchange the two secret methods Purple Star Zuanshu Thunder and Void Heaven Puppet Simulation Body method first. With the killing points provided by the palace-dressed female cultivator, it is more than enough to exchange these two secrets. Otherwise, with Luo Yan's character, he would not delay for more than half a month for no reason and run to Nanshan Temple to collect intelligence. So that his own practice plan has been affected to a certain extent. Now it seems that this deal is still worthwhile. After all, it is not a loss to be able to exchange the desired thunder method in advance. As for the way to exchange the thunder scripture that Chen Liuzhu has instructed, it is necessary to perform assassination missions and then obtain killing points before exchanging. Luo Yan hesitated for a long time and decided to follow his own practice plan. If he can exchange this ancient thunder scripture earlier, he will have more time for subsequent practice. In Luo Yan's heart, although he respected Chen Liuzhu very much, he would not listen to everything Chen Liuzhu said. He had his own thoughts and could make judgments that were more suitable for him. After all, even if he practiced this Thunder Sutra in advance, he would not have failed to carry out the subsequent assassination missions. He would continue to hone himself in this way. It was just that he got the mission reward first. When Luo Yan had almost consumed all the killing points in his hand, a layer of ripples appeared in the void. A human-shaped shadow shuttled through the void and stayed between the interface of illusion and reality. He had no face, as if he was just a complex of energy shadows. Token. An invisible divine thought wave came, and the shadow puppet still stayed in the void and did not appear in the real interface. Seeing this, Luo Yan threw the blood-killing token over. Qi accepted and confirmed as a real token, exchanged. The figure of the shadow puppet changed and directly wrapped the blood-killing token, as if verifying something. Then, the figure of the shadow puppet suddenly split in the middle, splitting into two, and then the upper body condensed into 2 jade slips. Transaction completed. The lower part of the shadow puppet transformed into human form again, and after saying this, it disappeared into the void. Such a mysterious and strange spiritual body technique made Luo Yan's eyes light up. This is much more familiar than the shadow puppet performed by the woman in palace dress. It is not an exaggeration to call it a real person. After Luo Yan received the 2 jade slips, he did not immediately sink into his mind, but kept pinching his hands. Then his body began to glow all over, and he was still reciting the corresponding magic formula. Under the blessing of this special magic formula, a strange spiritual light overflowed. At this time, the 2 jade slips before seemed to have been stimulated by something special. The 2 jade slips were suspended in the air and began to split. Each was divided into 4 pieces. In an instant, 8 jade slips with a glowing light appeared. This is the real ancient thunder scripture. Luo Yan's mind sank into the 4 jade slips, which recorded the secret method of purple star Xuanchu thunder that he had long wanted to see. The reason why it seemed so troublesome to watch these 2 jade slips was to prevent leaks. You must know that both purple star Xuanchu thunder and void heaven puppet imitation body method are absolute Taoist secrets. This kind of scripture is not comparable to ordinary magic, so naturally there will be many protection measures to prevent leaks. After all, purple star Xuanchu thunder is derived from Thunder Jade Pivot Treasure Scripture. And the complete Thunder Jade Pivot Treasure Scripture has the shadow of Jade Pivot Divine Thunder, one of the 36 gates of divine thunder in the fairy world. Therefore, even if it is an incomplete great magical skill, the exchange conditions for the thunder method of purple star Xuanchu thunder are quite high. There are naturally many restrictions. In an ordinary medium-sized sect, even this incomplete great magical skill is enough to become a sect guarding secret. Non-core disciples of the sect cannot touch it. This is the advantage of a big force like the Shadow Palace. As long as it does not involve the fundamental great magical skills, the rest of the skills are all there. Luo Yan immediately immersed his mind into the jade slip and began to comprehend. In the 14th year of the ancient Cheng calendar, as a natural thunder spirit, I went to the Thunder Emperor Heavenly Palace in pursuit of the true Supreme Thunder method. At this time, the Heavenly Palace runs through the 2 worlds. The palace on the top level can even reach the spiritual world directly. It is the ultimate splendor of the Thunder Emperor Heavenly Palace. But my aptitude is still a little poor. I was defeated by those 30 heavenly thunders. It's sad and lamentable. Luo Yan watched slowly, and his mind was gradually attracted. The beginning of Purple Star Xuanchu Thunder does not talk about cultivation, but a brief past event. It should be a shadow of this senior master when he was chasing the Supreme Thunder method. After a brief self-narration, it is the record and understanding of the thunder method by the senior master, which became this Purple Star Xuanchu Thunder. In terms of grade, it is enough to be called an incomplete great magical skill, and it is not an exaggeration. The jade slip not only contained the shadow of the Thunder Jade Pivot Treasure Scripture, but also some small suggestions from the senior on the practice of thunder magic. For example, to draw the thunder of the 9 heavens to refine the body, to go to the 9 netherworlds to find the extremely yin thunder, and then to achieve the peak thunder domain. When Luo Yan began to comprehend this ancient fragment of the scripture, runes flashing with thunder light rushed out and transformed in front of him. However, these thunder runes seemed to be blazing, but in fact there was no lightning. It was like a shadow in the water, a little hazy. Compared with the thunder runes that Luo Yan had come into contact with before, these thunder runes lacked a part in the shape change and looked very ordinary. But when all the runes in the entire scripture were gathered together, it became the most exquisite great thunder sound. Naturally guiding Luo Yan's mind, he began to enter an increasingly empty and deep state of enlightenment. Luo Yan's eyes were dim, and he seemed to have turned into a dazzling star. Chila. Inside the stars, there is an ancient thunder area, where thunder has been falling for years. From a distance, these thunders are very violent and blazing. In fact, these thunders are confined to a very small valley. No matter how violent and blazing the thunder is, it still cannot completely destroy the mountain, as if it only has the shape but not the power. At this time, a 4-winged beast flew from the cloud. It was dozens of feet long and had 2 heads, one gray and one black. It was ferocious at first glance, and it was far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. It happened that a beast flew over this valley at this time. Pop! The lightning fell as usual. The seemingly light thunder actually contained supreme power. Just a light blow, the four-headed beast with a body of dozens of feet long was split into pieces. This is the extremely yin thunder, invisible and intangible, like wind and waves. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder filled the air. A breeze suddenly appeared in the life and death building. Luo Yan stood up and casually cast a small teleportation array. Then he stepped into it. At this time, he came to an unnamed mountain range through the teleportation array. There were old trees and shades here, and it was a vast uninhabited area. Although there were cultivators flying through this world from time to time, it was also desolate because of the thin spiritual energy of the ground veins. Few people would stay here. In most cases, except for some natural monsters, there was no one else. The originally quiet mountain range slowly produced a breeze due to Luo Yan's arrival, accompanied by the sound of violent thunder. The breeze was blowing, and the thunder covered the entire mountain range, so that the monsters and insects in this area were all scared and drilled into the soil or tree holes. This invisible pressure gave them the feeling that real thunder was about to fall. Chila! A slight sound of wind and thunder rang out, without any dazzling lightning, but Luo Yan's figure disappeared in an instant. He seemed to have merged directly into the wind, becoming a flying lightning bird, whistling and flying with the help of the power of the wind. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, as if he had performed a real escape technique. He disappeared from this mountain range and appeared in the wind of another mountain range. The wind contained thunder, and thunder was also transformed by the wind. The two were entangled together. It was impossible to tell whether it was wind or thunder. At the beginning, Luo Yan thought that this Zhua Zuanchu was practicing the method of wind and thunder. Because every breeze at this time can actually turn into violent thunder. In the name of wind, the power of thunder is formed into an ancient sea of thunder. Suddenly, low lightning overflowed, and the brilliance soared into the sky. The power of thunder is unstoppable. Around Luo Yan's body, there was a sound of thunder from the great way, as if a mysterious existence was chanting softly. But as he recited for a longer time, Luo Yan discovered that this scripture was not only wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder. It was a state of Taoism. It was a manifestation of thunder that belonged to him. Because Luo Yan usually likes to use the dream butterfly technique to fight against the enemy, this escape technique has been used many times, and naturally it involves a hint of the mystery of wind. So this thunder is not actually the sound of wind and thunder, but a change in the inner level. It is like a layer of higher level mysterious energy, impacting his thunder method from top to bottom, completely washing the yin and yang thunder. It makes Luo Yan's already good thunder method attainment have a deeper transformation. It makes his whole body turn into a flash of lightning. It looks like a young sacred. This melodious thunder sound resounded throughout the mountains, and many monks who happened to pass by trembled. They rushed here one after another, thinking that a treasure had been born. But not long after, they flew back at a faster speed than when they came. Because as they got closer to the mountain range, strands of electric light appeared on their bodies. It made their long hair stand up straight and their whole body numb. And the deeper they went, the stronger the sense of electric light became. Despite this, a small number of people still became greedy, thinking that there were rare treasures hidden on the top of the mountain. They simply wandered at the foot of the mountain and explored forward bit by bit. The thunder sounded for 5 consecutive days, and the endless breeze blew for 5 days. Countless ruins submerged the mountain, the grass and trees withered, there were no birds or animals, and there was a dead silence. This series of changes made the sneaky figures gathered around open their mouths in surprise. They speculated what kind of treasure had been born. To have such a big vision. Fortunately, this vision only manifested in this area. If you leave this mountain range, it is actually difficult to find it if you don't pay attention. It will be regarded as an ordinary breeze, inconspicuous. Therefore, there are only a dozen monks who are still staying outside this mountain range. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent shock, and the sky was full of blazing thunder runes, a large area of lightning, and silver snakes rushed into the sky, which scared the treasure-hunting figures outside. They all showed panic and fear. When the thunder symbols in the sky dissipated, the place returned to peace. A mysterious Taoism appeared in the mountain stream, as if a god was overlooking the world. On the top of the mountain, Luo Yan opened his eyes, and countless silver snakes moved between his palms. At this moment, He seemed to have an illusion, as if he had become a creature of thunder. The thunder symbols in the sky and the thunder that appeared were all firmly grasped by him. Luo Yan slowly stood up, and the moment he spread his hands, the yin-yang thunder mark suddenly erupted, directly knocking out the more than 10 people who were peeping here. This kind of thunder power after comprehending purple star Xuanchu thunder has become more delicate. It is no longer as violent, dazzling, and eye-catching as before. Just like this blow, even among the more than 10 figures, even if there are cultivators in the foundation building stage, they still can't sense anything unusual. With the help of the power of the wind, Luo Yan can transmit the released lightning to long distance. And he won't lose that sense of control. It's still as easy as using your fingers and arms, as if the breeze fills the entire mountain range, and this world can be grasped in his hands. This is another improvement in thunder magic. Although it can't be called a transformation, it is still extraordinary. You must know that this kind of great magical scripture is extremely profound, but Luo Yan can master it in just a few days. It must be said that his talent in Taoism is definitely far beyond his sword cultivation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Hanging on a Tree, An Unreasonable Woman. If this is a sword sutra, even with the help of the chip, it would take Luo Yan 3 to 5 years to get started. There is absolutely no hope. This is the time he spent comprehending the treasure sutra with the help of the chip. If he relied on his own understanding, it would be very good to get started with the sword sutra in 10 years. After all, Luo Yan has not been able to achieve the kind of faith of sword cultivators who sacrifice their lives and only have a sword in their eyes. This is a state beyond the mundane world, but he has too many distracting thoughts in his mind and cannot do this. Putting life and death on a sword, such a simple and upright behavior, is difficult for people like him to understand. Luo Yan's mind is calm, and his face does not have much joy after success. It is nothing more than a broken thunder sutra, and this is not the first time he has come into contact with it. Naturally, he can control the agitated emotions in his heart. Luo Yan glanced at the more than 10 cultivators at the foot of the mountain, and a thought moved, and there was a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of them. These guys were really bold, daring to watch him gain enlightenment from such a close distance. Although he had not disturbed his practice, he still felt uncomfortable with the feeling of being spied on. However, Luo Yan did not take their lives, but lightly tapped his right finger, and a series of lightning burst on them. The robes on these guys were blown off, revealing their naked bodies. Then Luo Yan performed the vines are growing wildly technique and hung all these bold guys on the top of the ancient tree. From a distance, it was a white patch, which was very spectacular. When the wind blew, their bodies were still shaking. After doing all this, Luo Yan's mouth showed a faint smile. It was a simple punishment for these bold guys. Then Luo Yan returned to the life and death building. Seriously speaking, this time the thunder method ancient scripture can only play a role in icing on the cake for his strength. If you want to achieve a higher level of transformation in your attainment of thunder, you must obtain the ancient thunder scripture in the hands of Chen Laozu. Otherwise, ordinary thunder scriptures will no longer have this effect. After all, Luo Yan's current attainment of thunder is not low. The basic mysteries are perfect, and the deeper transformation of thunder is also being comprehended. This is no less than those thunder cultivators who have been comprehending thunder for hundreds of years. Time passed, and several years passed. During this period, Luo Yan carried out assassination missions while using the geniuses on the list of Biliu City's Xianjiao, sharpening his newly acquired thunder treasure scripture. The most intuitive feeling is that as his attainments in thunder continue to increase, the strength of the Xianjiao on the Xianjiao list is getting stronger and stronger. This seems to be a positive cycle. Perhaps because the passage to the upper realm is about to open, many powerful foundation-building realm-perfect true cultivators have begun to emerge. Among them, many of them were once old cultivators and had been young. But now he is still stuck in this realm. It has to be said that the competition for the qualification of ascension is something that no aspiring cultivator can easily give up. Therefore, after dozens of years of tempering, their strength must be more than one generation of the same realm. Therefore, outside Biliu City, you can often see many mediocre people whose specific backgrounds are unknown, with a blatant attitude, strongly defeating the geniuses on the Xianjiao list. One wave has not settled, another wave rises. This also leads to more and more fierce competition for the top 10 positions on the Xianjiao list. Just like the previous Xianjiao list leader, the descendant of the hidden family, the silver-armored young man. He has now fallen to the 4th place on the Xianjiao list. After all, Biliu City is really too close to the sword-doing holy land of Lingjian Mountain. So when such a Xianjiao list that can be challenged at will appeared in Biliu City, it attracted the real masters of Lingjian Mountain. As expected, when encountering this kind of real sword-doing true cultivation, the direct descendant of the hidden family, the silver-armored young man, tasted his second failure. After that, there was another black-robed youth who had not revealed his identity. He was also extremely powerful. When his eyes opened and closed, runes burst out, and the aura exuded made many people palpitate and feel fear. So the silver-armored youth was defeated again. A few years ago, the silver-armored youth who was still invincible and overpowered his peers could not even rank in the top 3 on the Xianjiao list a few years later. Although the fact that the protectors intervened in the fight between the younger generation a few years ago made the silver-armored youth controversial. But he was already in a coma due to serious injuries at that time. In essence, that incident had nothing to do with him. In addition, the Xianjiao list was originally a fierce battle event for each generation, so the silver-armored youth naturally could not give up easily. He came out this time to hone his strength. If he escaped quietly, it would be a loss of face. After all, only by fighting with a Xianjiao of the same generation can one improve his strength to the greatest extent. So the silver-armored youth stayed in Biliu City, constantly honing his spear skills, hoping that one day he would be able to defeat the Thunder Guardian of the Life and Death Tower openly. But what he didn't expect was that before his strength had improved too much, subsequent challengers came one after another. The silver-armored youth was indignant, thinking that although he was defeated once, he was still not someone that anyone dared to bully. So he opened fire and fought with those challengers with all his strength. But what made the silver-armored youth despair was that he was defeated again. He failed to keep his top ranking on the Xianjiao list. The reason why there are so many Xianjiao is that you have to know that this is Zhongzhou, not the wild land of the south region. Zhongzhou can almost be regarded as the area where the most cultivators gather in the entire Kangwu world. In this ancient land, many super powerful sects and ancient forces have taken root. Don't you see that a branch temple of the ancient Buddhist sect, such as Nanshan Temple, can only stay honestly in a corner of Biliu City? You can preach, but you are not allowed to cross that street. Otherwise, you will be struck by thunder. Therefore, when the competition of geniuses in Biliu City spread far and wide, it naturally attracted many disciples and disciples of superpowers to challenge. They are all geniuses of the younger generation. They are not arrogant and unreasonable, but everyone has their own pride. This is an indisputable fact. Although the true identity of the silver-armored young man is the direct descendant of a hidden family, in the land of Zhongzhou, what is most lacking is young disciples of noble status. Although his status is noble, it is not so rare that there is no second one. So the silver-armored young man ushered in the biggest setback since he was born. After 3 consecutive defeats, his ranking on the Xianjiao list has dropped to the 4th place. How can a proud person like him accept this? But if you lose, and it is in the public eye. But what all the cultivators in Biliu City did not expect is that although the silver-armored young man lost, but the Thunder Guardian of the Life and Death Building, who had fought with him for a long time before, has not lost since the battle. No matter what kind of unique skills the top 3 powerful beings on the Xianjiao list used, and no matter how hard they tried to challenge the Thunder Guardian, they still couldn't defeat him. He was truly invincible among his peers. This made all the cultivators in Biliu City remember the blue-clothed Thunder Cultivator deeply. It gave them the feeling that the Thunder Guardian's Thunder method attainments were higher. The most obvious point was that every battle of the blue-clothed Taoist now would fill the void outside Biliu City with thunder. Any slight leak would be enough to defeat an extraordinary opponent. There was thunder in the wind, but the thunder began to become invisible and intangible, which made everyone who fought with him feel extremely difficult. Because you don't know when that terrifying thunder will hit your body. Once the mind is not focused at all, it will usher in a great defeat. After all, this kind of thunder method is a kind of Taoism that tends to be perfect, and even the body protection aura of most cultivators can't resist it at all. Therefore, Even the most unruly genius on the Xianjiao list would still be a little cautious when meeting the blue-clothed Thunder Cultivator. This is a status earned through fighting. At this time, on the 5th floor of the Life and Death building, Luo Yan and the palace-dressed woman sat cross-legged, and some rare spiritual fruits and a pot of spiritual tea were placed on the wooden table. Fairy Mingyu, it's almost time, we should set off. Luo Yan's eyes were deep, staring at the spiritual mist floating in the distance, and he spoke softly. In the past few years, because he has been carrying out assassination missions and constantly fighting with those peers, Luo Yan's attainments in thunder magic have become more profound. These two kinds of training methods, like a combination of work and rest, not only increased his experience in fighting magic, but also saw many strange methods. For example, there are evil cultivators who cut off part of their bodies and merged into ordinary beasts to avoid being hunted down. Under the divine consciousness, the spiritual eye technique was fully opened, but he still couldn't find his figure. That time, if it weren't for the assistance of the chip, Luo Yan would probably have failed in his first assassination attempt. Because that guy was so good at hiding. This soul-splitting method, which was like a tail-cutting move, naturally opened Luo Yan's eyes. There is also the kind of devotion of everything to a certain evil stone statue, and then being given a very strange magical power, which can steal the life of the monk without knowing it. When this evil magic came out, even Luo Yan felt a drum in his heart when he faced it. Before finding out the specific situation, he didn't dare to get too close. If it is said that the frequent battles outside Biliu City allowed Luo Yan to gain something in the way of fighting, then, carrying out those assassination missions greatly enriched his knowledge in the world of cultivation. Every 1 or 2 months, Luo Yan carried out an assassination mission. Then he returned to Biliu City to find someone to fight and hone his strength. Everything was going according to his previously scheduled plan. Brother Luo, are you in such a hurry? Do I have to go to the southern region? The eyes of the woman in palace dress glowed, her skin was crystal clear and shimmering. She didn't understand why she had to go to the southern region for a spiritual space. There were several large forces in Tongzi, how they could use ancient secrets to connect with that space. Wouldn't it be more convenient to fight there? Luo Yan glanced at the beautiful woman opposite him, and with a light wave of his hand, he took off the jade bracelet on the woman's hand. Then he pressed down with one hand, and a bright spiritual light surged, turning into a thick rope that bound her in place. The woman in palace dress was about to use her protective magic treasure, but she heard this sentence, "Don't use any external objects, just rely on your own strength." The woman in palace dress was stunned at first, then she gritted her teeth, her pretty face flushed, and her delicate figure rose and fell, obviously angry. What does this mean? Is he looking down on her strength? The palace-dressed woman was furious, as if she was humiliated. Her eyes were about to spit fire, and her white arms pushed back, destroying everything in the dazzling rune light. She completely neutralized Luo Yan's attack and offset the runes. Luo Yan was not surprised. He flicked his hands, and tiny silver lightning snakes rushed out and rushed towards her. "You are too contemptuous." The palace-dressed woman gave a light scolding, and her jade hands moved. Countless light rains flew from the roof of the Life and Death building, covering her in it, trying to resist the impact of these silver snakes. The 5th floor of the Life and Death building was originally built on the clouds. With a blazing spiritual light in the sky, it suddenly made her more holy. When she raised her hand, countless rune light rains appeared. The power of this attack was no less than those geniuses ranked at the top of the Xianjiao list. However, the expected battle did not happen. A silver snake suddenly jumped out and broke the protective spiritual light of the palace-dressed woman. Then it landed directly on her shoulder, paralyzing her. The brilliance in the sky also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Yan gently recalled the silver snake. The palace-dressed woman, who had lost her restraints, bit her silver teeth and stepped forward again, chanting a spell in her mouth, stirring up ripples in the void, and a majestic giant phantom emerged. Suddenly, there was a huge breath, overwhelming the sky. She wanted to suppress the Taoist in green with force. "What are you doing? Can't afford to lose. I'm not saying that your strength is too low and you don't have the qualification to win. But..." Luo Yan frowned and saw the giant phantom that was about to land. Before he finished speaking, yin and yang thunder appeared in the palms of his hands, and a breeze suddenly rose in the void. Pieces of lightning fell silently and hit the giant phantom. Not long after, it was directly defeated. Then, the palace-dressed woman was restrained again. Your magical power seems to be extremely powerful, but in fact, your spiritual power is too dispersed, and you have not exerted the true power of this secret technique at all. You are still far from it." After such an interruption, Luo Yan himself forgot what he wanted to say just now. He simply commented on it in person, and then put the woman in palace dress down. In his opinion, this kind of summoning magical power, when practiced to a high level, can directly summon the great existence in the dark, and then help it fight. Chapter 373, Return to the southern region and visit Tai sect again. But the magical secrets used by the palace-dressed woman could not even see the face of the alien creature. Not to mention consciousness. Obviously, she had just started in this kind of secret arts. Her attainments were very shallow. HMPH. A cold snort came from the tip of the palace-dressed woman's upturned white nose. She raised her hand again and chanted an inexplicable spell. The power of the holy spell burst out from her whole body, and a white jade-like palm condensed in the void, showing a sacred power. "I don't want to fight with you, there is no point. Stop it quickly." Luo Yan opened his mouth and used the wind and thunder method again to defeat this palm. He restrained it for the third time, and warned in a deep voice, like a precursor to anger. Luo Yan thought he had made it very clear, and didn't understand why she was ashamed and angry. It was simply unreasonable. So he tentatively let the palace-dressed woman go. Not long after, the palace-dressed woman rushed over again with her silver teeth clenched tightly, and the spiritual light on her delicate body overflowed, with a desperate posture. The solemnity on Luo Yan's face instantly turned into helplessness. Does the silly woman really not know her own strength level? Or does she not understand good or bad words? I am obviously considering her and doing it for her good, but she is so angry. You should know that the closer it is to the battle of the geniuses, the more intense the competition for the qualification to enter the spiritual space will be. After all, in a place like that, if you want to open it once, you must be a truly top-notch cultivator. Therefore, every time the spiritual space is opened, it is almost always in a large sect. Although those large forces do not exclude outside cultivators from participating, you don't need to think about it to know that the strange space is originally open to increase the knowledge of the younger generation. What will happen if an outside cultivator comes to participate? People like the palace-dressed woman who do not have a big power background will most likely be deliberately targeted when participating in that kind of qualification battle. After all, in a place like the Lychee secret realm, some of the proud sons of heaven can pay a certain price and ask the elders of their own sect to help cleanse their souls. In order to achieve the same effect, the cultivation can be advanced early. But the secrets in the ancient secret realm are not only the Lychee secret realm, but also many other strange places. Therefore, it is very difficult for people who are not from large forces to obtain the qualifications to enter that world of thought. If a force like the Life and Death Building is really qualified to enter that place, it must have helped her deal with this matter long ago because of the degree of doting on the palace-dressed woman by its elders. But the current situation is that the palace-dressed woman's cultivation has reached the perfection of foundation building, but she has not yet obtained the qualifications to enter the ancient secret realm. This is already very indicative of the problem. It is difficult for people who are not from those superpowers to feel the feeling of resource monopoly. Luo Yan himself participated in this kind of qualification competition. At the Tai sect's performance field at that time, he discovered a very interesting fact. That is, although there are many cultivators from small sects and small families participating in the field, those who can get the quota in the end are basically the disciples of the 5 major sects in their southern region. If you say there is no trick in this, Luo Yan doesn't believe it. On the contrary, the same problem should exist in Zhangzhou. Therefore, in order to better help the palace-dressed woman's soul to be perfect, so as to fulfill the promise he had made with her grandfather before. But before that, Luo Yan had to ensure that the palace-dressed woman could obtain the qualification to enter that place. If it was in Zhangzhou, without certain connections and resources, the palace-dressed woman might not be able to obtain the qualification to enter that spiritual space. Although the palace-dressed woman's personal strength is good, if she really encounters an insider and does some secret operations, she can only play the peak strength of key refining, and it is really possible that she will not be able to grab that quota. Just like when Luo Yan was in the Lychee secret realm, although his own strength was only at the peak of key refining, he could still defeat many old monks. The secret method of magical power is not something that can be considered invincible. In large sects, the most abundant thing is the magical treasure book. In this regard, the palace-dressed woman has no advantage. Secondly, Luo Yan fought with her several times and found that she really didn't have much combat experience. It is probably because her elders protected her too well. Therefore, if she ran to participate in the qualification competition without thinking, she would suffer a great loss. After all, in a battle of the same level, except for a few geniuses, no one dared to call themselves truly invincible. So this is the real reason why Luo Yan wanted to intervene in this matter. With his help, at least there would not be too much unfairness and be encountered by the palace-dressed woman. Otherwise, if a small force participated in that kind of competition, its final outcome would most likely be a stepping stone for those big sex geniuses. Luo Yan saw that the palace-dressed woman attacked him like crazy, and he didn't understand whether she had misunderstood what he had just said or what. Anyway, she was just not listening, and looked like a turtle chanting sutras. So, Luo Yan stopped talking nonsense, and the palm of his hand was shining with 5 colors of green, brown, red, blue and gold. The clouds and mist surged, and the power of the 5 elements seal slapped the delicate body of the palace-dressed woman with a whoosh. It sealed her whole body of spiritual power. Suddenly, the long-lasting blunder finally came to an end. However, the palace-dressed woman still looked at him coldly at this time. "What are you doing? Why don't you untie me?" The palace-dressed woman looked up, her face was cold, and her beautiful eyes were indifferent. She seemed very angry. Unfortunately, Luo Yan didn't buy it, and directly took her hand and returned to the life and death building. If she was angry, just ignore her for a while, and she will be fine. This is the truth that Luo Yan believed in his previous life. 2 days later, Luo Yan brought the palace-dressed woman to a remote mountain range, and then began to build a long-distance transmission channel. He first engraved the array pattern of the 9 palaces and 12 hexagrams on the white jade scepter, and then repeated the operation and arranged it in the 4 directions. Then he took out a dozen high-quality spirit stones and embedded them at the bottom of the transmission array. Finally, he began to continuously draw space runes, stability runes, spiritual energy charging runes, etc. Not long after, with a boom, this mountain range burst into a rosy glow, and a dazzling light channel was successfully constructed. Luo Yan and his friend stepped in. After their traces disappeared, an old man with white hair and a childlike face appeared here. His eyes were dim, as if he could penetrate the space and see 2 figures close together inside. But after a moment, he retracted his gaze and glimpsed the base of the array plate scattered in the forest. The old man with white hair waved his hand, and there was a hazy sense of space, covering the entire mountain. It seemed that he was covering up the traces for Luo Yan and his friends. After doing this, the old man with white hair and a childlike face took a step out and disappeared on the spot. The old man with white hair did not intervene in his granddaughter's departure without saying goodbye this time. The young have their own lives. Even if the life and death building in Biliu City is used as a dowry in the end, the old man with white hair has no regrets. Judging from what happened in Biliu City in recent years, any action made by this young man can be regarded as a model among his peers. It is a blessing for his granddaughter to be friends with such a proud child of heaven, and the old man with white hair will naturally not stop it. As long as the bond between the 2 little guys deepens, he will have someone to rely on to solve problems after he dies in the future. The old man with white hair knows very well that once a child of destiny from a superpower grows up, the power he can finally exert will be terrifying. This will be more than 10 times more powerful than that of a casual cultivator of the same level. Of course, this power refers to the ability to deal with certain things, not the real strength comparison. Buzz! At this time, the long-distance teleportation formation trembled, and 2 figures jumped out of the void. Luo Yan flew to the middle of the air and carefully identified the direction. He found that he had just reached the border of Zhongzhou. There was still more than 1 million miles away from the south region. The Kangwu realm was too big. Even with a long-distance teleportation formation, it was impossible to directly return from Zhongzhou to the 5 Elements Temple in the south region. In other words, with a dozen high-quality spirit stones as driving energy, it can only be teleported to such a long distance. If you want to reach the destination at one time, you have to add more high-quality spirit stones. Luo Yan shook his head, put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and then he started to work again, laying down the array and teleportation runes. They were on the road again. After 2 space shuttles, they finally returned to the south region. Luo Yan did not take the palace-dressed woman back to the Five Elements Temple directly, but turned around and went directly to Tai's sect. Because according to calculations, this time the ancient secret realm qualification battle is about to begin, and the disciples of the Five Elements Temple may have set off first. Sure enough, when Luo Yan and his friends arrived, the people of the Five Elements Temple had already entered. It was not dark yet, and it was not too late. After all, the real battle would not begin until tomorrow. Luo Yan glanced at the direction of his own sect and found that the elder who led the team this time was a giant elder from the refining hall. Although he did not know him, he still stepped forward and respectfully stated his purpose, and also revealed his identity as an inner disciple of the Five Elements Temple. I already know the purpose of this junior brother's visit. It's nothing more than an identity quota, just a little effort. I will report it together when I negotiate with Tai sect tomorrow, so junior brother, don't worry too much. The elder of the refining hall has a square face and a strong and powerful body. He looks rough, but his eyes are actually shining. There is also a 3 treasure gourd hanging on his waist, and there is a faint strong aroma of wine. It feels refreshing to smell it. Disciple thanks the elder. Luo Yan bowed respectfully, and then said very sincerely, "It's still easy to talk to the elders of your own family. As long as it doesn't involve fundamental issues of principle, no matter how big or small the matter is, they can basically communicate. This is the advantage of a 10,000-year-old sect like the Five Elements Temple. Although the various factions in the sect will fight over certain resource issues, but most of the elders in the sect are actually easier to talk to when facing their own disciples. We are from the same sect, so it is normal for us to help each other. Besides, who doesn't have some selfish thoughts? It's not something that violates the sect's rules, and I am not unreasonable. But there is one thing I want to say in advance. I can give her the identity of a disciple of the Five Elements Temple, but whether she can win the quota in the end depends on her own strength." The elder of the refining hall smiled faintly at first, and then said seriously, "Appropriate fairness can be given. In other words, when arranging 2-on-2 battles, they will not be matched with particularly powerful opponents in advance. But if the person who got in through the back door is too weak and is defeated by some unknown people, then he can't be blamed. If the opportunity is given and the person is useless, there is nothing to do." Disciple understands. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Luo Yan bowed again, and then said softly. It shows that he still has a clear understanding of this situation. If the woman in palace dress can fail in this situation, then he can't do anything. At that time, he would have to go to her elders to discuss and change the conditions. The elder of the refining hall nodded, waved his hand, and signaled him to act. Looking at the figure of the young man in green clothes going away, and the beautiful woman standing in the distance, he sighed secretly. Even the inner disciples with excellent talents are like this. After all, they can't resist the beauty. Unlike him, he has lived for more than 200 years and has been accompanied by fine wine all day long. He is very cool. Female cultivators are the most troublesome. For a moment, he didn't know what he thought of, and he shuddered all over, and his eyes looked around. He finally put his mind at ease, took a sip of spiritual wine, and his face flushed. This time, Luo Yan did not directly state his identity as the inspector of the law enforcement hall in front of the elder of the refining hall. Just revealing his identity as an inner disciple, the elder of the refining hall agreed to help. It's just because the competition for the quota of this ancient secret realm has been held almost every year in the past 10 years. So its leader will be rotated within the various halls in the Five Elements Temple. The reason why Luo Yan led the team that time was that of a Yuanian cultivator, and there were so many leaders of various factions gathered together, mainly because the situation was special that time. It was necessary to discuss something very important, so the leaders of each hall needed to go there in person. On the contrary, the competition for the qualification of the ancient secret realm was incidental. Otherwise, it would be like this time, and each time the leader would be an elder of the Jinden stage. After all, they went back and forth through the teleportation formation, either in their own sect or in Tai's sect. It was also difficult to encounter any danger. Therefore, it was already very good to have an elder of the Jinden stage as the leader. Even a few years ago, there was a core disciple of the foundation building stage leading the team, and this kind of thing did not happen. It was too normal. In fact, there is a common unspoken rule among the 5 major sects in the southern region, that is, for the disciples of the 5 major sects, each one competes based on their ability. People who are not from the 5 major sects almost have to face the geniuses of the 5 major sects. However, the real geniuses of the 5 major sects almost never collide with each other. Therefore, the pressure of combat can be imagined. Chapter 374, The Kindness of the Elders of the Weapon Refining Hall. The storm is coming. The strength of the great sect's geniuses cannot be viewed from a normal perspective. Even with the current foundation-building great perfection realm of the palace-dressed woman, when facing some real geniuses, when the two are in the same realm, there is a chance that she will be defeated. Because geniuses cannot be judged by common sense. Words such as defeating the strong with the weak, turning defeat into victory, and turning the tables on the battlefield are not abrupt when used on such people. Just like Luo Yan and Leon in the past, even if they were still in the key refining realm, they could still kill those cultivators in the foundation building realm with their swords according to the special rules in the ancient secret realm. This is the most typical example. Tomorrow's qualification battle is actually very simple, you just need to keep winning. Luo Yan returned to the palace-dressed woman and briefly told her about the secret realm qualification battle. As long as there is no secret manipulation, with the strength of the beautiful female cultivator next to him, it is almost certain that she will get a place to enter the ancient secret realm. After all, the southern region is the territory of their 5 major sects, and all the rules are also made by them. Luo Yan, who returned here, was like a fish returning to the river, happy and free. If he was still in Hangzhou, there would be too many constraints to participate in this kind of qualification competition. If he encountered those insider means of black box operation, Luo Yan would be powerless at that time. That's why he traveled a million miles to bring the palace-dressed woman back to the southern region. In fact, the ability to penetrate the spiritual space like this can also be achieved within their 5 elements temple. It's just that the Supreme Elder in the sect didn't have the convenience of Tai Sect's Great Dream 1,000 years magical power, and every once in a while, he had to connect the strange space for his disciples, which was very troublesome. Later, he simply gave up. After all, he was a figure at the level of the Supreme Elder, with a lot of autonomy, and the heads of the various branches of the sect were helpless. In the end, it became that everyone simply went to use Tai Sect's magical power to guard the sect. The other few families had similar psychology. Seeing this, the people of Tai Sect not only did not feel burdened, but instead thought it was an honor. Their sect has been in the southern region for a short time. It has only been more than 1,000 years, and the foundation is not stable, and the sect is not rich enough. There is even a great enemy in Hangzhou, the Taking sect. Therefore, taking this opportunity, they can get along with the ancient forces of the southern region. Naturally, they will not miss this good fortune. Therefore, in the past, the timing for the various sects in the southern region to open the ancient secret realm was generally about 5 years, and sometimes even 10 years. Although there are many places, they need to have a certain level of cultivation, at least several great monks in the late nascent soul stage to join forces. Or an old monster in the god transformation stage, a first-class Supreme Elder to take action. But those two types of people have always been used to being free and easy, and it's okay once or twice. After a long time, they will naturally refuse if they can. And the people of Tai sect, because of their special sect guarding magical powers, it is much easier to connect to that spiritual space. A great monk can connect to that strange ancient secret realm. Therefore, this qualification competition was born. In fact, as for that spiritual space, as long as the cultivator's cultivation realm reaches the golden core stage, and there is someone to guide him, he can actually enter it on his own. This is also the path that the white-haired old man prepared for the palace-dressed woman. Small forces like them focus on gradual progress in cultivation, rather than the rapid progress of large sects. There is a big difference between the two in the way of cultivation. Otherwise, it would only be the combined efforts of several great cultivators in the late Yuanying stage. The grandfather of the palace-dressed woman is fully capable of contacting these people. It's just that for people like them, entering that spiritual space earlier or later, there is almost no big difference. But Luo Yan proposed to help the palace-dressed woman achieve spiritual perfection in order to get the recognition of the life and death building, so this trip to the south region took place. Seeing this, the grandfather of the palace-dressed woman did not refuse. After all, it was for the good of his precious granddaughter, so he naturally let it go. Brother Luo. The palace-dressed woman's eyes were soft and full of warmth. The scene of talking with the drunken elder fell into her eyes. The woman in palace dress understood who this was for, and she became gentle and soft-spoken, saying, "Thank you." Luo Yan glanced at the beautiful female cultivator beside him, somewhat disapprovingly. So he waved his hand and said, "This is what I promised your elders, and I must do it. Besides, it's nothing more than a few nice words. What does it matter? I'll give you a chance to fight fairly. If you lose, I'll have a headache." Luo Yan led the woman in palace dress to the team of his own sect. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and then he gave a concentrated warning. Seeing the guy opposite so unromantic, the warmth in the woman's eyes instantly stiffened, and then turned into murderous aura. There was an urge to beat him up on the spot. It was really a pot that was not opened. She was a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. How could she not be defeated by a group of little brats in the key refining period? This was simply a big joke. Infuriating. But not long after, the palace-dressed woman saw how shocking the fight between the low-level disciples of a real super sect was. And why did that guy say such worried words? As the sky gradually darkened, the warm-up activities of previous years reappeared. Taking advantage of this dark night, many disciples of the major sects who were eager to prove themselves all ignited a fierce fighting spirit. This is a rare opportunity to show off. And in front of fellow Taoists from the 5 major sects, naturally, this opportunity cannot be missed. Roar. Soon, a dull roar sounded in the performance arena, and a huge green wolf emerged, raising its head and howling. The eyes were full of murderous intent and very sharp. The disciple who recited the rune Green Wolf was a disciple of the 5 Elements Temple, wearing a green Taoist robe. It seemed to be from the Wood Spirit Peak. When the rune was complete, with a bang, the green giant wolf slapped the monk holding the magic weapon sword on the opposite side. The howl of a wolf shocked the disciples who were watching all around, and they all used their spiritual shields to protect themselves. The sharp sound waves made the monks holding the magic weapon swords in the field retreat again and again. In the end, they were pinned to the ground by the huge blue wolf, and they couldn't get away. In desperation, they could only admit defeat. Quack! Quack! Not long after, another disciple of Yuchen Palace wearing a colorful treasure robe came on stage. He kept casting runes with his hands, and they became one. Suddenly, a huge toad phantom appeared behind him. Then the toad was furious and also made a deafening sound wave, surrounded by gray rune spiritual light, gorgeous and dazzling, shaking the whole dojo. The blue giant wolf and the rune toad collided with each other, like 2 real ancient beasts colliding. For a moment, runes all over the dojo flew all over the sky, and spiritual light penetrated the sky, making the sky above the bluestone square dazzling. Nothing could be seen clearly. The two fought fiercely, each using their best rune methods, trying to suppress the other by force. While making a name for themselves, they also wanted to prove their invincible strength. This is what every great sect genius pursues. In the blink of an eye, the two fought dozens of times, and each collision was extremely fast and accompanied by a surging light. Such a scene shocked many spectators on the periphery. The two people in the center of the dojo were really too powerful, and it was inevitable that people would doubt their true cultivation, whether they were still disciples of the key refining stage. If ordinary key refining stage disciples came forward, they might not be able to withstand even one blow. How is it? Are the young generation in our temple okay? Luo Yan and the palace-dressed woman sat cross-legged in the last row of the 5 Elements Temple team, but at this time, an abrupt voice interrupted. It was the elder of the refining hall who came over and sat side by side with Luo Yan. He was still filled with a strong smell of alcohol. But strangely, this kind of wine fragrance was not intoxicating, but refreshing. There was an urge to snatch the gourd and drink it all. Yes, it's really extraordinary. The blue wolf imitation beast technique of that Mu Lingfang brother has almost reached the level of proficiency, and his mastery of runes is also exquisite. Hearing this inquiry, Luo Yan first nodded gently to the elder of the refining hall, and then made comments. The woman in palace dress on the side was silent. She seemed to be watching the fight in the dojo, but in fact her mind was focused on the conversation between the two people next to her. Compared with fighting and killing, she was more interested in this kind of chat. Oh, really? I wonder how they compare with my former junior brothers. Do they have half of your style? The elder of the refining hall suddenly laughed, and then looked at the man in green beside him with deep meaning. No wonder he always felt that this young man had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Later, when his thoughts became clearer, The elder of the refining hall realized that the junior brother he had talked to before was actually a peerless genius who shone brightly in the sect. He had attracted the attention of the supreme elder of the refining hall, and he also sighed for a long time. It was as if he was saying, "This junior's future progress will definitely exceed your imagination. He can cultivate the realm of key refining and cultivate the sect's magical power." Such a terrifying comprehension talent can be called the first person among the low-level disciples of the Five Elements Temple in nearly 1,000 years. Therefore, he had actually heard about Luo Yan's true face a long time ago. After all, he was an elder of the refining hall, and naturally had many channels to learn about the news. A key refining disciple who had only practiced for a few years could do things that even many Yuanying stage great monks could not do, which naturally attracted many curious eyes. This also caused Luo Yan's true face to be defenseless in front of the real high level. For such an outstanding junior disciple, there are naturally many elders who are interested in him. The elder of the refining hall is one of them. Everyone wanted to accept him as a disciple and inherit his legacy. Unfortunately, of course, with the status of the elder of the refining hall, he dared not even think about accepting a disciple. He only had one purpose for paying attention to this little guy. That is to let his younger generation get in touch with such a peerless monster, which will definitely benefit him in the future. But the whereabouts of this junior brother are too secretive, and he rarely shows up in the sect. It is difficult to find him. In addition, after entering that special department, his whereabouts became even more elusive. I never thought that he would appear here now. Elder, you are embarrassing me. The growth of the sect is made up of thousands of ordinary cultivators. Even if the disciple is a little gifted, there are so many disciples with peerless talents in this world. Everyone has a desirable side. Hearing the words of the elder of the refining hall, Luo Yan knew that his identity had been recognized. He did not deny it, and his expression was still indifferent. In the face of flattery, he did not show his proud and complacent side. Such a reaction, in the eyes of the elders of the weapon refining hall, was naturally a man with a great mind and a calm attitude. He was definitely a potential big shot. Therefore, he admired him even more. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and after taking a big sip of wine, he said tremblingly, "Junior brother, you came back this time. Should you participate in the inner sect competition? Junior brother and I are still predestined, so I'll talk a little more. I heard that there are many top geniuses from decades ago in this inner sect competition. In some ways, their strength and talent are not inferior to yours. Junior brother, be careful." The elder of the weapon refining hall seemed to have thought of something and kept talking for a long time. In the end, because of the alcohol, he fell asleep directly. Seeing this, Luo Yan knew that this was his good intention, and casually set up a soundproof barrier to cover the elder who loved drinking. It seemed that he wanted him to sleep better. But he accepted this favor. Inner sect competition. Luo Yan's eyes were dim, and I didn't know what he was thinking of. This time, Lian should be born, right? Luo Yan guessed that with Lian's personality, she would not miss such a grand event. But when he thought of the inside story of the inner sect competition that senior sister Lan had told him, he felt silent. Some things seemed to be beyond his reach with his current strength. But according to Lian's personality, I'm afraid this time, he would be hit hard and bloody. The palace-dressed woman next to him saw for the first time that the Taoist in green clothes beside him showed a confused side. In the past, he was always wise and confident. But the words of the elder made him uneasy. Is the so-called inner sect competition really that important? The palace-dressed woman did not understand and did not know. One night passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the next day. In the center of the Bluestone Square, a middle-aged Taoist priest appeared out of thin air, holding a whisk in his hand, wearing a yin and yang Taoist robe, glowing all over, and his voice was like thunder. Judging from his appearance alone, he looked like a fairy, which made people feel very impressive. The magical power of this great dream of 1,000 years has already been cast by the grand elder of our sect. This time, I can only borrow flowers to offer to Buddha and open that dream space. I hope that all of you can show your proud talents. Chapter 375, Jianshan Spiritual Mirror, a treasure far beyond the spiritual treasure, reminds. The rules of this trial are still the same as before. The friends in the foundation building stage and the friends in the key refining stage will be tested separately. In the end, the number of people who enter the highest secret space will determine the final qualification for the ancient secret realm. Of course, The number of places for friends in the foundation building stage will still be twice as many as the number of places for friends in the key refining stage. Hearing these familiar words, although the person is no longer the old Taoist priest of the past, the charm of the same lineage has never changed. Although it seems that the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm has doubled, there are at least thousands of monks who come to participate in the battle every time. In the end, only 30 or 40 places are taken, with a probability of 1 in several tens. This intensity is still quite high. And the most important point is that Tai sect has an iron rule for the qualification competition for this ancient secret realm. That is, even if it is a foundation building cultivator, the number of times he comes to participate in the competition cannot exceed twice. Otherwise, the performance of the secret technique of Great Dream Thousand Years will affect the individual. It makes them unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, and eventually lose themselves in the illusory world. For this point, both the Five Elements Temple and other sects are very clear. After all, the magical power of Great Dream Thousand Years is a supreme illusion. It is normal to have certain hidden dangers. This time when he came to Tai sect, Luo Yan did not plan to find Ji Hongxi to reminisce about the past. He has more important things to do now. Calculating the time, the promise that Luo Yan promised Ji Hongxi before is not far from the agreed time. He will come again at that time to help fulfill that promise. Be careful when fighting, and try not to be careless. Luo Yan turned his head and looked at the extremely beautiful female cultivator beside him. The body of the palace-dressed woman trembled slightly. Although she knew that he had good intentions, she just didn't believe in her own strength. There was a kind of stagnation in her heart. Thinking that the fight was about to start, she chose not to bother with this annoying guy. Instead, she began to concentrate on adjusting her spiritual breath and state. Although the strength of the palace-dressed woman, in Luo Yan's eyes, still needs to be improved. For example, the combat experience is not rich enough, etc. But this is the problem from Luo Yan's current perspective. He first honed himself in the great wilderness, then went to the ancient secret realm, followed by the western regions, and now he has even run to Zhongzhou. Almost all of this journey was fought. Seriously speaking, judging by Luo Yan's current combat experience, let alone his peers, even some older monks may not be as experienced as him in fighting. After all, few monks can cross the vast wilderness, endless mountains, and travel more than 1,000,000 miles. Although it was very difficult along the way, it was also extremely amazing for Luo Yan. Not only did he gain a lot of knowledge in cultivation, but his strength was also greatly improved. It's like participating in the qualification competition for this ancient secret realm. From Luo Yan's current perspective, it's a typical small fight. It can't stir up any waves in his heart. Luo Yan even had the confidence that he could only use very ordinary Taoist moves, and there was no one who could survive 3 moves in his hands. This is the confidence brought by strong strength. But this time the person participating in the battle was a palace-dressed woman. With her true strength, she could participate in this kind of fighting competition as long as she didn't meet those few Xianjiao seeds. Her strength is actually unique. And the palace-dressed woman is not a real vase. When she entered the fighting state, her momentum suddenly changed. Under that beautiful face, she showed a tough attitude. She wanted to prove to that guy that her strength was very strong. Not everyone can bully. So no matter who she fought, the palace-dressed woman used her spiritual light to suppress it, causing the sky above the dojo to overflow with rosy clouds. The fierce energy drove her long hair, and her crystal white face was full of peerless style. A quick glance attracted the hearts of many onlookers. Just like a holy 9-day fairy. In such a fierce duel, having such a face would leave a deep impression. Boom! In the illusory space above the bluestone square, the breath of runes was full, and various powerful secret arts broke out. The woman in palace dress was fighting fiercely in it. Beautiful and violent. The terrible rumbling sound was endless, as if the fairy from the sky came to the world to eliminate the sins of the world. Intense and amazing. In the end, without the intervention of outsiders, the woman in palace dress still won. The victory was quick and decisive. After all, if you don't meet a real genius, it's still a bit inadequate for ordinary foundation-building cultivators to meet her. This is the benefit of being a disciple of the Five Elements Temple. In most cases, the geniuses of the 5 major sects will not meet each other. Even if they want to show off, they have already shown off enough in the performance field last night. Today's competition for the quota will not allow them to mess around. You performed well. You didn't lose a single match. After the woman in palace dress won the victory and obtained the mark of entering the spiritual space, Luo Yan smiled and spoke with a little praise. Finally, his efforts were not in vain. Otherwise, if he really lost, even Luo Yan himself would not know how to end it. Fortunately, everything went according to the predetermined plan, and there were no accidents in the middle. Upon hearing this, the woman in palace dress raised her white neck slightly, like a proud red-necked crane. There was a faint nasal sound from the tip of her nose, as if to say, "I let you look down on me, now you are opening, right?" Luo Yan originally wanted to point out the shortcomings exposed in her battles. For example, in the current realm, the woman in palace dress can actually try to accumulate panic, and then use her strength to defeat 10 skills without too many fancy techniques. But now it seems that he should not make himself bored. After the ancient secret realm qualification competition was over, Luo Yan brought the palace-dressed woman to the elder of the weapon refining hall to bid farewell. He was very grateful for the convenience this time. So the proper etiquette must not be missed. This is the most basic courtesy. Aren't you going back to the sect with us? The elder of the weapon refining hall took a sip of wine and asked subconsciously. Luo Yan shook his head, his attitude still calm and steady. Disciple still has other things to do, and the original training plan has not ended. The elder of the refining hall paused while holding the 3 treasures gourd in his hand, and then waved his hand gently. Go, go, find your own way. But there is one thing you must remember, there is always a powerful sect behind you. Although my 5 elements temple is in a remote corner, it is not something that can be provoked by cats and dogs. If necessary, you can return to the sect and talk more with us older guys. Then someone will stand up for you. As for what kind of training and practice, the elder of the refining hall had no desire to continue asking. Because everyone has a different path to take. Not to mention this kind of proud child of heaven. Their journey of practice is difficult for outsiders to replicate. It is useless to listen. Luo Yan bowed again. Seeing this, the woman in palace dress beside him also bowed solemnly. Such a solemn look made the elder of the weapon refining hall slightly stunned, and then his eyes stayed on a beautiful woman for a moment, and a smile subconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. This should be the etiquette that the disciples of his own sect should have, but now it is used by an outsider in front of him, and it doesn't seem abrupt at all. This is the bond. For a moment, the smile in the corner of the elder's eyes became stronger. Watching these younger generations grow up little by little, and then become stronger and stronger, his heart is always filled with a sense of pride. This is the cohesion of the sect. When the 2 of them came out of Tai's sect, Luo Yan began to arrange the teleportation array again. This time, they were going back to the day's waters. Buzz! A dazzling glow flashed, and the teleportation channel was opened. The gorgeous light seemed to penetrate the space and build a law gate leading to the destination. The light mist in the void was fleeting, misty, mysterious and deep. Luo Yan and the others stepped into it and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at a place surrounded by clouds and mist, and full of spiritual energy. The woman in palace dress was curiously looking at this place with a burning spiritual energy. At this time, the Thunder Dharma body suddenly stopped, and his consciousness was withdrawn. Not long after, a young Taoist priest came to the outside of the teleportation array. Judging from his appearance, he was 3 times younger than the face that the Dharma body had transformed into. He was like a real handsome young man, with an elegant demeanor and a calm temperament. Are you Brother Luo's real body? Seeing the young man put the Thunder Dharma body into his sleeves, the woman in palace dress came back to her senses and spoke with some uncertainty. The Taoist priest, who originally looked like a young man, now looked younger. This made her a little afraid to recognize him, wondering if she had seen it wrong. Fortunately, the young man in green smiled softly at this time, and said in a gentle tone, "Why? You only recognize my Dharma body, but you dare not recognize my real body. Or, what are you afraid of when you come to my cave?" Hearing the familiar joking tone, the pretty face of the woman in palace dress turned a little red, and she glared at him. "It's still such a nasty word, it's definitely me." Then she followed him and walked out of the back mountain where the spirit was blazing. But at this moment, the token on Luo Yan's body suddenly glowed. The shadow of an ancient mirror appeared, and a sense of wildness and ancient time instantly flowed out. During this time, a kind of consciousness fluctuation was transmitted, Inspector Crane of the Law Enforcement Hall, do you know this female cultivator next to you who has reached the second level of perfection? Luo Yan pulled the woman in palace dress to stop, and then responded very respectfully, reporting to Mirror Ancestor, "She is my friend." After receiving the real response, this piece of empty mirror sent fluctuations again. Inspector Crane, you should know the rules of my 5 elements temple. This female cultivator's strength has reached the second level of perfection, and she has a great threat to the lives of my low-level disciples. Keep an eye on your friend, and do not engage in any fighting within the territory of my 5 elements temple, including monsters and beasts. Otherwise, the crime will be shared by you. Do you understand? The consciousness fluctuations of this mirror were majestic and silent. Except for Luo Yan himself, the woman in palace dress could not feel it. She could only see a group of hazy spiritual light condensed in the void in front of her, but no matter how she sensed it, she could not detect any different breath. Disciple, remember this. Luo Yan responded respectfully. After a moment, the phantom of the ancient mirror condensed by the token of the Law Enforcement Hall dissipated. This is the treasure of the 5 elements temple, the Jianshan spirit mirror. It is said that its true grade is even higher than the spiritual treasure. It is the real supreme treasure in the 5 elements temple. It is precisely because of this Jianshan spirit mirror that the territory of the 5 elements temple can have such a wide range of peace. As long as it is an outsider cultivator, from the moment he steps into the territory of the 5 elements temple, his aura has been stared at by the mirror spirit of the Jianshan mirror. The higher the cultivation of the cultivator, the stronger his attention will naturally be. Unless he hides a little of his true spirit in Luo Yan's storage bag like the elder of the refining corpse sect in the past, and shields all his own aura fluctuations. Otherwise, he will be sensed like a woman in palace dress the moment he steps into this territory. Of course, although the function of the Jianshan mirror is magical, it is not to the point where everything is sensed. He sensed the breath of the woman in palace dress, more by relying on the 2 tokens that Luo Yan carried with him. One is the inner disciple token of the 5 elements temple, and the other is the supervisory token of the Law Enforcement Hall. One of the functions of these tokens is that they can be used as the eyes of the Jianshan mirror to sense the breath of foreign creatures. Apart from this, only when there is a strong battle fluctuation will the Jianshan mirror spirit be attracted to investigate. Luo Yan is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, so he naturally knows the functions of these 2 tokens very clearly. Positioning and monitoring, it seems to be comparable to the surveillance cameras in the previous life. However, although the identity of the woman in palace dress was discovered, the Jianshan mirror spirit generally would not choose to report it to the intelligence hall of the Law Enforcement Hall. Because this is a personal matter of the cultivator. If someone guarantees it, it is useless to report it. After all, this magical ancient mirror has a high self-awareness. It is almost no less than that of a high-level cultivator. Therefore, to a certain extent, he will take the initiative to identify the importance of the information and choose whether to report it. The reason why he appeared this time was because the cultivation level of the woman in palace dress exceeded the sect's warning line for foreign cultivators. Moreover, the location where Luo Yan and the others are now is the real core area of the 5 elements temple. In such a place, although it seems to be deserted, there are actually many low-level outer disciples who are training in the endless mountains. Once a second-level perfect creature like the palace-dressed woman gets out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. So this is the fundamental reason why the mirror spirit of the Jianshan mirror appeared and warned. His core rule is to protect the lives of the disciples in the sect. Okay, it's okay. Your breath has been remembered by the mirror ancestor. In the next period of time, as long as you don't leave me too far, no one will question your identity. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.